Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-shaded human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated animation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Hogwarts rejected Harry Potter but Dumbledore chose him? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After defeating the basilisk, Harry Potter is cast out by Hogwarts instead of praised. Stripped of his school and future, he is chosen by one man who refuses to abandon him, Albus Dumbledore. Freed from rules and secrecy, Dumbledore takes Harry across the world, teaching him lost magic, forbidden truths, and the reality of power. While Hogwarts moves on without him, Harry grows into something the wizarding world never planned for, and may not survive facing again. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry looked around the hut in which he had spent the past 2 months of his life. It was the day before Halloween, and they were leaving for England after the final test of Harry's progress with warding, both creating and dismantling. Albus had already packed all his own possessions, which only left Harry's possessions. Harry focused on the packing spell as he concentrated on the final state of his trunk. With a swirl of his wand, all his possessions zoomed from every corner of the room towards the open lid. The clothes neatly folded on their own, with precise folds to ensure the most efficient packing while avoiding crumpling. His books hovered over the trunk until the clothes were properly placed, and then they shuffled into the trunk in neat alphabetized stacks. His remaining possessions then fit themselves into the free space, leaving an open area for his box of letters which he had kept from being packed. The sword of Gryffindor ended up leaning against the trunk, held in a dragon hide sheath that Deathspear had gifted him. He smiled at the packed trunk. His first attempts at the spell had ended up leaving him with a mass of wadded-up clothes, haphazardly placed books, and a trunk that was so overstuffed that closing it would require forceful magic which would likely break the spines of most of his books. Well, it could be closed if Albus expanded the interior. All Harry had to do was to admit, being defeated by a box. Harry knew he was being manipulated, but it still worked to get him to keep working on the spell. At first, he had tried to focus on every detail of the packing process. He hadn't realized how many steps there were in folding a single shirt until he had to explicitly picture every minuscule detail that he normally was able to do by hand without thought. Annoyingly, getting one shirt folded properly did not apply to the other shirts, so just folding his shirts required him to precisely memorize over 100 steps. Even with his occlumency skills, it was easy to forget one step, which would then cascade into chaos. As it turned out, he figured out the trick as he reviewed his warding notes and remembered Albus talking about magic trading off between power and versatility. Since that conversation and subsequent pranking of Sirius and Remus, he had mainly concerned himself with improving the power of his wandless magic, which still required direct touching, by intentionally focusing all the weakness of the magic into a single spot. It had worked wonders when he had performed a wandless levitation on the clothesline and clothes. Albus had cast the spells to reinforce the clothes from tearing. His wandless spells were already difficult to cancel by others, but the act of focusing all weakness into one randomly placed and absurdly weak spot caused the rest of the spelled item to become nearly impervious to cancellation spells. They weren't impervious to Albus's overpowered cancellation spells, but that was hardly a fair baseline. He had been so focused on sacrificing versatility to increase power, that he hadn't thought of sacrificing power for versatility. As Albus had said, magic only cares about fulfilling the goal of the wards, it doesn't care about the details. With that realization, the packing process became better with each attempt. As his picture of the end goal of the packed truck became clearer, the neater the folding became along with the increased precision of the packing itself. He had his breakthrough 8 days prior and had taken many notes whenever he had thoughts on when less powerful and more versatile versions of his spell repertoire could come in handy. Specifically, to figure out a way to pull another prank on Albus. The man was incredibly wily, and so Harry was keeping his newfound versatility to himself until the time was right to strike. With a satisfied sigh, he turned away from his trunk to look at his box of letters. Opening the box, he looked at the expanded interior and the neat stacks of letters. One stack contained his personal correspondence. All the other stacks contained the many fan letters. He was still not comfortable having fans and would prefer to not have to deal with people who wanted to talk to the boy who lived. However, he had discovered that it wasn't so bad dealing with his fans when it was not in person. It was certainly less annoying dealing with Colin Creevy's daily fawning when it was only through letters. In the first 3 weeks of opening his post box, he had received nearly 1,000 letters. Surprisingly, only a few dozen of them had any magic or potions applied to them. Albus had requested he inspect every letter, and Harry agreed. While Dobby didn't ask for permission and inspected them proactively, to be fair, the elf had experience with intercepting Harry's mail already. After Albus took note of the sender, he would forward the letter onto appropriate law enforcement agency depending on country of origin. For the more offensive cases, Dobby would merely disappear and return later that day with a smug look on his face. Harry felt it was best to not ask what Dobby had done to look so smug. Most of the letters were simple missives from adults, thanking Harry for stopping, you-know-who, and offering condolences for his lost parents. Some even offered stories about his parents or grandparents. Those received a simple thank you letter in return, with additional thanks to those who shared stories about his family. If the letters talked about specific family members who were killed before Harry had stopped Tom, sometimes in an angry tone, implying Harry should have stopped, you-know-who, earlier, Harry wrote back and asked them to tell him stories about the lives of those who had died. Harry, feeling very uncomfortable, had wanted to just write something like, "I'm sorry." However, Gilderoy had convinced Harry to be empathetic and ask questions to give the people a chance to remember their lost family. Well, Gilderoy had said, Harry, people love sharing their pain, so it is important to be good at faking empathy to fool them into believing you care, but Harry was used to filtering the man's cynicism out of his advice. Those who had responded to his queries, even the initially angry ones, were mostly grateful for the chance to share their stories. While the stories could be depressing or disturbing, Harry did feel his heart warm in seeing the letters change to a happier tone. The letters from his former classmates were annoying, but he still responded politely. Albus helped to craft the responses there, using his greater insight to each student's psyche. He was a bit like Ollivander, except he never forgot a student instead of never forgetting a wand. Harry chose to ignore his instinct of telling every one of them to go screw themselves, and instead pretended like he accepted their apologies. He no longer felt the anger, but it didn't mean he was free of bitterness. In the case of Colin Creevy, he told the excitable boy that he was very busy, and so could only respond once a month. Not that it decreased the volume of letters he received from the superfan, but it seemed to appease him. In all fairness, not all the fan mail was a chore. He did find himself enjoying the letters from the very young children. They were mainly writing to the Harry Potter of their bedtime stories, who was their hero. Those kids received autographed copies of their favorite book of the series along with personalized notes. Those were often followed up by thank you notes from grateful parents along with adorable photographs of the children waving joyously at Harry, while holding up the autographed book. Harry found immense satisfaction in helping to add to the happiness to the childhood of the very young. Luckily, after the initial onslaught of letters, their flow slowed down to a trickle of around a dozen a fortnight, excluding the daily letters from Colin. It was just as well that the flow had decreased, as Gilderoy had found himself becoming busier. He had discovered the term, PR firm, in the Muggle world, and found his passion ignited. Albus connected Gilderoy with a former Hogwarts professor by the name of Horace Slughorn, who had a large network of famous friends, and the two had created the magical world's first PR firm. They had quickly become a highly sought-after firm to handle the public image of the cream of the crop of celebrity witches and wizards. This was helped by Gilderoy's newly formed, yet serious, romantic relationship with a reporter named Rita Skeeter. Gilderoy had gushed about her being a perfect match as, "She is as committed to sharing the truth as I am." Harry looked away from the fan mail and looked at his personal correspondence. While it wasn't at the top of the stack, he knew Ron's letter was in there. He had finally heard from his former friend at the beginning of October. It wasn't as long as a normal Hermione letter, but was practically a novel based on Ron's standards. Apparently, Ron had still been convinced that Harry would be coming back to Hogwarts any day now. It had taken many conversations with McGonagall, who was now taking her role as head of house seriously and had embraced the idea of the students being her children by being emotionally supportive, taking the time to help them with problems both personal and scholastic, and defending them against Snape before Ron understood that he had truly lost Harry. The letter was a surprisingly honest apology where Ron admitted that he had been an utter prat. Harry had written back to accept the apology. Other than that response, Harry didn't feel much pressure to pursue renewing the friendship and would wait to see if Ron tried writing further letters to rebuild their relationship. On the other hand, his relationship with Hermione had been improving. She had taken his concerns to heart and seemed to be working towards becoming a better friend and less enamored by books and authority. She had been reading books on teenage rebellion and had been committing epic acts of bucking authority, although they were mainly epic because Hermione would write at least 10 pages for each incident. The first act of rebellion was that she had snuck a candy bar with sugar into her house and eaten almost a full half of it before throwing out the rest and hiding it from her dentist parents. The latest act of rebellion was when she set off a dung bomb in the dungeons of Hogwarts, though she of course ended up having to clean it all up. Harry had received a letter from the twins also sharing their take on the epic prank. Hermione had come to the duo and asked to be trained by them. They had agreed as both an act of repentance to Harry and because they could not pass up the opportunity to corrupt a junior Percy. From the twins' description, Hermione was mainly helping with research and development, coming up with some innovative ideas, but had been itching to perform a prank of her own. So, she went down to a disused area of the dungeons and set off the dung bomb. An hour before curfew, she panicked, snuck down and cleaned up the mess before it had been discovered, and was back in bed before curfew. Harry smiled as he pictured how panicked and thrilled his former heir his friendly acquaintance must have been. He knew she could perform incredible feats of rebellion, but that was when lives were on the line. Rebellion for its own sake went against all her instincts. So, he was proud of her and was finding her to become someone he could see calling a friend again someday, not yet, but maybe someday. Harry turned his attention to the table where he could see one last letter. It was from Sirius and had arrived that morning. He and Remus had been gone for the past week. Sirius was testifying at the trial of the ministry official who was taking the fall for him being imprisoned without trial. One of the unintended side effects of Harry's responding to fan mail had been a marked improvement in Harry's public image, which in turn increased the public demand that justice be served for Harry and his godfather, they supposed. It took a while before the pressure mounted to sufficient levels, but Minister Fudge decided the time was right to take the bold stance of bending to the will of the public. Harry wasn't sure if the official, Bartemius Crouch, was going to be convicted. But it appeared that people were exceptionally angry at him, as his house had been burned down a few days after he had been placed in a ministry holding cell. Sirius assured Harry that neither he nor Remus had anything to do with the act of arson, but they were also certainly not broken up about the event. Harry smiled with a sense of contentment filling his heart. He would see the pair of pranksters tomorrow. Tonight was the full moon, so Remus would be curled up at Sirius's home as Albus and Harry stayed at the bowling alley. He placed Sirius's letter on top of his stack of personal correspondence, closed the box, placed the box in the open space of his trunk, and closed the trunk. He then layered 3 locking and protection wards to protect his possessions. This was more for practice, for while it would be effective against most magical people, it might as well be unlocked if encountered by an experienced ward breaker. Albus would shrink the trunk later, as Harry had not gotten the hang of shrinking containers which were internally expanded, especially when those containers held other containers which were internally expanded. Harry then grabbed the sheathed sword of Gryffindor and strapped it to his back. Albus had enchanted the sheath to make the sword and sheath invisible and unnoticeable, even to those who happened to physically touch it. With a fond look at the hut, he walked out for the last time to attend his final test. Harry was staring at an innocent box, the size of a bread box, sitting on a plain wooden table. It was the final box of 23, each one representative of the 23 elementary warding schemes. According to Bill Weasley, an applicant to the ward-breaking program of Gringotts was required to pass this test within half an hour before they were even brought in for a face-to-face interview. Harry had so far bypassed the prior 22 wards, and it so far had only taken 20 minutes, give or take 2 hours or 3 hours. It had been a bit more than 3 hours. Already, he focused his attention on this final box. He cast the general ward detection spell. He smelled the sound of a child's laugh, saw 7 runes related to power rotating around a red eyeball, and felt the hairs on the left side of his neck stand on end. So, this was in the family of wards that were conditionally powered by humor. No, the hairs on the right side of his neck were not standing, and it was 7 runes instead of 11. Sarcastic humor. The way to deal with this ward was damn it. What was it? He had only read about this ward scheme yesterday, and he hadn't read about how to handle all the different emotional cases. But emotion wards were definitely affected by emotion-based spells. At this point, Harry only had 2 emotion-based spells in his arsenal. Shrugging, Harry pictured the box transforming into an easily opened box containing an oversized treacle tart, and ridiculous. The spell for handling a boggart shot at the box and nothing. Well, it was worth a shot. Harry stared at the box in contemplation. That left one spell to try. However, pure happiness didn't feel like it would do the trick. But what if the happy memory was also a moment of sarcastic humor? Maybe he could overload the ward somehow. His mind went back and conjured up the moment when he, Albus, Remus, Sirius, and Dobby had been relaxing together one evening in their shared hut. Sirius was wondering why Lucius Malfoy had been so willing to help get him pardoned. Maybe he's not as bad as I remember him being. Harry then rolled his eyes. Yes, Sirius. Malfoy is a paragon of goodness. And he is not being the worst master a house elf could ever have, piped in Dobby. And a happily firm defender of those with non-magical parents, included Albus. And the best friend of werewolves everywhere, spoke Remus. Fine. He's still the worst, but why would he help? Laughed Sirius. Harry and Albus shared glances, but before they could say anything, Dobby snapped his fingers and Sirius found himself with a mouth stuffed with birthday cake. Dobby be thinking doggy man be making Dobby think too much about bad master. Harry left the memory, holding on to the joy, the sarcastic tone, and Sirius's wide eyes as he choked down a slice of cake the size of his head. As an extra step, he then pictured himself casting his spell as if he was only doing it as a sarcastic joke. Expecto Patronum, Harry bellowed ironically. A familiar white phoenix burst from his wand. He felt the normal piece of the Patronus, but the piece felt slightly off. It was likely he was being slightly insulted, and the phoenix was rolling its non-existent eyes. Harry directed the Patronus to envelop the warded box in front of him. The box began vibrating slowly. The box started to shimmer with a pale yellow light. The vibrations started to speed up. The shimmer's hue started to darken around the center of the box. Harry directed his Patronus to float through the center of the box. The vibrations started to become violent. The shimmer's hue became even darker near the center of the top front edge of the box. Harry directed his Patronus to pour all its energy at the darker area. The box was vibrating so intensely that he could feel it through the floor. There was now a single spot of dark yellow, nearly black, at a position 1.5 inches left of the center of the top front edge. Harry cast the General Ward Disabling Charm, directed right at the spot. It was the sort of spell that only worked if the exact right spot was hit or if the ward was insanely weak, so normally it had limited to no use. And the box stopped vibrating instantly and the shimmer disappeared. Eyes widening in excitement, he dispelled the Patronus. With a final cast of the detection spell, nothing pinged. Cautiously, he approached the table holding the box, his senses at full attention. He opened the lid of the box and looked inside. There was a small piece of parchment with the number of 23 written on it. This was the final test. If he was able to lift the parchment without it burning, then it would be a success. And success. Slow clapping startled him out of his silent jubilations. Turning around, he saw both Albus and Deathspear standing behind him. Well done, Mr. Potter, spoke Deathspear. While the Patronus trick was not the normally accepted response, it still worked, I suppose. You are now good enough that if you were applying for a job, you would be asked to try again in a few years as opposed to be charged a fee for wasting everyone's time. Harry smiled broadly. Deathspear was very personable outside of training, but during training you had to excel to get anything better than a backhanded compliment. Considering that Harry barely understood what he was doing for each box, that backhanded compliment made him feel like he had just caught the snitch and single-handedly won the Quidditch Cup. Seeing the pride in Albus's eyes was the icing on the cake. Thanks, Deathspear. So, did I win our bet? Deathspear frowned. You did not complete the challenge in the allotted time. Albus chuckled. As I recall, the bet only required Harry to get each slip of parchment from the boxes. You did not specify the time frame. It was implied. Harry smirked playfully. It's okay, Deathspear. If you don't want to honor the bet, I understand. Deathspear stared piercingly at Harry. After half a minute of staring at the young boy who struggled to maintain a mask of pure innocence, the goblin huffed. Fine. You have earned the right to have us call each other by our proper first names. Are you happy, Harry? Harry's eyes sparkled in delight. I will be, once you tell me your proper first name. Deathspear grumbled. Harry spoke encouragingly. What's the big deal? Jeff didn't mind telling me his name. Deathspear scoffed dismissively. Of course, he doesn't, he mainly works with Albus and people that Albus likes. Even those goblins not from the village know about the miracle at Dewbrook and give Albus his due respect for single-handedly preventing the worst massacre of goblins in centuries. But for those who live there, he is nearly worshipped. Do you know how many goblin mothers have tried to either adopt Albus or offer to have one of their children marry him? Harry looked over at Albus, who shrugged while being clearly embarrassed. I'm a bit too old to be adopted. And, no matter how nice the offers of marriage are, I am not ready to settle down. Harry smiled at his mentor, and then turned back to Deathspear. Well, I'm also not ready to settle down, so I'll settle for your name for now. Deathspear huffed in mock annoyance. Fine. My name is, followed by a harsh guttural string of sounds that made Harry decide he needed to have Albus teach him gobbledygook. But you can feel free to shorten that and just call me Liz. Harry grinned. Liz narrowed her eyes menacingly. Remember, if you call me that in front of my subordinates, I will make sure you know why I chose the name Deathspear when I was hired by Gringotts. Harry's smile did not dissipate. No problem, Liz. Can I write to you sometime? Liz chuckled. Sure, Harry. And only if he is interested you can let Dobby know he can write to me as well if he wants to, that is. For the entire trip back to England, Harry could not stop beaming at the memory of his first sight of a goblin blushing. Harry stood outside of Albus's room, staring at the closed door. It was 2 in the morning, and the older man was deep asleep. After arriving at the Lord Bolsum Moor bowling alley, Harry had made sure they played as many games as possible to help tire out his mentor. It was vitally important that the man was exhausted. Please let him be asleep. With a calming breath, Harry focused on the door and activated his ability to see magic. Albus was unaware of how far Harry can come along with this ability. Once Harry had begun to think on ways to make his spells more versatile, he couldn't help but apply those thoughts to his technique for holding back the excruciating stabbing pain in his eyes that accompanied seeing magic. He had realized his problem was that he was trying to emulate Albus. Albus had decades of practice to create a room in his mind that could handle a scarily immense amount of pain where the pain in the eyes took up an insignificant fraction of the space. Harry's room was growing bigger, but at the rate he was going it would likely take at least a year to reach 1 minute of pain-free sight. A large part of Albus's training sessions, which had only gotten more intense over time, was encouraging Harry to learn how to recognize his own weaknesses and then figure out how to keep them from becoming liabilities or minimize the scope of the liability. And Harry had decided it was time to stop letting his small room be a liability. His primary issue had been that he was fine until the room was filled, and then the door to the room would become strained and eventually burst open and flood him with mind-searing pain. However, if spells became more versatile as he added weak points, then perhaps he should change tactics from enforcing the single weak point of his door to instead adding many more weak points. His image of the room transformed into a small room filled with weak windows. That small room was then placed into a slightly bigger room, also filled with weak windows. And that was then placed in the main room, that was also filled with weak windows. He also pictured all the windows being opened just a smidge. As he activated his ability to see magic, the pain started to fill the smallest room. The pain trickled out of the cracks into the middle room, which then trickled a smaller amount to the biggest room, which then trickled out a tiny fraction to Harry. Instead of feeling no pain, his eyes felt like they were straining as if he had been reading all day in a poorly lit room. It was a pain he could handle. Eventually, the withheld pain would become too much, and would start shattering the windows starting in the smallest room and working outward. The flow of pain reaching his eyes would only increase as time progressed, but now it was be a steadier increase instead of the flash flood of pain he would feel with the single door. He had reached a maximum endurance time of 9 minutes before the pain was too great, though that was a stretch and 8 minutes was the more realistic time. Hopefully, he would need far less than 8 minutes tonight. He stared at the door and saw a sheen of blue covering its surface. There were no odd sensations, numbers circling runes, or anything else that a normal ward breaker would encounter. It was simply magic revealing itself to him. Recalling Perenel's book, he looked for places in the ward where the blue seemed to swirl. Each color had its own approaches, and blue indicated that it would have set off an alarm if a normal detection spell had been cast. Finding only 3 swirls, he cast Perenel's custom spells at them in a clockwise pattern. The blue magic dissipated, leaving a magic-free door. With a silent prayer, he reached out and grasped the doorknob and wait. Sirius's pranking lessons came to mind. It was always the simple things that would trip up a prankster. Harry looked at the hinges of the door and cast a Marauder-invented spell for removing squeaks from hinges. It was important to use the Marauder spell because the well-known silencing spells were easier to counter or set up detection wards against. Custom spells were the key to taking on big game, and they didn't come much bigger than a prepared Albus Dumbledore. Harry grasped the doorknob, turned, and pulled. The door opened silently. Peering into the room, he saw Albus still sleeping soundly. That was good. What was not good was the complex web of magic covering every surface of the inside of the room, along with the shell surrounding Albus's sleeping form. Harry had enough belief in Perenel's research in wards that he felt confident that he could eventually bring down every ward he saw. He just doubted he would be able to successfully do it without waking Albus, and certainly not within the remaining 5 minutes he likely had before the pain forced him to stop seeing magic. Luckily, he had planned for this likelihood. Harry touched his pants and shirt, reinforcing the material to the strongest he could manage. Once he was certain the clothes wouldn't rip, he lied down flat on his stomach. His body lying parallel to the hall wall opposite Albus's open door. Once again, he touched his pants and shirt with one hand, and focused on the levitation spell. He felt his body press firmly into the front of his clothes as both articles began to levitate while holding his body inside them. With his free hand against the wall, he dragged his clothes upward, and thus his body as well. When he reached the proper height, he then rotated his body until his feet were pressing against the wall, and his head was poking through the doorway. He looked forward and saw that he had a magic-free corridor to float through. He just had to avoid touching any portion of the bed, walls, or any physical item within the room. With the pain in his eyes now ramped up to feel like he was aggressively pressing his thumbs into his pupils, he stopped himself from seeing the magic. The downside of his new technique was that it would take several minutes for the pain to drain away, but it had been 6 minutes well spent and would hopefully be worth it. With a small flex of his feet, he pushed against the wall and began to glide forward towards the space above Albus's bed. His hand held in front of his chest. As he passed over Albus, unable to stop his forward momentum, he cast the touch version of Augmenti. The wand-based version of the spell would shoot a stream of water at whatever the wand was pointing at, but he dared not discover if Albus had additional defenses to detect wands or wand-based magic. His wandless version was normally useless, as it had no stream and just generated a giant blob of water that gravity immediately asserted control over and just resulted in a soaked floor. In this case, however, gravity asserted control right onto Albus's face. Harry had a fraction of a second to celebrate before a wand whipped up with unbelievable speed and he saw a flash of red light. With a shock he became aware again. Turning his head, he saw Albus standing completely soaked. His eyes sparkled with mirth. "I apologize for stunning you, Harry. My reflexes got ahead of me." Harry merely grinned like a loon. "Do you need help getting back to your room?" Harry laughed. "Just nudge me towards the door, please." Albus chuckled as he nudged Harry and watched his body glide through the air. "I'm impressed by your innovation. We'll have to brainstorm ways to add this as a secret weapon to your arsenal." As Harry worked his way down the wall to his room he spoke loudly. "Looking forward to it. You probably could have just cancelled the spell and walked to your room. By now, I presume you know that." "Yep." Harry heard Albus chuckling deeply. "You know, now that you have shown your hand, you've just proven that you are ready to increase the intensity of your training." Harry grinned widely as he hovered over his bed, even though he knew future Harry would be paying the price. For now, though, that was future Harry's problem. His final words for the night were shouted at the top of his lungs with delight. "Worth it." He cancelled his levitation and crashed onto his bed. His final thought before drifting off to sleep was that Albus was going to make him up his game yet again to successfully pull off another prank. It was probably going to be a while before he got another victory. He couldn't wait. And I am so grateful for Minister Fudge's quick response in freeing my godfather and his diligence in ensuring justice has been meted out by punishing Mr. Crouch for his role in Sirius's unjust imprisonment. Thanks to the minister, I was able to rest easy and focus on my opportunity to learn the basics of warding from the masters of the craft at Gringotts. Harry was happy to know that his first interview with a member of the press was ending. He couldn't understand how Gilderoy could thrive amongst reporters. After half an hour and making sure to recite some rehearsed phrases about the minister, he was exhausted and craved to never give another interview. On the bright side, he finally got to meet Gilderoy's girlfriend. Having spent nearly 30 minutes in a one-on-one setting with Rita Skeeter, he could honestly say he understood how the two matched so well. The main difference seeming to be that Gilderoy liked to steal stories he thought were accurate but attributed to the wrong person, aka Gilderoy, and Rita liked to have her quick quotes quill write inaccurate stories that were attributed to the right person, aka Rita's target. Thankfully, she had directed her quill to be complimentary of Harry. Rita smiled broadly and nodded. Harry struggled to ignore how her elaborate own curls remained so curiously rigid, and looked over the top of her jeweled spectacles, piercing Harry with her eyes. For some reason, he found himself reminded of the feeling he had when he was in the Chamber of Secrets and he had his eyes tightly shut as he felt the basilisk gaze upon his body and preparing to strike. Idly, he wondered if he would need Fawkes to also save him from Rita. Rita tittered lightly when Harry slightly shuddered, her smile taking on a sense of victory. "I'm sure the minister will appreciate your support, Harry. Now, one final question. We all know you are traveling the world with Albus Dumbledore and will not be attending Hogwarts this year. What the people want to know is, do you think you will ever return to Britain's finest school?" Harry paused as he collected his thoughts. Hogwarts was the first place I ever felt truly at home. I have so many good memories of my time there. I have learned so much within its walls. Will I ever return? Well, I don't know what the future holds for me, as I haven't started studying divination. But I certainly wouldn't count out the possibility of my returning someday. Rita smiled at Harry, staring at him for a long second. With a small laugh, she pointed her wand at the quill in her notes. The quill dropped down and everything was quickly packed away in her purse. With an amused glint in her eyes, she spoke in a much friendlier tone than she had during the interview. "I can see why Gilly finds you to be such a frustrating client." Harry ignored Rita's pet name for Gilderoy and simply looked at the woman in confusion. "What do you mean? Last night, when he was asking me to go easy on you, he mentioned that you never seemed to be overly interested in taking his course on speaking to the press. His other clients wouldn't have stumbled as much as you did." "I stumbled." Rita laughed airily. "You left at least a dozen openings for me to dig for dirt and start destroying your reputation. As a word of advice, if you're going to try to mimic Albus Dumbledore's style of sidestepping questions, then you should get him to specifically tutor you in that skill. Or you can become so powerful that people will be hesitant to go all out against you until you've died. Or just take Gilly's course, he's as good at manipulating the press as he is at manipulating my." "Right," Harry interrupted quickly. "Right. I'll talk with Gilderoy, as long as you don't finish that sentence." Rita smiled smugly. Harry frowned in confusion. "Gilderoy asked you to go easy on me. Does he do that with all of his clients?" Rita laughed mirthfully. "Oh, no. If he did that, I wouldn't love that handsome man as much as I do. He and Horace won't accept a client if they can't handle an interview with me. They'll give tutoring, for a sizable fee of course, but they won't put in the work of improving someone's image if the client is just going to destroy their hard work every time a reporter comes calling. So, why go easy on me?" Rita shrugged. "Partially because you know his deep dark secret, whatever that is, and I gather you are blackmailing him. Partially because he warned me that Dumbledore is no longer holding himself back when it comes to protecting you. And only a fool takes on a wizard with that much power who is willing to use it." Mainly though, Rita's eyes lit up as her face took on an expression of pure joy. "My Gillywater promised to make it worth my while." Harry winced slightly at the mental image he just had. "I see. Well, I have another appointment, so." Harry stood as Rita's eyes remained unfocused as she was clearly enjoying her mental image. As he was about to exit the room, Rita spoke up. Do you think you could tell me Gilly's deep dark secret? You see, we have a game where one of us tries to guess at the other's dark secret, and if the guess is wrong, the guesser must pay a forfeit. I just want to make sure I never guess correctly. Harry shuddered. Goodbye, Rita. Rita sighed as Harry left the room. He, sadly, managed to overhear her speaking to herself as he walked away. Pity, I wonder if Gilly would like me to pay the forfeit on my editor's desk. Harry got to work locking that memory away under the heaviest chains, and then locking the key away under even heavier chains. Crystalia looked down at the horn of Draconia, her expression inscrutable. With a rumbling sigh, that caused the innumerable crystals of the cavern to echo and tinkle a tune of regret, she looked up. Her eyes meeting the fierce and intelligent green eyes of her brood savior. I see I was wrong about you, Harry Potter. For that, I must apologize. I was a fool to believe in the lies told by the one named Morgan. Harry smiled at the regal dragon, the no longer angry leader of all the dragons of the Crystal Mountain. His eyes sparkled with mirth as his friend, Ruby, pranced and flew around the chamber in joy as she spouted the occasional gout of flame that formed rainbows of magical light when it shone through the crystals. Crystalia's youngest daughter had been a true friend on this adventure. Your Majesty, the Dark Lady Morgan has many magical gifts, but her most dangerous gift is her ability to twist lies into seeming truer than the truth. I am just glad I was able to return your horn, even if Morgan escaped yet again. I'll stop her eventually. Draconia's lips turned up into the first smile Harry had ever seen her make. You have taught me the importance of looking below the surface, and my daughter has learned the value of friendship. The dragons of the Crystal Mountain owe you a debt. How can we ever repay you? Harry smiled. Your friendship is the only payment I want or need. It has been wonderful meeting you and getting to know Ruby. But now I must take my leave and meet my teacher. Merlinus does not like to be kept waiting. With a final bow, Harry Potter left the mountain. As he left, he saw Merlinus sitting under a tree near the entrance, puffing on his ever-present pipe. Harry chuckled, as he was still unsure of how his teacher was able to appear whenever his current adventure ended. Hello Harry, I see you have saved the day, yet again, spoke Merlinus in his calm and wizened voice. Harry smiled as he looked back fondly at the entrance to the mountain's caverns. And made some more friends, he spoke happily. Merlinus's beard twitched slightly, being the only indication that the mysterious wizard was smiling. Wonderful. Now, let us be off. I have heard rumors of someone else needing your assistance. The boy wizard groaned good-naturedly. Here we go again. With that, Harry, Merlinus, and the tree disappeared from the base of the Crystal Mountain, leaving behind a puff of smoke in the shape of a lightning bolt. The end. Harry closed the book, entitled, The Adventures of the Boy Who Lived in the Dragons of the Crystal Mountain, and looked up to see the joyous faces of 4 young children as they erupted into applause and cheers. After arriving at the children's ward of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Harry had greeted the 4 children receiving care. Luckily, magical healing meant most children did not require any sort of care longer than an hour. The children's ward was specifically set aside for those children needing care that required overnight care. In this case, there were 4 patients ranging in age from 3 to 9 years old. Albus had taken some pictures of Harry with the children and then left to get them developed. For the next 3 hours, Harry read the entire Boy Who Lived book to the children. They all stared at Harry with rapt attention and faces in various forms of unadulterated joy, shouting in shock, laughing, screaming, and generally responding to the events of the story with immense enthusiasm. The oldest child, Marcus, was often mouthing the words of the book along with Harry. All 4 children had shouted, "Here we go again," with Harry, as that was apparently a catchphrase for the boy who lived. Harry waited until the applause died down before speaking. So, did you like the story? A chorus of nods and affirmative responses greeted Harry's question. Harry beamed. Despite his dislike for his fame, it was hard to not to see this as one of the few bright aspects it brought to his life. Well, I have one more thing to give you before your healers have to take you back to your rooms to get your potions and treatments. My teacher, Albus, has come back with our pictures. So, I'll sign the pictures with whatever you want me to write. So, first up, Cassiopeia, why don't you come over here? A 3-year-old girl with curly blonde hair skipped over to Harry's chair and jumped up into his lap and gave him a hug with all her strength. Harry smiled broadly as he hugged her in return, careful not to touch the hand that was growing out of her left shoulder, a result of a miscast spell that would be cured by the morning. What would you like me to write? Harry smiled as the little girl's face scrunched up in concentration. After a minute he spoke up. How about, to Cassiopeia, the brightest star I'll ever meet. The girl giggled. I'm not a star, I'm a girl. Harry nodded. Of course, I don't know why I was being so silly. How about, to Cassiopeia, the brightest girl I'll ever meet. She smiled and nodded in response. Harry wrote the phrase and signed the 2 pictures, one of him with all 4 children and one of him with just Cassiopeia, and mouthed a thanks to Albus when he saw that the older wizard had made sure the photographs had been taken to ensure the extra hand was not visible. The girl squealed in response when she got the signed pictures and key, at Harry on the cheek before being led out of the room by a healer as Harry told her to get better soon. Next up, Samuel, come on over. A 4-year-old boy with straight black hair was walked slowly over to Harry with the assistance of a healer. Harry didn't know what was wrong with him, but the boy was expected to be healed and walking normally by the following morning. With a questioning look to the healer smiled, nodded, and placed the boy on Harry's lap. Samuel immediately cuddled into Harry's arms. What would you like me to write? Samuel grinned tiredly and whispered shyly into Harry's ear. Can you say that I'm your best friend? Harry smiled in return, freed his right arm while using his left arm to continue letting the boy cuddle into him, and began to sign the pictures. He spoke out loud as he wrote. To Samuel, the best friend the boy who lived could ask for. After adding his signature, he handed the pictures to the boy. There you go. Samuel's eyes sparkled in amazement as he looked down at the signed pictures. Thanks Harry. Yes. Did Albus replace Merlinus as your teacher? Harry looked up and caught Albus's eye before he smirked and whispered in Samuel's ear. You know how Merlinus is, he doesn't show up until the end of my adventures. Albus is more like Ruby. Except, where Ruby didn't want to be called a baby, Albus wants to be called a teacher. So, I want to make him happy. But, don't tell him you know, he may start to puff smoke out of his nostrils. Samuel looked over at Albus, who impressed Harry by actually managing to snort out a single puff of white smoke, causing the boy to begin laughing. As he was laughing, his healer lifted him off Harry's lap and walked him gently out of the room while Harry told him to get better soon. Let's see, Amelia, it's your turn. A 7-year-old girl with wavy brown hair walked over to Harry. She had apparently already been healed and was ready to leave as Harry arrived, but he had invited her stay for the book reading. She stood nervously in front of Harry, clasping her hands together as she shifted her weight from foot to foot. Her voice was even more nervous as she spoke. Thank you for coming today, Mr. Potter. I am grateful for your generous donation of your time. Harry smiled kindly as he responded with a gentle tone of voice. Amelia, you can call me Harry if you want. We're all friends here. Amelia blinked as she worried her lower lip. After a few seconds she blurted out. I know you're not the same as the boy in the books. I know you don't really fight giant monsters or cast wandless spells or anything like that. Harry stared at the girl. There was something in the tone of her voice that practically screamed that she didn't want to believe what she was saying. Part of him wanted to thank her for understanding the difference between the books and reality, but another part of him felt like he was seeing a 7-year-old girl's heart breaking and he wanted to comfort her. In the end, it didn't take more than a second for him to know which part of him was going to win. He leaned forward and extended his hand, palm up, in front of him. He waited for her to look down and then focused. A pool of fire formed atop his palm which coalesced into a globe of fire. The flame's magic was mixed with the magic for the flame freezing charm, creating a ball of flame that felt cool to the touch and would not spread. He had fond memories of Sirius's face when he had first shown his frozen flame ball to the man, mainly by throwing the ball right at the man's face. He had thoroughly tested it with Remus first to ensure it was harmless. Whereas Sirius's face was an expression of humorous panic, Amelia's face held an expression full of wonder. I don't cast wandless spells, really. Are you so sure? Amelia's eyes widened as Harry handed her the ball of frozen flame. She rolled the ball in her hands, her mouth opening and shutting in silent shock. As she rolled the ball from one hand to the other, Harry signed her pictures. Okay, Amelia, it looks like your mother is ready to take you home. She probably doesn't want you to bring that home, so. He waved his hand while releasing the magic for the ball. He didn't need to wave his hand, but he felt it gave a better show for Amelia as the ball disappeared. He handed her the signed the pictures, which read, "To Amelia, never stop believing in the impossible." "Thanks Harry," she spoke as her mum walked her out. "Be good for your mum, Amelia." "Thanks Harry." He chuckled as her mother had to stop her from walking into the door frame, her attention being solely focused on the signed pictures in her hands. Harry then looked to the final boy, Marcus Smythe. It was his room that they were in, extra chairs having been brought for Harry's visit. Harry stood and walked over to Marcus's bed, sitting down next to the blonde-haired boy. Marcus had been in the room for the past month, with no guess from the healers on when or if he might be cured, and he was the reason Harry had come to visit. Harry had received several letters from Marcus over the past month, along with one letter from his mother. Marcus was a humongous fan of The Boy Who Lived books, and happily told every person he met that he was Harry's #1 fan. After receiving Harry's first letter, his mother wrote to Harry to thank him profusely and said that Harry's letter had meant the world to the sick boy. Once he knew he was coming back to England, Harry had Gilderoy arrange the reading with the hospital and Mrs. Smythe. Harry looked at the exultant expression Marcus had, as the boy leaned against the pillows he was propped up against. He glanced over at the healer, holding a potion vial, and nodded when she mouthed the words, "1 minute." "Hey, Marcus. Hey, Harry. That was awesome. You're the best. Mum didn't think you would come to visit when I wrote you, but I knew you would. Because you're the best." Harry's eyes misted as he smiled. "Thanks Marcus, but of course I had to come. You're my #1 fan, right?" "Yeah. So, you need to take your potion soon, but I wanted to give you something. Your mum told me you love to read and already have all The Boy Who Lived books, and you have read the entire series a dozen times, so I couldn't get those for you. I know you have to avoid casting any accidental magic, but I thought you might like to learn some magic that you don't cast. So, we gave your mum the potions books for all 7 years at Hogwarts." Marcus looked over at his mother, she smiled and nodded. "Wow. Thanks Harry, I'll read them all." Harry grinned. "Good. Maybe I can write to you and get some advice on the homework I get from my tutors. Also, since your mum told me that Ruby is your favorite companion, we got you this." He handed a lightly wrapped package to the boy, who quickly tore off the wrappings. He then gasped when he saw a plush Ruby the Dragon doll about the same size as Marcus's torso. "Whoa. Thanks, Harry. Well, Albus here is pretty good at enchanting, so he added a couple of features. Tickle her belly." Marcus did so and cheered as the doll puffed smoke out of her nostrils. "Now, pinch her tail." "Whoa!" exclaimed Marcus as the doll flapped her wings, flew up into the air, circled twice, and then landed where it had been resting. "Finally, put your finger on the underside of her jaw and run it down her throat." When the dragon yawned, curled into itself, and began to snore lightly, Marcus wrapped his arm the doll and cuddled it for all he was worth. "Just run your finger up her throat when you're ready to wake her up. Now, it's time for your potion." "Okay, Harry." Marcus drank his potion without complaint, though he did grimace at that taste. "Will you stay with me until I fall asleep?" "Sure, mate, you got it. So, who is your second favorite companion?" Marcus curled his fingers around Harry's hand when he placed it next to the snoring Ruby doll. "That's easy. Flames, the baby phoenix." "Why?" The boy yawned before he began giving Harry a deep analysis of why Flames was so great but not as great as Ruby, of course. After 4 minutes he trailed off as the potion finished putting him to sleep. Harry waited another minute before extracting his hand from the boy's loose grip, making sure that Ruby remained firmly cuddled under Marcus's arm. After standing, Mrs. Smythe sat in the chair and began to gently run her fingers through her son's hair. She kept her eyes fixed on her son as she spoke quietly. "Thank you for this, Mr. Potter. I haven't seen Marcus looking so good since this all started. He didn't even make a fuss about taking his potion." "Thank you." Harry felt his heart ache as he was reminded of why Marcus was in this room in the first place. "Please, call me Harry. If you don't mind my asking, have things gotten any better?" Mrs. Smythe shook her head slightly, never moving her attention away from Marcus. "No, it's gotten worse. Every time he casts some accidental magic, he starts to scream in horrible pain. The pain seems to get a bit worse every time. He needs to be here so the healers can respond immediately, but being here makes him frustrated, which makes him cast more magic. The healers have no idea why this is happening. They keep saying this should be impossible. Nothing they try makes a damn bit of positive difference. Mrs. Smythe paused and took a deep breath. Her voice had been growing louder but was now back to a calm and quiet level. Today was the first time we have managed to avoid a single magical incident, and I think I have you to thank for that, Mr. Harry. Thank you. Harry wiped a tear from his cheek. Well, tell Marcus that he can write to me whenever he wants. I'll make sure to write back as soon as I can. Actually, Albus will give you his address. I'll get your letters quicker if you send them to him. Harry could see tears forming her eyes as she responded. Thank you, Harry. You're a good young man. Do you want us to stay? She shook her head again, her eyes never leaving her son, nor did her hand stop stroking his hair. That is kind of you, but my husband will be arriving from his work at the ministry soon. Luckily, our other child, Terence, is in his 6th year at Hogwarts, so we are both able to spend the night in the other bed in the room here. Thank you again, Harry. Headmaster Dumbledore. Albus, who had stood silently in the corner of the room, nodded solemnly. Of course, Cynthia. I have left my contact information on the table next to the door. Give George my regards when he arrives. Come along, Harry. Harry gave Marcus one last look and then walked out of the room with Albus, looking back over his shoulder as Mrs. Smythe cared for her son, not even acknowledging their departure. Harry, before leaving, made sure to leave Marcus's signed photographs on the table next to the door. They were signed, "To Marcus, you are my hero." Harry picked at his early dinner, mechanically taking the occasional bite without thought. Albus, Sirius, and a haggard Remus, last night having been a full moon, sat silently at the table. Sirius and Remus had asked earlier what was wrong, but Harry had dismissed their questions with a hasty, "Nothing," and they had remained quiet for the past half hour. Did you see anything? Harry broke the silence, startling and confusing two of the men. Albus had apparently been expecting the question, as he responded easily. His magic was clearly doing something, but I couldn't see any signs of foreign magic causing his pain. His magic didn't appear to be flowing chaotically, or anything else that would tell me something was amiss. I did talk with the healers, Harry. They were already aware of everything that I had seen. Sadly, while I am more than passable in an emergency, I am not a trained healer. Harry rubbed his eyes tiredly. I just thought with all you can do, a part of me thought we would just walk in, look at his magic and immediately provide the cure. Well, maybe not me, but definitely that you would. Harry, Sirius spoke, putting his hand on top of his godson's hand. Albus told me and Remus how much you made all those kids happy, especially Marcus. Going out of your way to bring a ray of joy into someone's life, that was pure Lily. Of course, feeling like you didn't do enough is also pure Lily. Your mother helped your father to grow more thoughtful of how he could help those around him. She definitely tempered his crueler pranks. Likewise, your father helped your mother learn how to accept the small victories she could claim. You did good today, accept the victory. Both of your parents would be so proud of you, rumbled Remus through a hoarse voice. We're all proud of you. Harry nodded slowly. Well, he really was happy, wasn't he? Albus smiled. I doubt he could have been any happier. And, I'm sure he'll be excited by the idea of you writing back quickly. Harry felt his morose mood dissipating. Then I'll make sure to write him twice a week. And, Albus, you'll contact people to see if anyone has any ideas. Of course. With that, Harry felt his appetite return to him and began to dig into his dinner with gusto. Did you see Gilderoy's face when I told him again that I didn't want him getting my hospital visit into the newspaper? I can really see why Rita says I'm such a frustrating client. With that, the atmosphere at the table turned jolly. An hour later, Albus apparated Harry to their destination. He wasn't sure where they were going, but Albus assured him that he would appreciate coming. They walked out of the alleyway, followed by Sirius and Remus. He looked around and saw it appeared to be a small rural Muggle village, surrounded by open countryside. Where are we? Harry looked up at the adults, seeing sad expressions on their faces. It was Albus who responded with, Godric's Hollow. As they began to walk down the road, towards an obelisk in the town square, Harry frowned in confusion. Why does that sound familiar? As they neared the obelisk, it transformed into a statue. A statue of two familiar people holding a baby. Are those my parents? Albus put his hand on Harry's shoulder. I felt it was well past time that you had the chance to come here. This village was your home for a time, it's where. Albus trailed off, but Harry understood. He touched the feet of each of his parents and then let himself be led down the road towards a decrepit house. His home. The home where he last lived with his parents. The home where he had last been held by his parents. The home where his parents made the ultimate sacrifice to give him a chance at life. His eyes teared up as he read the graffiti covering the plaque posted in the front, all supporting him and his parents. After some time, Harry had lost track. He was led past a church into a graveyard, towards a specific plot. Albus broke the silence in a soft and gentle voice. Dobby and I have laid down wards to give you your privacy. Remus and Sirius visited earlier and will be keeping guard to ensure you remain undisturbed. Remus and Sirius held their wands as they split off to take up opposite positions 10 feet from Harry, making sure no one broke through the wards. Albus walked Harry to the foot of the grave. Hello James. Hello Lily. I'd like to introduce you again to your son. I know it has been much too long a wait for his first visit. I hope you can forgive me for my many mistakes in his care. I want you to know that I am doing my best to make up for everything. James, I have been working to make sure that Harry has begun to learn what it means to have the heart of a prankster. I know you would have taught him that if you had only been given the chance. Don't worry, Sirius is here to make sure he gets some proper marauder training. And Lily, don't worry, Remus is here to make sure it is the 7th year kinder mindset of the marauders. Oh, Lily, you would be so proud of Harry. He has taken to exploring the mysteries of magic with such a fervor. I sometimes feel like I am listening to you as you passionately theorize on some obscure branch of magic. He seemed to be particularly fond of the metaphor you once told me of paths in a dense jungle, which I just realized I forgot to mention. You were the one to tell me that particular metaphor. Alas, while I am a man of many flaws, when it comes to Harry, a finer young man you could not find. Why he? Albus sighed deeply. But this evening is not for me. Harry, I'll go and take up a guard position. We'll give you your privacy, but you need only call for us if you want company. Take as long as you want. Harry stood silently at the foot of the graves of his parents, as Albus walked away and drew his wand. He had been touched by Albus's words, but that was only at an intellectual level for the moment. At the current point in time, his focus was solely on the grass and shared headstone in front of him. He tried to open his mouth countless times, but the words would not come. At some point, he didn't know when, he found himself on his knees, unable to see through his tears. Suddenly, he felt a spindly pair of arms reach around his chest and gently squeeze. Dobby being here for Harry Potter, sir. Harry Potter, sir's family is being here for Harry Potter, sir. Harry felt a sense of comfort fill his heart. Thanks, Dobby. Please stay with me. He then looked at the graves again. And there, kneeling on the ground, being hugged by the world's most unusual house elf, Harry finally found his voice. Hi Mum. Hi Dad. So this is your home, it's nice. Harry had not remembered falling asleep the previous night, nor did he remember being taken to his bed at Albus's apartment. All he knew was that when he woke up, he felt mentally refreshed and ready to take on the world. At the moment, the world currently consisted of whispering in Sirius's kitchen at 12 Grimmauld Place, sitting at a filthy table along with Sirius, Remus, and Albus. Dobby had taken one look, refused to enter unless he was given leave to start cleaning, and then left for an unknown location. The house was, as a generous person might observe, in a state of poor repair. A less generous person would call it a dark, depressing dump of a house. It appeared to have not been dusted, cleaned, nor maintained in well over a decade. Sirius chuckled silently, trying not to wake the portrait of his mother, Walburga Black. It had been quite jarring to Harry to be the surprise recipient of a long series of invectives as spoken by a highly angry portrait. In comparison, the muttered insults from the house elf creature were downright pleasant. I've been here for around a week, Harry, so I haven't had much time to clean up before you arrived. And, while I appreciate the polite lie, it's not necessary. I hate this place and will be happy for the next leg of our journey to start. Sure, but it can't take that long to use a simple cleaning charm to take care of the dust. Did you honestly not find a free hour to do that? All three men chuckled at that, confusing Harry. What? Albus's eyes twinkled. We'll let you know in a moment. Go ahead and try to clean the corner of the kitchen over there. Harry looked to where Albus was pointing and directed his wand towards the corner. Silently he cast the scouring charm that Remus had taught him. He had easily cleaned his room with it when he was in Egypt, as the sand got everywhere, so fully expected to see the spell spread and clean the entire room. The spell splashed against the corner and the dust and filth disappeared as expected, but only from the tiny spot where the spell hit. The surrounding grime remained unaffected. Harry frowned, focused on a new spot and poured more power into the spell. The grime disappeared even quicker than before, but the radius of cleanliness remained unchanged. After staring at the two minuscule spots of cleanliness for a moment, he looked back at the three men. That should have worked. With the amount of energy that I poured into that, I would have cleaned our hut in Egypt in seconds. What happened? Remus responded in his kind teacher tone of voice. If you truly read the full text of the book where you learned the basic cleaning spells, you should already know the answer. Harry sighed. Remus was a fine teacher. Compared to most of the staff of Hogwarts, he would rate as terrific. But, learning from the books was just so dull when compared to what he learned in Albus's lessons. When given the chance between reading 3 paragraphs on the scouring charm, or figuring out how to shoot snow flurries from his palms, well. Closing his eyes, he entered his mind and focused on the memory of reading the textbook. He relived opening the book, reading the text and clearly seeing the words describing the instructions for casting. The other words, those not directly relevant to casting, became blurry. That was the section of the text that he had skimmed, and those random words he had alighted on while skimming were clear. Harry groaned as he realized he really needed to start fully reading the texts that Remus assigned if he was going to take advantage of his occlumency skills. Opening his eyes, he looked back at Remus's expectant expression and furrowed his brow. All I can remember is how to cast the spell, and the phrase, magic rich, written a few times. Albus smiled indulgently. Ah, you have finally discovered one of the drawbacks to magically sorting your mind in preparation to properly occlude your thoughts. I still remember the annoyance I felt when I discovered occlumency didn't replace my need to read in detail. I'm afraid there is no true shortcut to learning the less than exciting bits. In the future, if you have difficulty slowing down to read the boring parts, then you may want to try reading your books upside down. Harry stared at Albus in surprise. Is that why you read the newspaper upside down? Albus shrugged. You may not believe it, but I am not overly fascinated by the gossip that dominates the news. Of course, with Zeno's magazine he sometimes hides upside-down rune puzzles, which certainly makes for a pleasant surprise. Zeno. Xenophilius Lovegood. He is the editor of the Quibbler. It's a wonderful magazine which is one of the best sources of speculative and factual information on the most elusive magical creatures on the planet. The last edition had a fascinating article that had some insights on the mating habits of the blibbering humdinger. You can feel free to read my copies when I am done. What's a blibbering humdinger? Remus snorted silently to avoid awaking the sleeping portrait. Albus is having you on, Harry. They are a made-up creature. The only people who claim to have seen one are hardly what one would call sane. Albus frowned at Remus. With an attitude like that, I'm not surprised you haven't seen one. Remus looked at Albus with confusion. You're not honestly saying you have seen one, are you? Certainly. Then why has the Quibbler never shown a single picture of them? Albus sighed, as he reached into the pocket where he kept his traveling trunk. He clearly had cast a summoning charm, as he pulled out a magazine and a photograph. He opened the magazine to a specific page near the end and handed it to Harry. He then handed the photograph to Remus. Harry, do you believe that blibbering humdingers exist? Harry shrugged. I don't know what they are, but I am willing to believe in them if you say they exist. Then read this article and know that it is completely factual. Then, look at the picture on the next page. Remus, just look at the picture I handed to you and keep quiet. Remus rolled his eyes but kept quiet. Once Harry finished reading the article and flipped the page, his eyebrows rose and then he looked at Albus expectantly. Albus acknowledged Harry was ready by speaking again. Now, swap if you would be so kind. Remus, you shall now read the article and look at the picture on the next page. Harry, look at the picture Remus hands you and we'll wait for him to finish. Harry watched in confusion as Remus shook his head in disbelief as he read the article. When the man finished by flipping the page and groaned, Albus once again spoke. Harry, what do you see in the photograph you're holding? Harry looked down and smiled. It's Hagrid standing in front of the Forbidden Forest. A bit hard to miss him. Albus chuckled. That it is. Remus, what else is in the photograph with Hagrid? Remus glanced again at the photograph. Are you talking about the pair of Thestrals? Harry looked at Hagrid in confusion. What Thestrals? Are they hiding in the forest? What are Thestrals? Remus's eyes narrowed in suspicion as Albus answered. They are a type of winged horse, looking as if they might be mixed with some sort of lizard. They are standing on either side of Hagrid. Harry looked back down at the picture, and still saw only Hagrid. But, Remus replied to Harry's implied question. They are only visible to those who have seen death. But I've seen death. I mean Mum. Albus gently squeezed Harry's shoulder. You were too young. For your magic to become attuned enough to see Thestrals, you must already truly comprehend death at the very moment you witness such a tragedy. As for what it means to see death, that varies from person to person. I'm grateful you can only see Hagrid. Harry smiled faintly. Now, Harry, what did you see in the magazine's picture? Harry looked back at the magazine. A bright blue bird sitting in a tree, with 4 wings and with what looked like pursed human lips. Remus frowned as he looked back down at the picture. All I see is a tree. I assume this is another one of your bits that you and Harry have prearranged to prank me, but I'll play along for now. What are the criteria I don't meet for seeing the non-existent bird? Albus smiled. Belief. The Quibbler primarily focuses on a collection of creatures that can only be seen by those who truly believe they exist. It is thought to be a part of their self-defense. They also put out some sort of magical field that makes people want to disbelieve in their existence. Harry's eyes widened. It's like how Muggles can't see Hogwarts in photographs, or how they ignore talk of magic and King's Cross Station. People looking at the photographs are impacted by the field, aren't they? Remus looked back and forth between Albus and Harry, and then huffed in annoyance. You almost had me there. But you'll have to come up with more believable lies in the future if you really want to fool me. Harry frowned, as he looked back down at the weird blue bird. Albus leaned over to whisper in Harry's ear. Don't worry about Remus. The magical field works on everyone but is especially strong for people who have highly logical minds. And the more they disbelieve, the stronger the effect becomes. Harry whispered back to Albus. How did you end up believing in them then? Their camouflage can be bypassed by directly seeing their magic. Though one has to be there in person. For some unknown reason, you can't bypass the effect that sticks to photographs. If you are interested in seeing on, I'll keep an eye on my mail for people asking for help with mysterious creature attacks. It will give you an excellent chance to practice your abilities to see magic in uncontrolled situations. Actually, Albus looked around the room they were in with an appraising eye. When he spoke again, it was no longer in a whisper. Harry, how would you like to test out your ability to see magic? Harry's eyes lit up in interest. Really? That would be what's the catch this time? Albus chuckled. This house may be too much for you. You have some experience observing areas that are rich in magic. However, the density of different spells here can be overwhelming if you are not prepared. It's one of the reasons why I rarely use the ability at Hogwarts, as the castle is soaked in enchantments and spell work. Additionally, I would be shocked if this house has more than its fair share of magical artifacts fueled by a magic that is, let's say, less than beneficent. Sirius barked out a loud laugh, triggering a loud caterwauling from the stairwell. He winced at the sound of Walburga's screams. Still, his smile remained. Yes, that is what the Black family is known for, being less than beneficent. Just like Snape is known for being less than cuddly. Harry and Remus chuckled, doing their best to ignore the screeches of the portrait. As he finished chuckling, Harry looked over at Albus. I'm sure I'll be fine. In fact, how about we have a contest? I'll go up a floor while you search this floor, and any lower floors that may exist. Whoever finds the least beneficent artifact wins. Albus's right eyebrow rose slightly. That sounds like a reasonable challenge. Though I would prefer if you took someone with you, to make sure you don't touch any of the artifacts. As some of them may have especially unpleasant effects laid upon them. I'll take Sirius. You can take Remus. Very well, what are the stakes? Harry's brow furrowed in thought. After a few seconds he smiled and responded. If I win, I get to do something embarrassing to Remus, and if you win you get to embarrass Sirius. Albus smiled and shook Harry's hand as the two marauders spoke out their duly ignored objections. Harry prepared to leave the kitchen but stopped at the door. With a thought, he activated his ability to view magic and stumbled back a step. The magic of the house pulsed with thousands of different vibrating colors. Many of them coated in hues that seemed to glow with unnatural light. The swirl of color blinded him to the physical world. Recalling his first lesson at Malfoy Manor, he forced himself to focus on only the magic of the kitchen door, which made all of the other colors fade away from his perceptions and allowed him to once again see the world around him. Looking over at Albus, he grinned at the proud look in the man's eyes. "We'll compare results in half an hour. Come on, Sirius." A touch more than 30 minutes later, Albus and Remus found Sirius and Harry standing in front of the portrait of Sirius's mother. Oddly, Walburga was not screaming, and Harry was having a pleasant conversation with both her and Creature. Sirius stood to the side, with his face representing the perfect picture of speechless shock. As the two men approached, Walburga adjusted her attention from Harry to Remus. Her previously genuine smile transformed into a distinctly predatory one. When she spoke, it was with a tone of forced pleasantness. "Hello, Mr. Lupin. I do apologize for my earlier behavior. Mr. Potter here was just helping me understand my son's choices in life, and it appears that I was mistaken about him. Had I known before, well, please let Creature know if there is anything the Black family can do for you. You are a friend of the House of Black after all. And no sacrifice is too great for one's friends. Don't you agree?" As Walburga's portrait looked over at Sirius and slyly winked, Remus paused in confusion. He looked at Sirius's shell-shocked face and Harry's innocent smile. Then he looked at Creature's viciously anticipatory smile, and back up to Walburga. "Thank you, Mrs. Black. I accept your apology. As for your question, I suppose I would have to agree." As Walburga's expression turned victorious, Harry cleared his throat. "Thank you for the lovely conversation, Mrs. Black. The history of your lovely home was fascinating. I hope we can talk again soon. And Creature, keep up the excellent work you are doing for Mrs. Black." As Harry waved his hand toward the portrait, Creature smiled with genuine pride. "And thank you, Mr. Potter. This conversation has been most enlightening." With a smile, Harry indicated for the men to follow him upstairs. As they followed, Albus spoke to Walburga. "Walburga, it has been a pleasure as always." Walburga's expression turned icy as her smile transformed into a sneer. When she spoke, it was in a tone of utter loathing and disgust. "Dumbledore." With that, the curtains around her portrait snapped shut. Harry waited at the top of the stairs for Albus to join them. Looking over at Albus, he spoke with a tone of curiosity. "So, what did you find?" Albus shrugged. "In a corner of the basement, I found a pocket watch. Of course, I didn't have the time to fully determine every curse upon it, as it was heavily enchanted. One of the curses looked as if it was designed to cause a person's eyes to boil, presumably when trying to read the time. Another curse was on the chain, which I believe would cause it to lengthen and try to strangle the holder. Yet another curse seemed to cause a simple incontinence effect when winding the watch, which seemed rather petty when compared to the nastier effects. My best guess is that there are at least 5 more curses applied that have much nastier effects, and perhaps another 5 with lesser effects." Harry sighed in defeat. "That sounds much worse than what I found. Not that I know what it does since I didn't try to touch it, but its magic was just waves of an angry-looking blackness rolling around it, with tiny tendrils sticking off and roaming across the surface." Albus faltered mid-step, shot a piercing look at Harry, and then continued walking as if all was normal. Harry looked at his mentor with a mild confusion. It took less than a minute before they stopped at an ancient cabinet with glass doors. Harry pointed to a locket sitting on the top shelf. "That's it. So, what does it do?" Albus bent down to peer at the locket. "Well, at a surface look, it appears to be a fairly well-kept family heirloom. Though, it seems to not be of a typical design of the Black family. Now, I supposed I should see what is going on with its magic." Harry watched as Albus's face paled slightly. The man stayed bent over the locket for nearly 5 minutes, muttering silently under his breath. When he finally stood, he rubbed the bridge of his nose tiredly. "Well, I suppose I should first congratulate you, Harry. You have undoubtedly found the darkest artifact in this house." Normally Harry would have smiled at this news, but Albus's grave looks made him distinctly nervous. He noted that Sirius and Remus were equally confused by the change in Albus's tone. "What's wrong?" What is it? Albus sighed. I never thought he would be foolish enough to intentionally make more than one. But, alas, he always had a habit of surprising me. That, Harry, is a Horcrux. 1 hour later, the four of them sat silently at the kitchen table. The locket sat innocuously upon the center of the table. While not in a full state of shock, Harry knew he was on the way to getting there. Albus had mentioned that his scar was a Horcrux, way back on that night when he was expelled. He had asked what that was the first night, but then passed out before getting an answer. After that, it just never occurred to him to ask about the thing. Part of him still wished he didn't know what it was. A piece of the soul of Tom Riddle sat in the locket. A piece of the soul of Tom Riddle was in the diary that possessed Ginny. A piece of the soul of that murderous bastard had been in Harry's scar. And there he went, taking another step closer to shock. He took a deep breath, checking once again that he had control of his magic. Luckily, Albus's arduous training regimen included helping Harry keep himself from losing control of his magic while under stress, and it was working. Once again, he asked the same question he had already asked several times. You are certain that this is a Horcrux? Absolutely, utterly, without a doubt, certain. He appreciated that Albus answered him patiently, as if he was explaining things for the first time instead of the seventh. I told you months ago that I had examined your scar when you first received it, and that it was rolling in unknown dark magic. Over the years, I had compiled a sizable list of possible candidates for how Tom had survived in some manner. When you told me of your encounter with the version of Tom from the diary, that narrowed my list of possible survival techniques down to just a Horcrux. Further, when you described encountering an ugly baby thing, after being struck by the killing curse, I made an educated guess that Tom had somehow made you, or perhaps just your scar, into a Horcrux. Luckily, much like with the diary, your scar no longer contains a hint of any magic. However, the magic permeating this locket is nearly identical to the darkness that was contained in your scar. I presume the differences have to do with the defensive curses placed upon it. So, to answer your question, I am as certain as I can possibly be. Harry nodded, rubbing his scar. Right, and we know it belongs to Tom, because of Creature. That had been quite the shock to Sirius, when the old house elf tearily told the story of how Sirius's brother, Regulus, had died betraying the Dark Lord. How Creature had been trying and failing for years to follow the last order from his favorite master to destroy the locket. The poor creature had been practically giddy when Sirius promised to ensure that Regulus's last order was fulfilled. After that moment, Harry had noticed that Albus and Remus had silently agreed to split comforting duty, for which he was grateful. Albus had taken Harry, while Remus took care of Sirius as the man came to terms with having his understanding of his brother turned upside down. Harry took another deep breath and felt his efforts to calm down had finally started to take effect. He would likely feel better after a few intensive training sessions with Albus, even if just to have the opportunity to make a few dozen things explode. Alright, so, what do we do now? How do we destroy it? Albus sighed. I will tell you how to destroy it, Harry. But, first, I recommend that we delay destroying the locket. Harry, having gained enough trust in the older man, waited patiently for an explanation. Sirius, it seemed, was not willing to wait. His head snapped up, the signs of a small but quickly growing fury etched into his expression. What? Regulus, my brother, died to destroy that abomination. He died with me thinking he was a devoted follower of Voldemort when he was doing far more to stop him than most members of the Order. And you want us to delay? What do you want to study its magic for fun? What insane reason could you have for delaying? As Sirius stared at Albus with pain and anger filling his eyes, Remus placed his hand on his friend's shoulder. Albus met Sirius's eyes, his tone full of sympathy. There are more Horcruxes out there, and I believe the locket will help us find them. Sirius's anger drained away instantly, while all eyes in the room shot towards Albus. Albus turned his attention to Harry. Harry, if it's not too painful, can you count the number of tendrils of the black magic coming off the locket? Harry rubbed his eyes as he shook his head. I kept my ability going up until the last second. I'm done for the day. Albus nodded. I understand, and I congratulate you for your self-awareness. As for the tendrils, there are 4 roaming across the surface of the locket. Harry's frowned in response. And your scar had 6 tendrils. While Harry tried to figure out the significance of that information, Remus seemed to understand immediately. You believe Voldemort created 7 Horcruxes and that these tendrils point toward the other fragments of his soul. Harry felt like a lead weight had been dropped into his stomach, as Albus responded. Possibly. Or he created 6 and one of the tendrils is connected to Tom himself. If I am correct, this means that he has 4 or 5 left after the destruction of the diary and the piece in Harry's scar. Albus turned to Sirius, eyes full of pity. Sirius, I truly understand your desire to destroy the locket right away. However, I hope that if we get close enough to another Horcrux then we will see one of the tendrils stop roaming randomly across the surface of the locket and start trying to connect with a tendril of its brother Horcrux. This may be a way to finally be done with the threat of Tom ever returning, to ensure he can never harm Harry again. Sirius closed his eyes and sighed. He responded without opening his eyes. How close would you have to be? Are you sure that it would even work? Albus looked down at the locket. The few references I discovered were vague about the details of a Horcrux, as none of the creators would want to have their attempts at immortality to be fully understood. I wouldn't be surprised if Tom's version of a Horcrux doesn't fully match up with those of prior witches and wizards. That said, none of the text suggested the idea of creating more than one Horcrux was viable. So, no, I am not certain. I am making educated guesses. As for distance, I suspect that it would depend on what sort of magic is between the two devices. It might be as small as a meter, or as great as a kilometer. If the magical barrier is strong enough, it may not even work. But I do believe that there is a chance that it will help with locating the remaining soul fragments. Sirius didn't respond, nor did he open his eyes. After a minute of silence, Albus sighed sadly. Harry, please unsheath your sword and carefully place it on the table. Harry unsheathed the sword of Gryffindor from the invisible and unnoticeable sheath strapped to his back. He gently placed it on the table next to the locket. The locket seemed to tremble slightly. One of the few things that can destroy a Horcrux is basilisk venom. As it was soaked in the venom, a stab from your sword is the equivalent of a basilisk bite. You can stab the locket right now and it will be destroyed. Both Sirius and Harry eyed the sword. In another time I may have been of a mind to make the decision for you. Now I am your teacher, Harry. I am your supporter. I no longer have the will in me to make these decisions for you. You have proven yourself to me over these past months, and I will follow your lead in this. In all honesty, I will still have to search for clues to direct us where to look for leads. If the tendrils work the way I hope, it will make the search much easier. Without the locket, there is a distinct chance we will never find all of Tom's soul shards. Still I leave it to you. Both Godson and Godfather stared at the sword and the barely trembling locket. Silence fell for several minutes before Harry looked over at Albus's understandingly sad smile and back at Sirius's closed eyes and pained expressions. Quietly, he spoke. Sirius, please look at me. Sirius opened his eyes slowly, they glistened in the lamplight. Sirius, my mum and dad sacrificed themselves to stop Tom from killing me. Your brother sacrificed himself to stop Tom. You could destroy the locket right now, none of us will stop you. You can destroy a portion of that madman's soul right now and partially avenge my parents and your brother. Or we could wait, and possibly fully avenge them by destroying him completely and maybe ensure no one else has a family member sacrifice their life to stop Tom. I am willing to wait, but I'll understand if you aren't willing to wait. I leave the choice to you and will support whatever you decide. Sirius shook his head ruefully. Fine. We'll wait. Sirius laughed ruefully. Reg wouldn't have been happy if I went, full Gryffindor, anyways. But, Albus, I expect you to do your best to find those clues as quickly as possible. When a lead comes up, we drop everything. Of course. Sirius nodded. Good. So, now what? Harry's stomach rumbled in response to the question. It was a sedate group of 4 eating at a Muggle Italian restaurant. The silence was oppressive. Okay. I have to ask, spoke Remus, breaking the silence. The 3 others looked over at the man. How did you get Sirius's mother to be polite? Harry smiled slightly, as Sirius rolled his eyes. Albus looked at Harry, eyes full of interest. Well, Harry stared at the portrait of Walburga Black in fascination, having become accustomed to her bellowed insults. Walburga was great at screeching, but she still had nothing on an epic Dudley rant, so he blocked out her and Sirius sharing screamed insults. He had already found the locket he suspected was the darkest item in the house and came back to the portrait with the remaining 2 minutes or so he had before the pain in his eyes became too much. He was going to examine this piece of art while he could. He had seen the magic of magical portraits before, so that wasn't what intrigued him. It was the wards. The portrait was covered in the distinctive cobwebs of house elf wards. Except the cobwebs looked as if they had been piled on top of each other so thickly and overlapped so thoroughly that not a single iota of the portrait was unprotected. Aragog's brood could only wish to one day have webs this thick. Sadly, the pain started to become overwhelming, so he stopped looking at the magic. "Creature, can I ask you something?" The surly ancient house elf grumbled under his breath. Bad Master's half-blood godson walks to ask Creature a question. Nasty brat thinks he is worthy of being in Mistress's presence. If she could, she only. Before Sirius could yell at the house elf, Harry decided to take Creature's tirade as his way of saying that he was listening. "These wards on Mrs. Black's portrait are amazing. I didn't know one could put on so many layers while avoiding them conflicting with each other. You must have really loved your mistress to put so much effort into protecting her portrait. Out of curiosity, how many wards are there here?" Creature paused in the middle of the tirade he had started, where he was using some rather inventive insults. As he paused, his wide eyes stared at Harry as if he hadn't truly yet looked at the boy. Though, Harry figured, it was likely he had probably never thought Harry had yet to prove himself worthy of being looked at. Why be Bad Master's nasty godson wanting to be knowing? Harry smiled as he looked at Walburga, who had also silenced herself and was staring down with a curious look in her eyes. "Because I have seen house elf wards before and have yet to see anything so impressive. I don't know what these do, but I wouldn't be shocked to discover that there isn't a protection it doesn't have. I bet you could burn down the entire house, and your mistress's portrait would still be hanging there in the middle of the air. So, I just wanted to know how many wards are layered. Is it more than 200? Harry had spent enough time with Dobby and Jean when he was in France to have a good sense of how to stroke the ego of a house elf. The key, he discovered, was to complement their ability to care for those they considered family. Jean had appreciated Harry thanking him for food but became filled with immense joy and pride when he complimented how nicely the house was kept for Pierre. As he saw the look of pride form on the mean-spirited elf's face, he knew that he had gained a moment of peace. Which made him wonder if a similar technique could be used on the portrait. Creature finally answered with pride in a, for him, friendly tone. The half-blood bastard underestimates Creature's love for Mistress. Creature applied the 497th ward this morning. You put 497 wards up on that. Sirius began to speak in an angry tone. Sirius. Harry spoke quickly, a stroke of inspiration coming to him. Can you please put up a silencing spell, so Albus and Remus can't hear us? The man looked at his godson in confusion but nodded and cast the appropriate spell. Thanks. Now, I think it's time we told your mother the truth. Sirius's expression morphed into one of befuddlement. The truth? Yes, Sirius. I know you wanted to keep it private, but I'm sure you can trust your own mother. And Creature has certainly proven his loyalty to the Black family. Sirius's look of confusion increased in intensity. Harry, what are you? I'm sorry, Sirius, but if you won't tell her, then I will. Harry then looked to the portrait. With her look of pure confusion, he found it amusing that he could finally see something Sirius had inherited from his mother. Mrs. Black, why do you think Sirius befriended Remus Lupin? When she responded, her tone was both derisive and tentative. Because he is a disgrace to the name of Black, of course. Harry nodded agreeably, causing Sirius to stare at his godson in shock. Yes, that is certainly what it would like from the outside, and Sirius cultivated that belief. Tell me, are you aware of the existence of an ancient ritual that will increase a wizard's power tenfold if they manage to get a werewolf to willingly sacrifice their life for said wizard? Walburga's eyes widened in surprise. Sirius yelled, Harry. Harry put his hand up to quiet his godfather. Sirius, Remus can't hear us right now. You can stop pretending for these few moments. Come on, your mother is clever enough to realize that your anger is all an act. If you were truly angry at her, you would simply command Creature to remove her portrait and he would have no choice but to obey. Sirius's jaw snapped shut, as he stared at Harry and a thoughtful Walburga and Creature. Harry turned back to Walburga. I was surprised as well when I discovered the truth. Even after being sent to Azkaban, he came out determined to maintain the active, good friend. But it makes sense when you think about it. Tell me, Mrs. Black, when given the choice between your own flesh and blood befriending a werewolf for friendship's sake or befriending a werewolf as a part of a plan to kill that werewolf while vastly increasing one's power, what sounds the most reasonable? Walburga paused and then smirked. Of course, and my disowning him would further affirm the friendship is real with the half-breed. But why hasn't he done the deed yet? Harry smiled in response. Well, it would of course have to occur on the werewolf's birthday. And, obviously, one that is a magically significant number. Walburga nodded. So, likely every 7th birthday, or something along those lines. Of course. And he joined Gryffindor because, like a proper son of the House of Black, he knew that the half-breed was a werewolf on sight. Everyone knows Gryffindor is the house for idiots, half-breeds, and muggle lovers. Oh, my son is so clever. I knew I couldn't have truly raised a blood traitor like Wait. You are a half-blood, and he named you his godson. Harry shrugged. People believe I am a half-blood. But my father was a pureblood and yet everyone knows, it took him years to get my mother to agree to go on a date with him. From what you know of those born from muggles, do you think they would delay by even a day to pass up the chance to be with a pureblood? Of course not. Foul harlots, every single one of them is a.s. Arlet woman. So, are you saying your mother was a pureblood? Absolutely. Then why have I not heard of her? What sort of pureblood family would hide their identity? Walburga smirked. Ah, one of the lesser families that supported Grindelwald. I always thought that we would see some dead lines re-emerge in a century or so. And Sirius, having been able to fool all the Black family, would certainly be able to discover the truth of your mother before letting his friend marry her or being willing to accept her child as his godson. Walburga looked to her son with a face full of pride, which Harry was certain was a foreign experience for Sirius. Sirius, I hadn't realized just how devious you were. You are a credit to the House of Black. Sirius stared at his mother, barely eking out a confused, thanks. Harry spoke up. Now, I'm going to have to end the silencing spell, so Remus and Albus don't get suspicious. If you wish, you can keep screaming at us. Though, it would certainly help in rebuilding Remus's trust if he was convinced that you had a change of heart, and now welcomed him into your home. The choice is, of course, in your wise hands. Walburga smiled viciously. Oh, I think I can ensure that half-breed is made fully welcome to ensure the future superiority of my house. Creature will be polite as well. Creature's smile matched that of his mistress. Creature will please Creature's mistress. Creature will even treat the half-breed as if it is human. Harry smiled and cancelled the spell. So, Mrs. Black, your home is beautiful. Could you possibly share some of its history with me? And a little bit later, the two of you arrived. Albus had a bemused expression, while Remus's expression was one of thoughtful approval. Sirius stared at the other two adults with disgust. How can you not look upset by this? Harry said that I was going to kill you, Remus, and then agreed with all my mother's pureblood done. He even denied Lily's muggle heritage. Remus smiled. Technically, you weren't going to kill me. You were going to have me volunteer to sacrifice myself to you on my birthday. Sorry, only for when my birthday was divisible by 7. I'm not doing that, by the way. Albus chuckled. I would also say that he wasn't subscribing to her philosophy. He was only presenting a hypothetical scenario and asked her what made the most sense. She filled in the details herself. I'm pleased that politics lessons have not gone to waste. Though, it probably wouldn't have worked on the real Walburga. Sirius huffed. Fine, but you still denied your heritage. Harry smiled. How? You said you were a pureblood. Well, my blood is pure blood. There is no mud in it, nor is half blood and half something else. It's all blood. That's not what pureblood means. Harry laughed. Sirius, I can hardly be at fault if your mother's portrait chooses to not ensure we are using the same meaning for words. Come on, Sirius, what are you so upset about? Sirius scowled and swirled his fork in his pasta. You made my mother think I agree with her. Harry frowned. Sirius, your mother is well, she's dead. That's just a magical item with her likeness. Agreeing with her portrait is like telling the fat lady the password to get into Gryffindor Tower. Even if the password was, Gryffindor is the worst, there would be no point in arguing with the portrait. It would be like when we saw that joke parchment at Zonko's joke shop, the one that insulted anyone who tried to read it who wasn't the owner. I mean, arguing with your mother's portrait would be as pointless as arguing with the parchment when it insults you. Sirius suddenly winced as Remus laughed lightly. Harry looked to Remus. What? Remus grinned broadly. James used one of those parchments on Sirius back in our 6th year. Sirius argued loudly with it for nearly 3 hours in the common room. It was one of the funniest things I had ever seen. Harry began to laugh, only to hear Sirius grumble. It was only 2.5 hours. Harry continued laughing loudly for another 5 minutes. Harry looked around the room he was sitting in, trying his best to hide his disbelief. When Albus told him that he had found an instructor to teach Harry how to properly handle a sword, he had no definitive idea of what he should expect. That said, he was picturing meeting his teacher in some sort of specialized gym. And the teacher would be either muscular and middle-aged, or wiry and ancient. He knew that he was getting this picture from some of the movies he had watched with Albus, Sirius, and Remus. Dobby always wanted to watch Mary Poppins, so he had kept an open mind. Still, the reality, after 1 week of anticipation, was disappointing. The room he sat in was a restaurant. Restaurant was overly generous. He was sitting in a place called Waffle House in a city called Columbus in the state of Ohio. Waffle House seemed to be a restaurant that was held together primarily by grease and optimism. Harry looked down at the meal that Albus recommended. It was exceptionally moist scrambled eggs topped with a melted piece of what seemed like the most unnatural slice of cheese he had ever seen. He had stopped at one bite and switched to nibbling on a piece of toast. Albus and his new teacher seemed to love the dish called cheese and eggs, not cheese and eggs, his new teacher emphatically stated. Albus was already planning on getting a second order to take back to the apartment they were renting in the magical district. If the meeting location was mildly disappointing and the food was moderately disappointing, then his new teacher was an utter disappointment. Leonard Weathersby was indeed a middle-aged man, for a wizard, so likely in his 60s with hints of muscles hidden under layers of fat. He also had a sizable gut that indicated that he earned his passion for this restaurant through many visits. He also apparently was a great fan of his home state, as he wore a sweatshirt with the text, OEO, and a cap with a crimson O embroidered on it. As Len, as he preferred to be called, finished his meal, he sighed contentedly. Ah, that always hits the spot. So, you're Albus's protege, E.H. Len's eyes scanned Harry appraising Ly. Are you sure you want to learn swordplay? You seem to have more of a runner's build. Swinging a sword around for hours on end is tough enough, but it will be torture if you don't already have the arm strength built up. Add on to that, Albus said you're likely only going to be around a month or two, the crash course is going to be murder. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy to take your money and make you miserable, but I like Albus enough to give you a chance to back out. What do you think, kid? Harry frowned. Albus already puts me through an intense physical training exercise, so I think I'll be able to keep up. I also have pretty good arm strength from all of my ki. He caught himself when he remembered he was surrounded by muggles. All of my training I did for my house team. But can I talk to Albus for a moment? Len shrugged. I'll go settle the bill while you talk. Harry waited for the man to get up from the booth and walk to the cash register. Once he was there, Harry leaned over and whispered to Albus in a hushed tone. Are you sure he can really teach me how to use a sword? I mean, he doesn't appear to be. Harry. No, I mean he seems nice enough, but he seems to be a bit out of shape. Albus sighed. Harry, there are 3 things you should know. The first is that Leonard was, back in his youth, ranked amongst the most talented swordsmen in our community. I assure you that you would need several years of dedicated training before his shape would start to become a factor in his ability to handily defeat you in a sword fight. Second, the local children's hospital has a special wing where I might be able to track down hints for curing Marcus's ailment, so this is the most convenient location for us to pursue leads. Finally, Leonard has excellent hearing, and I suspect has heard everything you just said. The cash register is not that far away from us. Harry winced when he looked over and saw Len smirking as he accepted his change from the cashier. So, Len said as he slid back into the booth, I'm not what you were expecting, E.H. Were you expecting to train under someone like Makoto? Harry looked at the man with confusion. Who is Makoto? Len's eyebrows rose in amusement as Albus responded. Hiro Makoto is the foremost sword master in the world and has maintained the title for the past 7 decades. The few students who have managed to complete his training make up the ranks of the top 10 practitioners of the art. Well, why can't I learn from him? Len laughed loudly. Ah kid, you crack me up. Makoto only takes on students who are already advanced with the sword. Well, and rich idiots who are willing to waste their money. The more inexperienced the idiot, the higher the charge. It's like getting a Harvard English professor to teach your kid their ABCs. They can do it, but it is a massive amount of overkill and you're going to pay for wasting their time. Trust me kid, at your skill level, you could not afford Makoto. Well, unless Albus here can get you some sort of friend discount. Albus cleared his throat with annoyance. I'm afraid Hiro and I had a disagreement at a party around 8 decades ago. He insisted that he deserved the last glass of rice wine, while it was clearly meant to be mine. The disagreement became heated. I managed to clean up the damages and heal the bystanders, but he has yet to forgive me for what was his own fault. I fear invoking my name would increase the price to unreasonable levels. Len chuckled. That does sound like Makoto. So, are you in kid? Harry nodded slowly. I guess. When do we start? We can head on over to my house and train in my basement right now if that sounds good. We'll set up a training schedule for 6 days a week. I'll find out what time the Buckeyes are playing and get you a timetable in the next day or two. What are the Buckeyes? Len smiled broadly, with a genuine look of joy. Oh, you're in for a treat, kid. The Buckeyes are only the best football team in the world. Albus leaned in towards Harry. In case you are unaware, what we call football is called soccer here. American football is a different sport. Harry nodded, as he vaguely recalled reading or hearing something about that. Maybe Dudley had played a computer game, it didn't really matter. So, are they the local professional team? Nah, we leave that to Cleveland and Cincinnati. The Buckeyes is the team for Ohio State University. Harry frowned in confusion. Do you work there? I wish, but nah. Do you have relatives who are attending? Nope. Then, why care about some random school team? In the years to come, Harry would intellectually know that only one person at a nearby table stopped talking and glared at him, but his memory would always be marked with the feeling that the entire Waffle House had become deadly silent and every eye turned towards him. What he would accurately remember was Albus wincing and the way Len's smile turned from joyful to malicious. He also remembered that first train trip and Ron's aghast face when Harry mentioned he had never heard of Quidditch, and instinctively knew he had just made a mistake. Let's go start you off with some light training. Albus sighed. You go with Leonard, Harry. I'll go get surplus ingredients for what you will likely be making tonight. Harry gulped. Harry tenderly sat down at his desk that night. His bruise paste having been brewed and only needing to cool down before it could be applied. It turned out that Len was indeed much more than a match for Harry when it came to using the sword. They had used dulled wooden swords that weighed the same as the sword of Gryffindor. They wouldn't cut, but they still hurt wherever he got hit. Harry had used all the dodging skills he had used when dueling Albus. He discovered that the addition of the sword made most of his moves more harmful than helpful. The first roll he did ended up slamming the sword into his sternum, which Len gleefully assured him would have likely been fatal with a real sword. As the training progressed, Harry had made many more maneuvers that he was informed would have resulted in self-inflicted death and/or dismemberment. At least he could look forward to tomorrow, where he was told they would take it a bit easier and make sure he would learn to hold his sword correctly. Though he was slightly disappointed when Albus told him that the sword training was not going to interfere with his already intense morning training sessions for magic. Knowing that he was likely going to collapse in bed as soon as he finished applying the paste to his bruises, which meant covering nearly everything except his head, he pulled out parchment to write his letter to Marcus. His initial vow to writing twice a week had transformed into a daily letter after receiving his first reply thanking him profusely for caring about some random sick kid. Dear Marcus, before I tell you about today, I wanted to let you know that I am really impressed that you have already finished reading your potions book for first year. I don't know the answers to some of your questions, and Remus has written a response which I will including with my letter. He didn't tell me the answers though, and now your questions have become my homework. So, he wanted to thank you for helping him do his job. Oh, as you keep reading through the books, let me know if you come up with any ideas for how to improve the effectiveness of bruise paste. I'm going to be using a lot of it in the coming weeks. Now, onto my day. The first thing I want to tell you is, no matter what you may personally think, if you find yourself across the pond and in the States, never question why people here care about non-professional school sports. Especially if the person you are talking to can make your life miserable. Here's what happened. It was Saturday, just shy of 2 weeks after that first meeting with Len. Harry had the day off from training and was enjoying a day at the zoo. He was proud of his progress. He could now hold and swing a sword without hurting himself. Of course, his arms still ached in misery after every training session and had yet to successfully land a hit on Len. On the bright side, his arms were starting to become stronger. The strengthening arms also coincided with his wandless magic becoming both stronger and more precise. He still needed to touch something to impart his magic upon it, but he would be happy with any improvements. Albus had been working with Harry to help come up with inventive ways to get around the touch restrictions, and there were some interesting developments there. With all his special training, and Remus's tutoring, Harry had not been able to explore America as he had hoped. Now that the summer break was over, he didn't have the same amount of free time that he had enjoyed in France. As such, he got to enjoy being a tourist on Saturdays and the rare nights where he had the energy. These visits were made even better by 3 developments. The first development was that Albus had finally figured out how to perform hyper jumps. Sirius and Remus were immensely envious, but nowhere close to replicating the feat. Say what you will about Albus Dumbledore, but the man was a genius when it came to the theory and practice of magic. Once Albus had fully broken down the process and replicated the results that Harry achieved instinctively, he had been able to work with Harry to achieve the next 2 developments. Their first joint development was expanding the distance for the hyper jumps. Harry had discovered that the limit for his jumps was around 1,100 kilometers. Albus had similar range with some variation in the tested distances. He was still able to make a journey quickly by simply do a series of jumps, but he had not managed to significantly increase the distance of a single jump. When he finally got to see the magic from the outside, as Albus demonstrated the hyper jump, the pair had a breakthrough. Harry had asked if Albus could start preparing the jump but to hold off on completing the jump. It took the pair roughly an hour to figure out how to hold off completing the jump. Once they did, Albus demonstrated and Harry saw that the bending starfield effect stayed steady while Albus was holding himself in the prepared state. What shocked Harry and Albus was that after 33 seconds, the magic warped and rapidly bent and surrounded the elder wizard as if he were in a bubble. He was so surprised that he completed the jump. When he returned, he expressed that the trip felt even smoother than before. On a hunch, he repeated the process and jumped. When he returned, he told Harry that the beaches in Southern California were quite lovely at the moment. With that, Harry and Albus could now make the trip from the northeast coast to the southwest coast over 4,000 kilometers. In one hyper jump, Harry had finally given into the name Albus came up with. With the discovery of their hyper bubbles, Albus had named it first. They then made their final discovery. They could wrap the bubble around a second person and perform a side-along hyper jump, which opened up their journeys to include Sirius and Remus, which brought Harry to where he was now. He, Remus, Sirius, and Albus were exploring the San Diego Zoo. The last time he had been to a zoo had been with the Dursleys. The Dursley factor might be coloring his impressions, but San Diego's zoo was worlds better than the one in London. They had been there for hours seeing all the animals, and Harry gorging himself on several ice cream sundaes. Harry and Sirius had snickered when they visited the wolf enclosure, and every wolf walked over to the edge of the enclosure and sat down and stared quietly at Remus. The surrounding tourists ignored Remus as they were just happy to let their kids get a closer look at the majestic creatures. Conversely, every prey animal scattered whenever Remus approached their enclosures. It was a mixed blessing. As Harry neared being ready to leave for the day, Albus took them to an out-of-order restroom. He opened the maintenance door and ushered them inside. As soon as he closed the door behind him, the maintenance closet disappeared, replaced by the entrance hall of an unknown building, and they found themselves staring into the eyes of an impatient phoenix named Fox. "Hello, Fox," spoke a bemused Albus. "I apologize for the delay. I lost track of the time." "Hello, Fox," spoke a confused Harry, who reached out to pet the annoyed phoenix, who was not so annoyed as he was willing to turn down having his chin scratched. "Albus, what is Fox doing here? Where is here? This, spoke a pretty woman of Indian descent, is the San Diego Magical Creature Reserve. Hello, Albus, I wasn't expecting to see you today. I really wish you would let us know when to expect you in the future. Though the girls did tell me that you weren't at Hogwarts anymore, so I shouldn't be overly surprised. Who are our other uninvited guests? Sirius stepped forward, an easy smile on his face and eyes quickly roaming up and down the woman's body. He reached his hand in preparation of giving hers a key. I'm Sirius Black, though you can call me anytime you like. And you are. As Remus groaned and shook his head, the woman kept her hand by her side as she rolled her eyes. Happily married, and curious if that line ever works. Remus extended his hand for a handshake, which was accepted. I'm Remus Lupin, and Sirius was falsely imprisoned in the early 80s, so his lines have yet to be updated. A pleasure, Mr. Lupin. I am Lakshmi Patil, the Chief of Magical Creature Care and Health here. Did the line work in the early 80s? No. Lakshmi chucked as she looked at Harry with a questioning look. Harry stepped forward to shake her hand. I'm Harry Potter, Miss Patil. Albus and Remus are my tutors, and Sirius is my godfather. Lakshmi's eyes widened slightly in surprise as they briefly glanced at Harry's forehead and back to his eyes. A pleasure, Mr. Potter. My nieces had mentioned you had also left Hogwarts. Nieces. Padma and Parvati. Harry's eyes widened. You're Parvati's aunt. She was in my house. I'm sorry to say I didn't get to know Padma that well. How are they? Lakshmi gave a genuine smile. They are doing quite well. Padma mentioned that she felt badly about thinking poorly of you last year. Parvati, well, she also mentioned her regrets and contributed to your poor treatment, but I suspect she is mainly upset that you have greatly reduced the amount of juicy gossip your presence generated. Harry laughed lightly. That does sound like Parvati. I am happy they no longer think poorly of me. So is this like a magical zoo? Lakshmi frowned slightly as they walked forward. No. While we are physically connected to the Nomage Zoo, we are not a zoo. We are here to provide sanctuary to those magical creatures that are happy here, while keeping the more dangerous creatures contained, and supplying healing to any injured creatures found in the wild. We don't typically allow visitors here. Harry looked from Albus back to Lakshmi. But you let Albus visit. Lakshmi sighed. Yes, Albus does get to visit on occasion. Sometimes he is even welcome, as he is one of the few wizards in the world who capable of capturing the deadliest of creatures with a minimum of harm done to said creature. In skill, he is right behind the Scamander family and Xenophilius Lovegood. Though, I suppose I don't have to tell you that Mr. Potter, as your account always gets paid 3/4 of his rewards. Harry's eyes widened as his head whipped around to look at Albus, vaguely noting that Remus and Sirius had also turned to the elder wizard. Albus coughed uncomfortably. I had not gotten around to informing Harry of that fact, Lakshmi. He then met Harry's eyes. We can talk about this in detail later, assuming you wish to do so. The short explanation is that your parents and grandparents spent a great deal of their fortune supporting the war effort and your parents strained those funds even further when they were on the run. I have been merely doing my part to recoup those losses so that you may have the financial freedom to pursue your passions when you are ready to enter the world as a fully matured wizard. Harry's eyes misted slightly. He blinked hard. With a whispered, "Thank you," and returned nod from Albus, he turned back to Lakshmi. So, is the reason Albus is allowed to visit whenever he wants? Or is it just that he knows someone? It's that he knows someone. She then nodded her head towards Albus's phoenix. Fox. Yes, Fox. Fox, which ones are your guests? Fox trilled, flapped his wings once and circled Harry and Albus. Just Albus and Mr. Potter. Fox trilled agreeably. Mr. Potter, who here is your guardian? Harry pointed to Sirius. Which means I have to let him join you. That would leave Mr. Lupin by himself. Fine, all 4 of you can come in. But this is a one-time exception. In the future, I will only accept Fox's personal guests, even if that means some of you are left waiting inside. Albus nodded agreeably. Of course. Lakshmi sighed and then started walking toward the doors at the end of the entrance hall. Sorry, Harry spoke up. Why does Fox get to decide the guests? Because, before the zoo was here, before the reserve was here, before anyone was here, this is one of the 2 known phoenix gathering spots in the world. She then opened the door, exposing the outside. They walked into a clearing filled with palm trees, bushes, clearly magical plants, and the air filled with over a dozen phoenixes flying through the air. They were clearly playing with each other. As they played, they all were singing their own song, each song building on the other in a perfect harmony that made Harry feel like his heart was bursting with a peaceful joy. Some of the phoenixes were primarily red like Fawkes. Some were green, some were blue, one was a purple that was so deep it was almost black, but when in direct sunlight the purple nearly sparkled. Out of the corner of his eye he saw a burst of white, and then a phoenix Patronus joined the flock, which all trilled in delight and started racing after Albus's Patronus. With a wide grin, Harry brought up his wand and got to experience what felt like the phoenixes, childish giggling when his own phoenix Patronus joined in on the fun. With the air full of phoenix song, maintaining the positive emotions for his Patronus came without any effort. Lakshmi's breathed in deeply and all the tension seemed to drain out of her. "Ah, this is my favorite part of the job. You see, no one knows how long the phoenixes have met her nor how long there have been wards to protect this location from the no-maj population. The wards have been here as long as records go back and have been refreshed and reinforced consistently over the centuries. We suspect that this site was chosen for the no-maj zoo because they could sense the phoenix presence at some level. No matter what wards you use, you can't make this area look unattractive as the amount of phoenix song nullifies the effects that would generate negative emotions." Some years after the zoo opened, Newt Scamander visited and proposed using space expansion charms to transform this place into a reserve. "It's amazing," spoke a stunned Harry. Lakshmi smiled. "Yes, it is. Even without the semi-annual Phoenix gatherings, the rest of the reserve is a wonder. With the addition of some wards I had placed about 10 years ago, non-magical animals are now unable to enter the reserve without us allowing them. It has helped to keep the younger beasts safe from the various predators, well, and in rare cases safe from the venomous snakes, spiders, and other such animals." Albus moved his eyes from his Patronus being chased by the joyous phoenixes, several of which had started dive-bombing through the spectral body, and looked to Lakshmi. "Why would the snakes and spiders make such a difference? The innate magic of the creatures should protect them from all but the most potent of venoms. Even then, if the bite is not immediately fatal, then the venom will be counteracted by the beast's magic. I didn't realize that the local snake population met that level of lethality." Lakshmi nodded. "We primarily only have to deal with rattlesnakes, which are not typically a problem. The only concern is that there is a short time period in the youth of most magical beasts where their magic is just erratic enough that the venom won't be immediately neutralized. It's rare enough that I have only seen it once in all my years handling magical beasts. Newt believes that it happens if a young animal is bit during a spike in erratic magic. The venom bypasses their magic's defenses for a moment but is then held in stasis at the bite point. When their magic calms down, the venom is considered to be a natural part of their body at that precise location. The venom is then allowed to spread, but their magic responds to the spreading venom appropriately and neutralizes it and then tries to attack the bite point. However, their magic fights itself and reinforces the venom, which becomes slightly magical. Their magic calms down, the venom is allowed to spread, and the cycle repeats. With each iteration the venom becomes increasingly magical until it eventually becomes deadly and kills the poor beast on the last iteration. Now it is standard procedure here to scan any sick beasts for non-magical venoms." Albus nodded. "Fascinating. Is that something I should worry about for Fawkes? On his burning days, I would imagine he would be susceptible. It couldn't hurt, remind me and I can send you the details of the scanning spells. Though, I wouldn't be worried. All of our research shows that a phoenix's magic does not tend to be erratic, even during a burning day." Albus smiled in relief and looked back up to watch as Fawkes performed loop-de-loops around Harry's Patronus. "I'm not sure why Fawkes prefers your Patronus over mine, Harry. I wonder if he is trying to make me jealous on purpose." Harry chuckled. "I'm sure he wouldn't. Well, he might." Just then, Harry heard an odd warble coming from one of the phoenixes flying overhead. "Move out of the way," Lakshmi loudly exclaimed. "What?" Harry asked as he looked up. Splat! Harry felt a big wet thing land in his hair, followed by the loud laughter of Sirius and the somewhat suppressed laughter of Remus. Albus sighed. "Let's get you to a shower, Harry, to clean that out of your hair." Harry raised an eyebrow. "No need, I can take care of it." Harry quickly lifted his wand and spoke the words to the spell to clean his hair. Sadly, it was only after the spell was cast that he registered the dual shouts of, "No." From both Albus and Lakshmi. Dear Marcus, as usual, I have enclosed Remus's answers to your questions. Congratulations on completing the book for second year. Also, thanks for your suggestion about not including the caterpillar heads in the bruise paste. Not only do I feel healed the morning after sword training, but I also feel much more energized. Albus has included a letter to ask you some questions about how you came up with the idea, and he told me he will be contacting his friends in the potions community to see if it is an original idea. If it is, he will contact you about making sure you get proper credit. Before I tell you about my visit to the San Diego Zoo today, let me just give you two important warnings. If you are around magical beasts and someone says to move, move first and look around second. Additionally, I have discovered that the excrement of a phoenix is magically inert but can have its magic activated if you cast a spell on it in the first 24 hours. So, if you want to clean it quickly, make sure to use purely non-magical means. Anyway, my favorite part of the zoo. Harry put down his quill as he felt the now familiar tingle on his head. A moment later, the splattered phoenix poop ignited. As usual, his hair quickly followed suit and burned away, leaving Harry bald and smelling of burnt hair and dung. Luckily, the phoenix flame didn't harm Harry's scalp. With that complete, Harry resumed his now daily letter to Marcus. 5 minutes later, his hair rapidly starting regrowing to its original state. Sadly, the large splatter of phoenix poop also reconstituted. Albus told him the rapid burning cycle of phoenix scat only lasted between 12 to 24 hours. But the cycle could not be stopped once started. Even after washing his hair, the poop simply teleported back where it had originally landed when it was ready for another burning. Hopefully, he would get a full half hour this time before the next burning. At least his hair, which was now part of the burning cycle's magic, was always returned to its natural state quickly. Once again, he glared into the corner of his room. Their Fawkes and Hedwig stared at him, and he was certain their expressions were full of smug amusement. It was going to be a long night. 3 weeks later found Harry sitting in a semi-meditative state. It was just before lunch and he found himself overwhelmed by the beauty and tranquility of his surroundings. Before him were the sweeping majestic sights of the Grand Canyon. He almost had expected to see the area soaked in magic, but other than the occasional witch and wizard, the place was devoid of magic. It was humbling to Harry, thinking that something so amazing could just be caused by the natural forces of nature. As a cool breeze blew through his hair, he breathed in deeply and reflected on his time in America. The training with Len was going well. He was now able to get through a day of training with his arms merely in agony, as opposed to feeling dead. He was also able to correctly hold, swing a sword, block, and dodge without harming himself. Len gave Harry instructions for how to update his exercises over time to ensure he could continue his training once he moved on to a different country. He still didn't understand the appeal of college football. But he now knew to keep that opinion to himself. He had visited many places by now. The improvements to the bruise paste now let him have much more energy at the end of most days. He had seen the world's largest ball of twine. He had seen the world's largest hammer. He had seen, well, if there was a well-known, world's largest, thing in the US, excluding Alaska and Hawaii, Harry had seen it. Being able to instantly travel anywhere in the country let him humor Albus's yen to see as many roadside attractions as he could in one Saturday. He had a wonderful time at Disney World. He had hoped that there would be some sort of magical section of the amusement park, but it was purely Muggle, excluding the nearby magical hotel and the magical law enforcement who monitored the park for signs of magic use. Still, being able to ride all those roller coasters had satisfied the part of him that missed playing as Seeker. He hadn't grown up with Disney films, so the characters meant little to him. He had also learned a great deal about the art of healing, at least the theory of it. He usually spent a couple of nights a week with Albus at the magical wing of the Columbus Children's Hospital. The healers were equally stumped about Marcus's health problems, but still regularly contacted St. Mungo's with their ideas. Harry spent many nights reading books about magical healing. Harry blinked, and cleared his mind. Every time he focused on Marcus's health problems, he started to feel a knot of anxiety form in his stomach. He instead focused on the news that it had been more than 2 weeks since Marcus's last burst of accidental magic, so his health was not deteriorating. Casting his mind onto more pleasant subjects, he thought about his progress with his personal brand of magic. He had yet to overcome the need to touch objects to impart his magic on them, unless he used a wand. However, Albus helped him achieve a form of the summoning and banishing charms. When summoning an object, he instead focused his magic to pull his hand, or any chosen part of his body, towards the object. If he were sufficiently heavier than the object would be pulled towards Harry instead. The same principle applied to banishing. He could even dictate the speed of the pull or push based on how much power he put behind his magic. Of course, if the object were too heavy, then Harry would be the one moved, as he discovered when he experimented with banishing his bed and ended up flinging himself into the opposite wall. It was limited, but at least meant he could always summon his wand to his hand. When Sirius was annoying him, he would use it to slide the man's plate away from his fork. Albus noted that while it was a petty use of his new ability, it was excellent for training his control. He breathed deeply, admiring the sunlight shimmering off the water running at the bottom of the canyon. He found himself remembering all his friends at Hogwarts. He was happy that he could now think of the twins as being friends, and even Hermione was starting to get close to earning the title back. Ron, well, he was trying. Still, Hermione, her last letter still made him chuckle. Apparently, she had become adept at cleaning up all the evidence of the twins' pranks, which had drastically decreased the number of lost points and detentions for the duo. People would get pranked, but the effects would be gone by the time a professor could investigate. However, she had yet to fully follow through on pulling a prank of her own, until she had an accident with the last attempt. She had set up a powerful dung bomb to go off and chickened out at the last moment. As such, she threw the dung bomb into a nearby cabinet. When it went off, the explosion severely damaged the cabinet. When Professor McGonagall investigated, she opened the cabinet and was hit by a blast of super-concentrated dung stench. As such, the cabinet was removed, and Hermione received her first detention. The twins were so proud. The wind switched directions, ruffling his hair. The whistling of the wind echoed off the canyon walls. Harry's own academic pursuits were moving along. His occlumency training helped, but the theory never came easily to him. He was much more comfortable in the practical aspects of magic. He envied Hermione and Marcus for their affinity to the theory. Which brought his thoughts back to that poor kid stuck in a hospital room. He was well on his way to completing the book for fourth-year potions and had already surpassed Harry's expertise. Every other day, Albus or Remus had Harry include their letters with his own personal ones. He just wished that he could do something to help. Wait. Harry breathed deeply and fully entered his mindscape. There was something there. He looked through his memories of the healer books, his memories of every conversation, of every letter, of everything that he had done, said, or thought since Halloween. Something. There. Maybe. Surreptitiously, he pulled out his wand and cast a spell so he would not be noticed by the Muggles. He focused on his destination and disappeared from his chair without a sound. Arriving at his destination, he found the person he was seeking. Once he got their attention, he spoke with urgency. "I need your help." Harry winced as he turned his neck to look at his bedroom door, which had just opened. It had been 6 days since his visit to the Grand Canyon, and impromptu cross-country journey. 6 long days without any sort of news. Also, 5 days since Len, his tutor in swordplay, had decided to distract Harry by increasing the intensity of his training. Today had been the worst, as it felt like the man was trying to fit a lifetime of training into one day. And it was 3 minutes until his paste would be cooled and ready to start applying to his bruises. So, of course, Albus had decided to come in while Harry was trying to stay very still and not focused on the giant bruise that was his body. Albus took one look at the cooling paste and smiled sympathetically. "My apologies, Harry. I hadn't realized you were indisposed. Would you like me to return when you were in a less of a state of discomfort?" If his tired muscles would have allowed it, Harry would have shrugged. Instead, he simply turned his neck back to a more comfortable angle while glancing at his timer. "You may need to step outside for a moment when the paste is cooled. Though, in my current state, it will probably take half an hour to just cover myself with that foul-smelling godsend of a paste." Albus frowned. "Why don't you just apply it with magic?" Harry sighed. "Because the book said applying magic to the paste would ruin it." "Yes, that is true. But you can simply apply magic to some washcloths and have them rub the paste onto you. Have you been applying the paste by hand since you started training with me? Harry groaned. You couldn't have told me about this earlier. This isn't a lemo. Drop lesson about asking questions, is it? Albus chuckled. I assure you that was not my intention. Had I known of your less than efficient healing regimen, I would have told you the trick without prompting. Though, if you want to treat this experience as an object lesson in remembering to ask questions rather than suffering in silence, then feel free. Harry closed his eyes in annoyance, mostly with himself. Give me 5 minutes. Of course. 5 minutes later, Albus sat in front of a much more relaxed, as well as smellier and greasier, Harry. So, Albus, what did you want to talk about? Albus smiled. Before I begin, you need to promise me that what I tell you does not go into your letters to Marcus. Not even a hint. Harry became much more alert. Of course. Is this about my idea? Was it? Albus's smile broadened. It was correct. Well done. Right after you told me your idea, I contacted St. Mungo's and told them. They then talked with Marcus about any unusual cases of accidental magic that he had before he started showing his symptoms. As he recalled his various episodes in the months preceding his hospitalization, he did remember one time where he was playing with his toy quaffle. He had thrown it a bit harder than intended and it landed in some tall grass. As he searched, he found it to be thoroughly lost. As such, he began to panic that he would get in trouble with his parents for losing yet another toy. Predictably, his heightened emotions caused the quaffle to come flying towards him. Sadly, it was hidden behind him and he didn't realize it was coming until it collided solidly into his head. Harry rubbed his arm absently, remembering a certain encounter with a bludger. Ouch! Albus chuckled. Not to worry, toy quaffles are designed with small children in mind. I am sure it stung and came as a shock, but it would not have caused any damage. Harry smiled in relief. So the odd thing to Marcus was that his leg stung almost as much as his head. Harry's eyes gleamed. Did the healers find anything? Albus shook his head. No, the healers did not find anything. But Lakshmi did find something. Right in his thigh, there is a pocket of adder venom. The healers couldn't find it because their spells are designed to find foreign sources of magic, whereas adder venom is decidedly non-magical. Non-magical venoms have never been known to cause any problems in magical people, and so healers simply don't know the proper spells for detecting such things. Indeed, until Newt discovered the phenomenon, venoms of that sort weren't believed to be a problem in even magical creatures. Additionally, he was the one who invented the spells to detect venoms of a non-magical nature in the first place. He is a brilliant man but tends to be very focused on magical creatures, and so it never occurred to him to think the humans might also suffer from the same weaknesses. Harry cheered. So, it took Mrs. Pottle this long to get to see Marcus. That's why I hadn't heard anything. Albus frowned. Alas, no. Lakshmi took your request quite seriously, and arrived to see Marcus within 24 hours. It took her another day to track down the antivenom. There is a complication, I'm afraid. Harry's cheer dimmed. They can cure him, right? In a sense, but their cure would be rather drastic. The venom has become so saturated with Marcus's magic that the antivenom does nothing. The reason why non-magical venom normally would not affect Marcus is the same reason that non-magical antivenom has no effect. In advanced cases like this, when it comes to animals, Newt's recommendation is to remove the affected limb. Harry gasped. Can't they just remove the pocket of venom and then regrow that section of leg, or something? According to Newt, that doesn't seem to work. If even a drop of the venom is lying within some nearby tissue, it would cause it to regenerate even stronger, as Marcus's magic would fight to restore its natural state. The only way to be sure is to remove the entire limb. Had it just been a bite to the calf, then it might be an amputation above the knee. With it being on Marcus's thigh, well, the traditional options are limited. Harry's eyes narrowed in thought. Traditional options, but you've been skipping my normal training sessions. So, you've got something which, it being you, would mean alchemy. You've got an answer using alchemy. Please, tell me you've got an answer. Albus smiled. I indeed have an answer. It's part of why I have waited this long before talking with you. I have found a way to imbue the antivenom with my magic, which looks to be able to overcome Marcus's magic enough to neutralize the venom slightly. At the rate we are seeing, it will take anywhere from another 5 to 20 daily doses before we can fully neutralize the venom. However, I will need to visit him daily to calibrate how much of my magic to imbue in each dose, as too much of my magic may have a deleterious effect. Once neutralized, he can finally go home. Until then, he still needs to keep calm and free of bouts of accidental magic. As such, he absolutely cannot be aware of the treatment as the possibility of a cure might overly excite him. So, you must refrain from even hinting at something like this in your daily letters. Even a slight clue might undo the good we can do, and then the healers will take the extreme measure of amputation if it comes down to it. Am I clear on the importance of keeping him uninformed? Harry nodded. I understand, I really do. Harry beamed. His heart felt full to bursting. Is this why Len seemed to be going overly crazy with today's training? Albus chuckled. I'm afraid I did mention to him that today might be your last day in America, for a while. He felt it important that you knew all you could possibly know to continue your training by yourself. That is assuming that you wish to join me. If you prefer, you can stay here and treat this as a winter break. I'm sure Remus and Sirius would happily stay here with you. Harry rolled his eyes. They just don't want to talk to Sirius's mom and house elf. We're all coming. Albus smiled as he stood up. In that case, get packed. As the older man walked towards the door, he stopped in the doorway and spoke over his shoulder. Oh, you may want to brush up on wards. I have a lead on a possible Horcrux. What? The man didn't turn around, but Harry was sure that Albus was smiling smugly. 1 week later, Harry found himself sitting on a patch of grass reading his potions textbook. About 50 meters from him was a rundown shack containing a Horcrux. One of the magical tendrils from the locket had stopped roaming and was now firmly trying to connect to the shack. It was all very exciting. The emphasis really needed to put on the word was. When he had first arrived, over 6 hours ago, Harry had been excited. He watched with interest as Albus began to strip away the magical protections on the building. After an hour though, it had become tedious. After 2 hours, it had become boring. After 3 hours, Harry decided he was bored enough to try to wrap his mind around the potions assignment Remus had given. Albus settled down next to Harry, pulling out a flask of water. The old man had a sheen of sweat on his forehead. Setting down his book, Harry spoke up. Any luck? Albus sighed contentedly after finishing the last of his water. Indeed. Say what you will about Tom, as I am sure you have rather a few choice words to say, but he certainly was committed to walking the untrod pathways of magic. I would have never thought to layer curses on random dead leaves, twigs, and pebbles as traps. Although, it's possible that he simply used the Gaunt house as a practice site for all his future work on wards. None of his other strongholds had ever been this fortified, nor had such varied protections. Not they were unfortified, mind you, but the protections felt more refined. Still, another hour or so, and that should leave only the Horcrux and whatever protections are applied directly to it. That's good. I would like to get home before nighttime, if possible. Albus frowned. I do apologize. Had I realized it would take this long, I would have chosen a day other than Christmas Eve to move forward with our plans here. Harry shrugged. Don't worry about it, getting rid of a piece of his soul will be a wonderful present. Plus, I still have a potions book to not understand, so I'm good. Albus chuckled. It's not going well. Harry groaned. No, and I don't get it. Marcus has never made a single potion, and yet he has already come up with 2 innovations that have been published. Why does owl-level theory come so easily to him, and I struggle to understand third-year work? Albus smiled. For most of my life, I would have said that it was one of the great unsolved mysteries of magic. Some people are just attuned to specific fields, and yet are horrible at others. No matter how smart they are, some subjects just elude them. Most of your life. Meaning, not anymore. Albus nodded. I found, a little less than a decade ago, that the answer is found in the field of divination. Harry frowned in confusion. Divination. Hermione wrote about that. She was allowed to audit the class for a month before choosing which electives she would not take. She said that the professor was a fraud and that the entire subject was a waste of time. Albus chuckled. Sybil would be pleased to hear that. Getting intelligent young witches and wizards like Miss Granger to abandon divination is a pleasure to her. She does indeed give off the impression of being a fraud, with her constant predictions of her pupils dying of increasingly unlikely means. Her predecessor was like that as well. From what I hear, the divinations professor when I was child was also the same. One night, out of idle curiosity, I broached the subject with her. Her answer was enlightening. How so? Apparently, her job is not to teach divination. Her job is to make students disbelieve divination. Harry looked at Albus with undisguised disbelief. What? It has to do with the nature of prophecies. This is normally taught over a period of months in 7th year to the true believers, those who refuse to believe that divination is a joke despite Sybil's best efforts. Given that, I will be summarizing several hours of conversation into a drastically condensed form for you. Prophecies are powered by 3 types of magic. The weakest kind of magic is personal magic. If I hear a prophecy that I will break a plate, and I believe it, my magic will try to make my belief come true and it will cause me to break the plate. The prophecy would not have come to pass if I had just not believed in it. The second type is much more powerful, as it is time magic, where magic itself will manipulate time to make the prophecy come true regardless of one's belief. Magic can do that. I know, magic is weird, but still. Albus nodded. It is surprising. Even more surprising to me, there are even 2 practical applications of studies into the field of prophecy magic. The most obvious is the time turner, which lets you travel back in time and interact with your past self, where you can enter a time loop where you are only able to do something because in the future you went to the past to enable the past you to do something. It's headache-inducing if you think on it too long. What's the second application? That would be a potion called Felix Felicis. It is a potion that is supposed to give you good luck. What it really does, which I only learned from Sybil, is manipulate the past to transform the present into a state where you have good luck. Harry felt his eyes bug out slightly in shock. So to be clear, there is a device that can let you travel back in time, and a potion that manipulates time to give a person good luck. Why don't people use it all the time? Why didn't my parents use it to stay alive? Why didn't Tom use it? Albus nodded. I understand your confusion. You are not alone in your questions. The answer lies in the third and most dangerous magic that powers prophecy magic, which is justice magic. Magic seems to have a sense of justice. Not a type of justice that matches up with human notions of justice, and it could be somewhat seen as a cold, even cruel justice. It can best be described as a desire to punish those who abuse magic itself. Usually, if magic doesn't want someone to have access to a time turner or luck potion, events will simply transpire such that they don't get it. If you get access to a time turner or some Felix Felicis, it is likely because you were fated to get it. However, if someone fights magic's desires on this and gets a hold of the turner or the potion, then they may find themselves erased from existence by the time turner, or their good luck ending right a painfully fatal moment. Albus continued after seeing Harry nod slowly. Now, one of the problems is that if enough personal magic fuels a prophecy, then time magic will take over and start to fuel it. At which point it becomes a true prophecy. Do you know the best thing to do with true prophecy? After a shake of Harry's head, Albus continued. You ignore it. Pretend like you didn't hear it. Otherwise, you might be tempted to try to make the true prophecy come true in the way you prefer. If you do that, you then risk invoking justice magic, and then bad things are bound to happen to you, your loved ones, your plans, or any combination thereof. Harry rubbed his forehead slowly. So, divination professors try to make people think prophecies are a scam, so they are more likely to ignore predictions and not turn prophecies into true prophecies. Albus smiled. Exactly. Also, to prevent people from invoking magic's wrath with justice magic. So, if you ever hear a prophecy, and you think you know someone it applies to, try not to tell them. I would only ever share something like that if I was in some sort of worst-case scenario where not sharing the prophecy would somehow make things worse. Harry's brow knitted in confusion. But what about seers? Those who make the prophecies. They do whatever they can to forget and unburden themselves of the responsibility of seeing the future and knowing they, more than most, are bound by their own visions. If they see themselves going somewhere, then they go to the place whether they want or not. Sybil's method of coping is copious amounts of cooking sherry. Harry nodded. Okay. Prophecies should be ignored. I should be happy I'm not a seer. Got it. But what does that have to do with potions? Ah, yes. This is what came as a surprise to me. Potions originated as a form of divination. Harry raised an eyebrow. I think I'll need a little more than that. Albus nodded and stretched his legs out on the patch of grass they sat upon. It's not just potions. Every branch of magic started out in divination. This is a facet of divination only the truly advanced students discover. Well, I suppose also headmasters can also discover it if they are willing to properly talk with their divinations professors. It is rather like philosophy in non-magical studies, where math, medicine, science, and most every other field of study started out as philosophical discussions. When the philosophical discussion started to have practical applications, it was spun off into its own field. The same applies to divination. Divination, at its roots, was about divining the nature of magic. As people divined the nature of magical plants and animals and how they interact, they spun that study off into the field of potions and herbology. When they divined the nature of the structure of objects and how that interacts with magic. Harry smiled. They spun that study off into transfiguration. So, it only seems like a useless subject because people keep taking the useful parts away. So, why does that mean I am terrible at potions? Albus grinned. Because you are not the potions version of a seer. Harry's jaw dropped. That actually makes sense. Hermione wrote about how she could understand all the techniques for divination, but never saw any glimpse of the future. She's not a seer, so the techniques just wouldn't work as well. However, when it comes to potions, just as able to figure out how to reverse problems that I know the books didn't discuss. Meanwhile, I can understand the techniques for making potions, but it will never come that naturally to me. Does that mean that Marcus is a potions seer? Sounds weird, but is he one? Albus shrugged. Perhaps. He certainly seems to have a stronger affinity for the field than I have seen in many decades. Though, he might just be a genius who is bored. Never underestimate what can be generated by the mind of a bored genius. I have a lighter somewhere in my possessions which started as a normal light, and now can absorb balls of light, act as a remote flow, and while I have tinkered with so much, I have lost track of all the random abilities it has. We will have to wait some years yet to see where Marcus lies on the spectrum of bored genius to potions seer. Harry dismissed the idea that Albus lost track of what enchantments he had put on some random lighter, as it was hardly surprising. So, is this whole divination thing the reason why I have trouble remembering the magic theory I read in all these books? Albus stretched as he stood up. No, I suspect that has more to do with the fact that you learn better by doing overreading. That's just standard human behavior. All you can do for that is just recognize that character trait, buckle down, and then read as best as you can. Speaking of which, I have some more protections to take down, and you have a book to get back to. Harry grumbled as he picked up his book. It was 87 minutes later when the final protection on the gaunt shack came down. Harry followed Albus into the shack and noted how the whole place made Sirius's home look positively pristine. The floor was littered with the skeletons and rotting remains of various vermin that had entered the house and had their life energy drained by the Horcrux. The furniture was coated in thick layers of mold, and mud coated the floor. Clearly, Tom hadn't cared about keeping out rain and dirt. With a quick pulse of his magic, Harry covered his head in a layer of fresh air to keep out the smell of rot, death, and decay. He was so focused on the surroundings that he nearly bumped into Albus, who had stopped in the middle of the room. Following the older man's intense gaze, he saw a gold ring with a black stone inset that was sitting on the center of the mantel above the fireplace. No, it couldn't be, he heard Albus mumble. What is it? Albus seemed to not hear him. The man continued to mutter to himself. The stone. It has to be it. The Gounts are old enough, I can feel it, Ariana. I can finally apologize. Harry felt alarmed as he saw Albus's eyes seem to glaze over as he slowly started to step forward. His hand began to reach out towards the ring. Harry looked at the malicious magic rolling off the ring and spoke in alarm. Albus, what are you doing? Albus ignored Harry, attention fully on the ring. I'm so sorry. You'll see I'm better. You'll have to forgive me. I'm good now. I'm good. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so. Albus's mumbles became too quiet for Harry to hear as the man kept edging closer to the ring. With a burst of panic, he reached out and touched Albus's robes. Albus yelped in surprise as he suddenly found himself floating in midair, held up by his levitated and strengthened robes. Albus's eyes widened in was it fear? Panic? Anger? Harry wasn't sure, but they widened when he unsheathed the sword of Gryffindor and moved towards the ring. No! Albus shouted in a hoarse cry of fear, sadness, and wrath. Harry, don't destroy it. I need it. If you ever cared for me, you won't do this. Please, 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 please. Harry Winston took a deep breath. Then, ignoring Albus's cries and struggles, with a well-practiced arm he swung the sword down swiftly and smoothly. The combination of a magically sharp edge and basilisk venom allowed the sword to split both the ring and stone in half along with slicing through the rotted wood of the mantle, followed by a shriek of rage and pain coming from the offending object. With that, he heard a gasp from Albus as the man stopped struggling and fell silent. Looking down at the floor, he saw the sizzling halves of the black stone. The black stone that had so ensorcelled Albus, and with a nod he slowly pushed the tip down onto one of the halves and watched as the venom began to dissolve it into nothing. He repeated the process on the other half. Looking around the room, he saw that whatever magic had been upon the ring and stone was now completely gone. With a nod, he turned around to look at a floating Albus. Gratefully, the man's eyes seemed focused and he had a much calmer demeanor. Thank you, Harry. I had felt the compulsions on Tom's Horcrux, trying to get me to wear the ring, and was easily battling them. But then I saw the stone. I'm afraid it caused me to drop my defenses for a moment. It was clearly a moment much too long. Had you not been here, I fear it is likely for the best that the stone is no more, and I doubt I would have had the strength to destroy it myself. Some things are best removed from the world where they can cause temptation. Harry touched Albus's robes and gently lowered him to a standing position before undoing his magic. What was the stone? Albus stared at the two spots where the stone's halves had dissolved. He was silent for a moment before answering. A legend. A children's story. One that I thought I no longer cared about. If you are agreeable, we can discuss it at some later point. I just need some time. Harry nodded. And Ariana, your sister? Albus's eyes glistened and nodded slowly. Well, I know I can't speak for her, but if I were in her place, I would forgive you. You nearly did something very unwise. Albus chuckled ruefully. I appreciate the politeness, but you can call it stupid, Harry. Harry nodded. You nearly did something monumentally stupid, and all because you wanted her to know you were sorry. If she didn't already know, that certainly must have convinced her. A single tear rolled down Albus's cheek. Thank you, Harry. You continue to amaze me. Now, let's leave this place. I could do with a nice hot chocolate. With a nod, the two disappeared from the spot without a sound. The next morning, Harry stretched out in his bed with a smile. Creature had done an amazing job over the past months making Sirius's home into a habitable location. It was excessively clean, but it wasn't filthy either. After preparing for the morning and getting dressed, he walked downstairs. In the sitting room sat a massive tree. Sirius and Remus had expanded the room's height, so all 14 feet of the tree and 3-foot-tall star could easily fit. It glimmered with magical lights and was decorated with a huge collection of ornaments that Remus had gotten from every state they had visited in America, along with many oddly shaped ornaments made by Dobby. They looked to be clay sculptures of Harry in the middle of various actions. The one of him slaying the basilisk was especially impressive, each one showing a clear progression in the elf's skill level. Under the tree was a large stack of presents. Many from the 4 men and 1 elf, along with more from the Hogwarts staff and Harry's friends. If he wasn't mistaken, there were some more from the goblins of Egypt, though they seemed to all be addressed to Dobby. Merry Christmas, Harry. Merry Christmas, Sirius, Harry answered as he turned around and laughed. Sirius was grinning widely as he and Remus walked in dressed as elves from the North Pole, followed by Dobby dressed as Santa. Thankfully, Albus refrained from dressing as Mrs. Claus. After a full day of presents, laughter, and an excessive amount of food, Harry relaxed into the couch. Remus, Sirius, and Dobby were rushing around the room having a snowball fight while Harry casually refilled their bowls with snowballs with a simple touch. With a pleased sigh, he set down the letter from Marcus, having read it half a dozen times already. It was a short and excited letter telling Harry that the boy was finally cured and was able to spend Christmas at home. Harry would make sure to write back before he went to bed. Albus sat in a nearby armchair, contentedly reading a book on the history of candy, Harry's gift to the man, while warming himself in front of the crackling fire in the fireplace. Albus. Do we have any butterbeers? Albus conjured a bookmark before closing his book. I don't believe we have any on hand. Why? Would you mind going to get some for all of us? Albus looked at his book with longing before sighing. I suppose. I will be back shortly. It was 10 minutes later when Albus returned with 5 bottles of butterbeer. Harry was sitting on the couch still, but he was now joined by Sirius, Remus, and Dobby. Sitting on the coffee table in front of the couch was a package. As Albus set down the bottles, he looked at the package. What is this? Harry smiled. That's one last present. It's for you. Open it. Albus picked up the present and began to unwrap it as Harry stood and continued to talk. I had Dobby teaching me for a while now. I have been working on those, by hand, for the past month. I know they aren't the best quality, and we're not Nicholas and Perenelle. Albus stared down in awe at the open package, containing a pair of red and gold hand-knitted slight misshapen warm woolen socks. But I think some traditions deserve to continue, even if some people can't be there to celebrate anymore. Harry handed Albus an open bottle of butterbeer, which Albus took gently. The old man's eyes glistening brightly. Merry Christmas, Albus. The only response Harry got for several minutes was a grateful hug. Harry sighed contentedly as he drifted through the air in his magically reinforced and levitated clothing. It was a nice change of pace from the strenuous aerial acrobatics he performed during his daily training sessions. For most days he would spend half an hour flying unaided through the air not too high while outdoors, as he had to perform simultaneous pushes and pulls against the ground to maintain a level altitude in an erratic jerking fashion so that he could avoid being hit by spells cast at him from all 3 adults in his life. Of course, he then got to spend the next half hour flying around and casting spells at those 3 adults while he enjoyed watching them scramble out of the way. Well, Sirius and Remus scrambled, Albus seemed to barely move and yet avoided nearly 95% of the spells. This feeling, floating with his eyes closed, was pure bliss. He focused his magic through his left pinky toe to pull himself towards a wall. As he sensed himself nearing an obstacle, he repelled his right hip from another wall to slide out of the way of whatever was approaching, probably Dobby in the hammock that Harry was levitating. If asked, he would be unable to describe what exactly it was that let him detect his surroundings nor how much of it was magical instinct and how much was physical instinct, but the best he could say was that Albus's training had honed his seeker skills to a ridiculous degree of effectiveness. While on the ground, his dodging skills were top-notch. But, in the air, he was nearly untouchable. Of course, Harry was extra relaxed because he was done with Remus's tests. It had been a bit more than 5 months since Christmas, with tomorrow being the 1st of June. As such, Harry had spent the past 2 days taking tests to assess how far his schooling had come. He had been pleasantly surprised to find that he felt confident about his performance, even in his weaker subjects, especially potions. After Albus had described the idea of a potions seer, Harry had ironically found himself better able to focus on his potion studies. It had taken a few weeks before he realized how disheartening it had been to see a young kid like Marcus, with whom Harry still corresponded on a weekly basis, take so easily to a subject that Harry struggled with. It was a relief to know that there was a reason why some people were simply going to have more of an affinity for a branch of magic than him. As the pressure to become an instant expert fell away, he realized he had subconsciously been more focused on finding a way to make potions come easily to him, rather than buckling down to study. After all, casting unique magical spells came almost naturally to him, so it had only made sense that everything else in magic should come just as easily to him. Harry conceded that perhaps there was a shortcut to mastering the subject, but it seemed that with his lack of natural affinity for the field he would simply have to study it the hard way until he knew enough to see the shortcut. With that understanding, studying became just another facet of training. After several months of being able to focus, he now felt much more competent in both the theory and practice of potions, along with ancient runes and arithmancy. Speaking of unique magical spells, that uniqueness was something that Harry was pleased to discover. On one of the occasional visits to Grimmauld Place, either when they stopped over between Spain and Japan, or between Australia and Canada, it was hard to keep track as the transport vehicles took nonsensical routes. He found himself pondering one of his early discussions with Albus about his approach to magic. Though a magical effect could be insanely difficult to achieve, dreadfully unethical to attempt, or simply not worth pursuing, nothing was impossible when it came to magic. Harry took that belief to be a matter of fact, so why would it be so difficult to clean the grime in magic-rich environments? Clearly his own experience showed that the cleaning spells did not work effectively, but that would imply it was impossible to achieve, which meant that Harry was doing something wrong. As his mind had looped over that conundrum, he remembered another facet of Albus's philosophy for magic. Albus believed that magic liked to reward those who made their own way through the dense foliage of magic's metaphorical jungle. That is when he realized that he had been using a spell that came from the well-worn pathways of magic that others had long tread, so of course he would encounter the same limitations that others had. With that thought, he had instead focused on the effect he wanted. As he focused on the idea of an object removing all the filth, all the grime, all the buildup, returning to a state of pristine condition, Harry placed his hand on the wall of the kitchen. Creature had done a wonderful job cleaning the house, but it still had years of magical grunge work deep into the various materials. Harry pushed his magic into the wall and had felt resistance. The magical residue keeping the filth in place was fighting him. Thinking back to the Malfoy wards, he had begun to experiment with vibrating his magic. Albus had not been able to explain his process in a way that made sense, so Harry was guessing here. He quickly lowered and increased his power. He forced the magic to push out in a wave across his hand. He even tried a blast at full strength, which did work a bit, but no more than the regular overpowered cleaning spell. Then he thought about how he would clean something like this without magic during his Dursley days. He took a deep cleansing breath, and then began to focus on the magic swirling out from the center of his hand, like using a round scrubbing brush. The resisting magic began to break down in the swirling eddies of Harry's magic. When he lifted his hand, there was now a pristine handprint on the wall. With a smile, Harry put his hand back, and focused on having the cleaning swirls continue out from beyond the borders of his hand. 10 minutes later, the walls glowed with yellow light as decades of filth dissipated into nothingness. 25 minutes later, a tired Harry sat in a completely pristine kitchen, yet another thing which endeared him to the portrait of Sirius's mother, much to Sirius's annoyance. It was that experiment where Harry finally understood that his brand of magic was unique to Harry James Potter. When he cleaned, it was a Potter spell. When he floated through the air, he was using a Potter-specific levitation spell. He chuckled as he thought of correcting Hermione by saying, "You're saying it wrong. It's Wing Potter Ium Leviosa." That revelation is what led him to begin his experiments in using parts of his body to cast magic other than his hands and fingers. Sadly, he had yet to figure out how to remove the need to touch an item to cast his brand of spells, but he knew he would get there eventually. Albus had offered to give some ideas, but Harry wanted this to be his own project. This was his path to make, and he would have fun making it. "Oh dear," spoke Albus, breaking Harry out of his reverie. He had not realized that he had so lost himself in thought. Though, he was pleased to see that he had instinctually kept floating around the room without bumping into anything, or any napping house elf in a hammock. Harry rotated to face down toward Albus, seeing the man was reading a letter. "What's wrong?" "Oh, it appears Professor Rogers won't be returning to his post next year." Professor Rogers, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts. He's an old friend of Sylvanus headmaster Kettleburn. It appears the poor man has had a spate of bad luck. What sort of bad luck? Albus looked down at the letter. It appears he has managed to have over a dozen cases of food poisoning, which should normally be impossible. He has had miscast spells hit him during class, breaking both of his arms on more than one occasion. Yet, the man persevered. It appears the final straw was when the stairs randomly shifted faster than normal and then rapidly reversed directions. He then fell over the railing, managed to hang on, and then the stairs moved at previously unseen speed and slammed him into the wall 13 times in a row, though he may not recall the number precisely. He lost his grip and managed to cast a spell as he fell 6 stories to somewhat soften the floor right before landing and managed to survive. He did shatter all the bones in both of his legs and completely crushed his wand. It appears the poor man has decided that the position is not the best fit for him. Harry winced in sympathy. I don't blame him. Hopefully, the next professor will do better. Albus sighed. Hopefully, though I wouldn't count on it. I suppose it was too much to think that leaving my position would be sufficient to break the curse on the position. I had hoped that Tom had perhaps been that petty to make the curse based on my employment. Harry frowned in confusion. What curse? Albus raised an eyebrow. Certainly, you must have heard that the position is cursed. I know that rumor has been spoken amongst the student body for many years now. Wait, that's true. I figured that you would have been able to solve a problem like that a long time ago if it were true. It is painfully true. Much like the two of us, Tom has experience finding unique ways of using magic. Luckily, he tends to be happy with extreme shows of power over finesse and experimental spells. Still, when he has a mind to do so, he is capable of amazing feats of inventiveness. He cursed the position quite some time ago, and I have yet to figure out a way of countering it, or even finding out how it is being maintained. Harry's brow furrowed in thought. After a moment he spoke slowly. How does it work? It appears to be designed to ensure a person is unable to act in the position of a defense against the dark arts professor for more than one school year. How it achieves this goal varies. Sometimes the person is affected physically. Sometimes the person is affected mentally. A couple of times the person has had crimes revealed which result in them being imprisoned. Luckily for Gilderoy, it appears it was satisfied by his cowardice forcing him out of the castle. Luckily for others, it does not seem to trigger for someone acting as a substitute for a day or two, as long as that person is not being hired to take the position full-time. Have you tried just hiring the person for only 1 year? Then you would have time to interview candidates for the next year. Albus appeared to just barely restrain himself from rolling his eyes as he spoke with a tone of exasperation. Yes, Harry, I have tried that. If the person is only planning on 1 year, the curse still ensures they are unable to work a second year. If I hire someone before the end of the school year, the curse seems to hit the pre-hired person even harder when the school year starts, and they are usually unable to teach within 1 month. Well, what about Harry? I have consulted with curse breakers, who have found nothing. I have consulted with lawyers who are experts in finding loopholes to exploit. I have renamed the course. I have cancelled the course for a year, which cost me quite a bit of political capital. I have changed the physical classroom. I have tried having it taught in Hogsmeade and at Hagrid's shack. Every attempt I have made has always resulted in the same result, where I lose the professor. The more extreme attempts have had more extreme negative impacts on said professor. I have thought about making the course a fully student-run course without a member of staff leading them, but I feared the curse would view the lead student or students as the target, and I much rather an adult suffering from the curse even if the students are left to mainly learn through self-study. Whatever Tom did, it was highly effective and flexible. Harry's eyes opened wide in shock. Wow. It sounds almost like Tom is constantly observing and adjusting the curse to match your efforts. Albus nodded. Yes, I am not sure how he could do that without being there himself. Albus sighed extremely deeply and pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance. There is a way for him to have been there this entire time. At least, a part of him. The room went silent at this statement. Remus looked up from grading Harry's test. Dobby popped out of his hammock. Sirius, who had been snoozing in his dog form at Remus's feet, had transformed into his human form. All eyes were on Albus. It was Harry who broke the silence. So, you believe, in Hogwarts, there is a Horcrux? Yes. With that, Albus pulled out the locket from his magically safe box. Harry stared at the locket. He had not looked at the thing in months, as Albus had still not had much luck in continued efforts to track down leads on possible locations. As he always did, he looked at the magic rolling off the foul artifact. Watching the tendrils of dark magic roam along the surface, seeking out the other pieces of the madman's soul. Harry frowned. Albus. Yes. After we destroyed the ring, the number of tendrils went down to 3. Right. Albus frowned as he responded. That is correct. He then looked down at the locket, where his frown deepened. Then, why are there now 4 tendrils? Tommy Ridley being bad dead wizard. Albus sighed. Yes, Dobby, a bad dead wizard indeed. It was 6 weeks later, and Harry once again found himself in Britain. Sirius and Remus were tracking down someone named Mundingus. Muddigus. Sirius always said the name with a hiss of contempt, so Harry had difficulty hearing the name clearly. Regardless, the man had his fingers in the less than legal side of society, so they hoped he might have heard of some areas that were considered too dangerous to approach. It was Sirius who thought this might lead to a hint of where to look for the remaining Horcruxes. Meanwhile, Albus had tracked down a hint that Tom had once worked at Borgin & Burke's, a sketchy store in Knockturn Alley that Harry vividly remembered tumbling into during his first experience with flow travel. Walking into the store was certainly much more of a pleasant experience, now that he had Albus accompanying him and the massively increased confidence in his own ability to defend himself. What a difference it was to not be scared and confused. The store itself was as gloomy and creepy as he remembered. In a way, it made him appreciate Grimmauld Place. Grimmauld was gloomy and creepy because it had been left to deteriorate over the years, although Harry by now had completely cleaned to pristine condition, even the disturbing plaques holding the heads of the Black family's prior house elves. This store, however, was clearly gloomy and creepy as a design decision. Sometimes he hated that Gilderoy had made sure Harry understood all about design decisions, despite his many requests to stop talking about the subject. "Ah," spoke a nervous Mr. Borgin. The man with sallow skin gulped and then smiled in the same way Harry remembered Dudley smiled whenever Vernon had work associates over for dinner. It was the sort of smile might see on a plastic doll created by an alien who had been given the basic gist of what a smile was. And just like the smile, the man's oily tone of voice was equally off-putting. "Hello, Headmaster. How may I help you today?" Albus smiled pleasantly. "Good day to you, Balthazar, it's always a pleasure to see you. I was hoping to talk to you about a former employee of yours. Do you, perhaps, remember a young man by the name of Tom Riddle?" As Albus slowly and politely interrogated the man, Harry began to wander the store. Once again, he saw the desiccated hand he remembered from his first visit. There was the fancy necklace with a warning about its deadliness. Various nasty daggers, dried body parts, and untitled books made up the inventory. It was mostly the same as he recalled, except for the odor. During his first visit, the store had a musty odor. That was still the predominant odor. Except, now, there was a slight undercurrent of dung. Out of a mixture of curiosity and boredom, Harry followed the odor and found it was the strongest coming out of the large cabinet he remembered from his first visit. Opening the door slowly, he peered inside to find the source of the faint whiff of foulness. Oddly, the cabinet was empty. While staring at the floor, he began to look at the magic of the cabinet, hoping it would give him a hint. His eyes widened in interest. While visually the grain of the wood contained swirls and other interesting properties, magically it looked like the grain of the wood was made of glowing threads of light that were all pointing towards the back wall of the cabinet. The magical threads looked to be straining to start flowing into the wall. Looking at the side wall to his left, its magical grain was also pointing to the back wall. Turning his head to the back wall, things progressed in rapid succession. In the center of the back wall, a very familiar tendril of malicious dark magic extended into the shop towards Albus. Likely connecting with the locket that Albus was carrying. Before the decision-making portion of his brain could engage, Harry's impulses warred with each other. With one impulse, he stepped into the cabinet to investigate closer. With another impulse, he turned with the intention of fetching Albus. The two impulses resulted in Harry tangling his legs around each other as he tripped himself and fell into the cabinet, slamming the door behind him. The only thing he managed to communicate to Albus was a rather shocked shout of the beginning of a word that started with the letter F. Harry saw the magic threads activate and speed towards the back wall as he felt like his magic was being dragged forward, a feeling he would likely have missed if Albus had trained his magical senses so aggressively. While the pull was different, it was similar enough in sensation to his hyper jumps that he knew he was being transported somewhere. While he was not at Albus's level, he had been trained well enough for his magic to react instinctually to danger. And he was certainly in danger. Whatever transportation magic was at play, was unstable and was starting to become wobbly. Without conscious thought, his magic reached out as if he was apparating, to widen the tunnel and stabilize its walls. While doing that, it also applied elements of his hyper jumps to enhance the power of the magic transit tunnel within which he found himself. Without the many months of intense honing of his instinctual magic, Harry would have likely been in much more trouble. With a loud K sound yelled from the surprised young man, finishing the word he had begun in the store, Harry crashed through a cabinet door. As he fell, he curled into a controlled fall, and rolled quickly to his feet. Snapping his wand into its ready position, his free hand pooling with magic, Harry crouched in preparation to dodge or attack or run. The magic of the room was overwhelming his sight, so he switched to his normal vision for the moment, noting the direction the tendril led. He was in a location that held Tom's Horcrux. Who knew what foul abominations existed in this mysterious rubbish dump? His body remained tense, ready for anything, but a slight frown formed on his face. The room was cluttered with huge piles of clutter. Tattered books, beat-up trunks, broken broomsticks, melted cauldrons, cracked crystal balls, a collection of empty sherry bottles, and on it went. Why would Tom leave his Horcrux with all of this junk? With a deep breath, he nearly gagged. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw the cabinet behind him, and it smelled like if the troll from first year had decided to use the bathroom for the room's intended purpose. With a quick thought, he had a bubble of fresh air around his head and the smell disappeared. Well, now I know where that odor was coming from, wherever I am. Now, what do I do? Albus would want me to head back immediately, but what if we can't get back and we lose our chance at the Horcrux? I mean, damn it. Come on, Potter, if you could take on a basilisk by yourself, you can take a few mounds of junk. And you can probably try not channeling Sirius and stop talking to yourself out loud. Harry really hoped no one had been around to hear him talking about Horcruxes. Knowing he was in for a lecture later, Harry decided to search for the Horcrux while resolving to retreat if things got too dangerous. Harry kept alert as he moved towards the direction of the tendril. As he walked, he forced some magic into his feet to leave glowing footprints that would lead him back to the cabinet. Every few steps, he would look at the magic around him, focusing on the tendril. He had to make his way around the haphazard piles, while the tendril traveled straight through them. After 15 to 30 minutes, Harry was not sure about how long he had been searching. He found himself staring at a discolored old tiara. As clear as day, he could see one tendril of dark magic that was connecting directly to where the cabinet stood. Additionally, there the expected 3 more tendrils roaming across its surface. Without a doubt, this was the Horcrux. Obviously, there were a few more pieces of magic rolling across and through the tiara. Interestingly, not all the magic gave off an evil feel. Some of it felt refreshing. For an unexplainable reason, the tiara's non-dark magic made him think of Hermione when she was sitting behind a tall stack of books in the library. There was also a thick rope of magic connecting the tiara to the floor, occasionally pulsing with dark intent, though Harry had no clue what that intent was, but it sure felt nasty. He knew that Albus wanted to get a second Horcrux to be able to see if having more than one could help find the remaining pieces of Tom's soul. However, who knew what would happen if he tried to touch the thing? Harry had no way to safely transport the thing. And, while he knew Albus would be unhappy he had taken the risk of searching for the Horcrux alone, he would be much more unhappy if Harry took the risk of attempting to touch the probably cursed for an uncertain reward. Maybe we'll have better luck with the next one, Albus, Harry spoke softly as he reached to his belt. With his new grasp of his unique magic, one of the first things he had done was apply his custom spells to his scabbard. He was now able to walk around freely with the sword of Gryffindor, without anyone seeing it while it was in its scabbard, and it would only leave the scabbard when Harry intended for it to so. Even when Albus tried to dispel Harry's magic, the sword remained hidden and stored. The scabbard was shrunken as well, to keep it from getting in the way, though he still trained daily moving and dodging with his sword fully drawn. Albus was immensely pleased that Harry would be always armed with another weapon that would increase the odds that any surprise fight for Harry would be one-sided in Harry's favor. As such, Harry never went anywhere without his sword and wand. As the sword was fully unsheathed, the tiara's magic became erratic. The flow of magic became less smooth and started to spike in Harry's direction. The spikes increased in size as Harry approached. As he raised his sword to strike, a spike of magic flew out straight at Harry's face. As he automatically twisted out of the way, he wondered what that would have done to him if it had hit. Based on what happened with Albus, perhaps it was a way for the Horcrux to try to subvert his mind. He did not dwell on the thought, as he was too busy defending himself. As he ducked and weaved past 2 more spikes, Harry rolled to the left and came up with his sword arm bent. With a smooth motion, he extended his arm and swung his sword horizontally. With a smile of satisfaction, he felt it hit the tiara. Looking to his right, he saw he had managed to slice off the top of the Horcrux. The basilisk venom began to work immediately, ceasing all the spikes of magic as it began firing directly at the area where the venom residue bubbled, presumably trying to defend itself from the more immediate threat. Harry did not pause his actions as he noted what was happening. Now seeing it was safe to do so, he raised the sword and smoothly sliced down and through the center of the Horcrux. With a scream, Tom's soul piece went onto its just punishment. To be safe, Harry chopped 8 more times until the screaming had full dissipated. With a deep breath, Harry sheathed his sword and followed his trail of footprint lights to find the cabinet, leaving behind smoking pieces of scrap metal that used to be a dingy tiara containing the soul of a murderer. He would leave them behind to rot in this whatever this place was. The trip back was even more stressful. The cabinet's travel tunnel was exponentially more unstable, and Harry's magic just barely kept the tunnel from collapsing while he was in transit. As such, when Harry was spit violently back into Borgin and Burke's, the cabinet's magic collapsed quite dramatically. Luckily Albus was able to shield Harry from the damage of the cabinet vaporizing itself, along with a quarter of the shop. Harry looked up at Albus, afraid to see the anger or disappointment in the man's eyes. Instead, they twinkled with amusement as the old man held out his hand to help Harry stand up. And you wondered if the Sorting Hat chose the right house for you. I look forward to your story, Harry. Whatever it is, I am certain your father would have been proud, as he felt any story ending with an explosion was a good one. Your mother would have been proud that you showed more skill than your father, by managing to be outside of the radius of the explosion, which is a feat he never managed to accomplish. Harry smiled in relief, as Albus looked over at Mr. Borgin. Balthazar, I'm sorry for the damage. If you would be so kind, send me the bill for the repairs. I will ensure you are compensated. The man nodded numbly, as he stared at the destruction. As they walked out of the shop, Harry whispered in a curious tone. Are you really going to pay for his repairs? Albus smiled. It seems like the fair thing to do. Normally I would use my own funds, but in this case, after all the business he has done with Borgin and Burke's, I'm sure that Lucius would be more than happy to cover all of the expenses. Harry simply rolled his eyes in response. A tired Harry trudged down the hallway of Grimmauld Place to get some much-needed lunch. The past few hours had been exhausting. Not that they had been exhausting from a magical or physical sense, but he was mentally worn out from 3 straight hours of being both on edge and utterly bored. Given his current mental state, he was rather unhappy with being forced back into Sirius's gloomy old childhood home. Harry sighed. He was being unfair. Grimmauld Place could hardly be called gloomy. With all the cleaning he had done, the place was bright and airy. The sunlight streamed in through the windows, the air was fresh, and all the dark artifacts had been moved into storage at Gringotts. While Berge's portrait was also pleasant to be around, Harry suspected that the limited consciousness of the painting had somewhat forgotten why it had decided to be nice to everyone, as it had stopped asking about when they were going to sacrifice Remus. While Berge's good mood, of course, meant that Creature was often in a good mood, especially after Harry had supplied the house elf with a small and comfortable chair, in which he could sit and spend most of the day next to his beloved mistress's portrait. If it wasn't for the fact that Sirius's mood always became slightly subdued in the house, the place would be downright homey. Except, a subdued Sirius felt so unnatural that it was impossible for the house to completely lose its initial gloomy impression. Tacked onto the slightly off vibes of the house, there was the fact that 2 days ago Harry had been on a beach in Hawaii mutually flirting with a very pretty muggle girl named Sarah. Honestly, the house could be the homiest home of all the homes that have ever homed, and it would still be a letdown from chatting up a pretty girl in a swimsuit. Harry's lips turned up slightly at the memory of his stay in Hawaii. There was nothing quite like relaxing on a beach after a hard morning of training. It was both relaxing and allowed him the opportunity to expand his skills in the field of flirting. He had initially been very tentative when it came to talking to members of the opposite sex. Sirius had taken it on as his duty to train Harry in all the things dating related, and while the man was enthusiastic, he was not a very good teacher or very good at the activity itself. Albus and Remus were of even less help in teaching Harry how to not be incredibly awkward around pretty girls. Surprisingly, or retrospectively unsurprisingly, it was Gilderoy who became Harry's best tutor in the art of flirting. Say what you will about the man, when he wasn't being forced to back up his boasts with proof, he was downright charming. While the man wrote voluminous letters about the art of charming others and was currently contemplating the best way to monetize his volumes of advice, it had mainly boiled down to two main takeaways for Harry. The first was that people respond well to confidence, so pretend to be confident until you really become confident. The second takeaway went against Sirius's teachings. Sirius apparently based his teachings on his understanding of Harry's father's technique. That being, once you decide who you want to be with, pursue them doggedly no matter how much the person displays their disinterest. Harry suspected, or at least hoped, that Sirius didn't fully understand the courtship between his mum and dad. Gilderoy's advice was that there was no point in flirting with someone who didn't respond positively to one's advances. While it was true that you had to prove that you were worth talking to and pursuing, it was equally true that the object of your affection had to prove that they were worth pursuing as well. As Gilderoy said, if they aren't smart enough to see how amazing you are, then they aren't smart enough to be worth pursuing. Harry could easily see how the advice could be used to play games with people, but by itself it was a great mindset that took off all the pressure and transformed his approach from walking into a high-stakes job interview into simply having a fun conversation between equals. He had yet to stay in a place long enough to bother with pursuing a date, but the flirting with various girls had been innocent fun, and he did have Sarah's phone number if he ever found himself in Duluth, which is where her family was visiting from, wherever that was. As Harry's mind wandered back to Hawaii and swimming in the warm ocean with the pretty Sarah, he was understandably distracted and only vaguely recognized that the kitchen was pitch black. Because of this distraction, it took several seconds before his conscious mind caught up with his actions. As he stepped into the pitch black kitchen, he detected a burst of magic. From a full year of intense training, his finely honed battle instincts took complete control. They instantly noted that the magic had the same tinge as the various spells he had trained against that caused overloading of the senses. It was also a general area spell, rather than a directed spell. As such, he was clearly being attacked by an unknown enemy that wished to disorient him first. With practiced ease, he dropped down to the floor at the appropriate angle to perform a tight roll to the left to get himself to the nearest wall. As he dropped down, he cast the appropriate magic which would slightly deaden his senses. It was like putting on sunglasses, but for all five senses. As he entered his roll, his wand slipped into his right hand as a bright light and loud sound filled the room. His protection kept him from being disoriented and he could see the dim shadows of many people standing in the room. When he reached the wall, he slammed his hand against the ground and immediately pumped his magic through his hand and began to transfigure the floor into a protective stone wall. His conscious mind regained control as the bright light and loud sound faded, with his wall built up to only cover half of his crouching height. He quickly tapped his head with his wand to disillusion himself as the wall continued to build in width and height. He thought about teleporting out of the room, but he didn't know if Albus, Sirius, Remus, and Dobby were safe. He would not abandon them if he could help it. The last of the light and sound faded as the wall completed its construction to totally hide his crouching disillusioned body. It would hopefully provide enough of a shield from a barrage of magic to give him the time to run if needed. He dispelled the magic that was deadening his senses, tensely awaiting the next move from the attackers. He detected another burst of magic, while he heard the attackers all shout the start of a spell in unison. The spell name started with a S sound, his training instantly supplying half a dozen harmful spells that they could be using. So, this was a coordinated attack, which meant that his wall would not last long in this fight. Albus had trained Harry for cases of taking on overwhelming numbers like this and had even created a spell to take advantage of large groups shouting a spell in unison. The man was a wonderful combination of brilliant and paranoid at times. Harry pointed his wand at the shouting crowd while he wordlessly cast Albus's spell, ensuring he empowered the spell to account for the number of targets. The spell was like a normal stunning spell, except it would split up and home in on all loud sources of sound. In this case, the spell split up and immediately zoomed towards the mouth of each attacker. This would hopefully thin the numbers enough to give Harry the time to find his family and either finish the enemy or escape. Sadly, his plan did not come to fruition. He felt his heart sink as he felt his spell slam into a wall of shielding magic. That had apparently been the second burst of magic he had felt. That meant that this was a well-thought-out attack where they were prepared for him, and Harry's odds of successfully fending off the attackers with stunners and shields was now dropping precipitously. His training told him that his choices were narrowing quickly to either escaping or transitioning to attacks that were more likely to maim or kill. In preparation, he put his hand against his stone wall and prepared his magic to pulse out to cause it to shatter and turn into a wall of flying stone shrapnel. It was at this point that the attackers completed their curse with a loud, "Rise, what spell was that?" Harry braced himself, but he detected no magic. What was happening? The lights turned on in the kitchen, as Harry braced for the next attack. His mind rolled the shouted spell over in his mind. What spell started with "as" and ended with a "rise"? S rise, what could it be? What could wait? Harry blinked as he remembered the current day. With great caution, he peeked over the top of his wall to look at the now visible crowd of people in the kitchen. Once he saw them, he silently groaned. His family was safe, as they were standing amongst the attackers. The attackers consisting of Hermione and her parents, the Weasleys, Pierre, who Harry hadn't seen since he had stayed at the man's house in France, an odd-looking own father and daughter pair. The girl had earrings made of turnips, Gilderoy, Horace Slughorn, and Marcus's family, though he didn't see Marcus. Behind them was a giant cake sitting on a table that Harry suspected had been strengthened to handle the immense weight of said cake. Above them was a banner that read, "Happy Birthday, Harry." Harry looked to his right. There was Albus, pointing his wand at the crowd as he maintained the shield to protect them from Harry. Albus looked down in the direction of Harry's disillusioned form and spoke with evident amusement in his voice. "Is it safe for your friends for me to stop shielding them, Harry?" With a huff, Harry cancelled his disillusionment while still ducking behind the wall, as Albus's training still had him trying to keep as many of his abilities a surprise as possible. He then pointed his wand at the wall to hide the extent of his wandless abilities as he mentally cancelled the transfiguration magic to return it back into a wooden floor. He stood and waved awkwardly at the visitors before turning a mild glare on Albus. "You couldn't have warned me." Albus smiled, his eyes twinkling. Sirius insisted. "I did tell him that it was bad idea though." Remus also warned Sirius, though I doubt he expected your reaction to be so effective. Harry looked over and saw both Remus and Sirius's eyes were wide in shock. The other guests were also in various states of shock and surprise. A young voice piped up from the far corner of the room. "I also told them it was a bad idea, Harry. It's why I asked Dobby to make me a place to hide." Harry smiled broadly as Marcus and Dobby emerged from behind a small stone enclosure of their own in one corner of the kitchen. They had apparently been hiding since before Harry walked in. "That's because you and Dobby are the two smartest people in the house." Between the child and the house elf, in response to Harry's words, it was hard to say which one beamed the brightest. The party was a lot of fun. As he laid in bed that night, Harry marveled at how the year apart from his friends had helped to heal the rifts that had been formed in his second year. While his conversation with Ron was still a bit awkward, it was pleasant. A year ago, seeing anyone from Hogwarts would have made for a distinctly unenjoyable party, but distance, time, and perspective were truly great healers. The presents were fun to go through. From the Weasleys, he received a book on Incan wards thanks to Bill. Hermione stared at the book enviously, but surprisingly did not try to borrow the book for the rest of the party. From Hermione, he received a Quidditch model set. It would allow Harry to use his wand to direct a Quidditch game above a game board, roughly the same size as a chess board. It required an opponent to play the opposing team. She told him that she had noticed how in his letters he rarely mentioned flying his broom, so she thought he might be missing the game. Harry felt touched by the gift. Sirius and Remus had managed to track down some of his mum's old friends and compiled a book of stories all about her. These being stories that they hadn't even been aware of. The gift from Albus was a month-long trip seeking mythical beasts with the owner of the Quibbler, which Harry was very excited to begin in the coming days. The most impressive gift came from Marcus. It was a book that the boy had written himself, compiling all his thoughts on how to learn about the field of potions more efficiently. Of course, the only people who didn't think it was just a cute present were Harry, Albus, Sirius, Remus, and Marcus's family. No one outside of that group was aware of the fact that Marcus had recently begun corresponding with Albus to start exploring the field of alchemy. Harry knew that Marcus's book was likely to become the most valuable book he owned. As he lay on his bed, his body stuffed with an excessive amount of cake, he recalled some of his conversations from the party. "What's this?" Harry asked Albus, as the man handed him a letter. It's a letter from your cousin Dudley. I thought you might find it interesting. Harry looked at the letter dubiously. When he opened it, he was surprised to see the writing was legible, as Dudley's handwriting had always been well dodgy was the kindest way of putting it. This handwriting, while still in need of improvement, was leagues ahead of the Dudley's old chicken scratch. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finally gets to you. The last few I sent kept on being returned. Mum finally told me how she was able to send a letter to your school, so I hope they'll pass this on to you. First, can you get your teacher, Mr. Dumbledore, to pick up his screaming book? I've learned my lesson, all right. I'm eating right, I'm exercising, I'm studying, and I'm not bullying anyone. Please, get him to take the book away. Second, I'm sorry. After being bullied by a book for a year, I can see how you must have felt. I was a right prat, and I know that now. I'm sorry for bullying you all those years. I really do mean that. So, please get this book away from me. Sincerely, Dudley. Harry frowned as he finished reading the letter. He looked down at an included picture of a skinny Dudley. He then looked up at Albus in confusion. What book? Albus's eyes twinkled. It's called the Screaming Book of Good Behavior. It's designed to act as a sort of study aid for recalcitrant students. It bonds to a student and then follows them everywhere they go, where only the student can hear and see the book, unless a person has magic and knows to look for the book. Whenever it observes the student performing bad behavior, it screams until the student starts doing something considered to be good. Harry smirked slightly. While he felt a bit bad about Dudley being tormented by a screaming book, he didn't feel that bad. And you gave him that book? Albus shrugged. Not intentionally. It was a joke book meant for you. My father gave it to me when I started Hogwarts, and I thought you might find it humorous for a few days. I honestly thought I had lost it. After reading Dudley's letter and thinking about it, I finally remembered it escaping when we visited the Dursley household. Sadly, at the time, I did not consciously notice it hurrying up the stairs. Worry not, I have already retrieved the book and reset it to no longer be bonded to your cousin. Harry looked back down at the letter and attached photograph. He couldn't help but smile. Hello George, Fred, Hermione, Harry spoke, making sure to look at the correct twin as he spoke their respective names. Nice try, Harrikins, spoke Fred, but I'm George. That is Fred. I thought I was George. No, I'm George, you're Gred. Are you sure? I thought you were Forge, that was Jormione, and I was Head. Harry smiled as Hermione jumped into the fray, and the three argued for several minutes as they mangled their names further. He had not seen Hermione so relaxed since he was not sure he had ever seen Hermione relaxed. Apparently, a great way of loosening up was using a dung bomb to befoul school property to the point of having to discard of said property. After that day, she had truly embraced her role as a prankster and was considered an honorary Weasley twin. After his conversation wrapped up with the trio, with Hermione giving a tentative hug, and Harry ensuring he spoke the correct name to each twin, causing the muscle to twitch under George's left eye, Mrs. Weasley walked over. Harry dear, she said softly. I know that Albus told you some of the tricks for telling the boys apart. But please try to let them believe they can still fool you on occasion. Harry looked at the woman in surprise. You know how to tell them apart. She smiled warmly. I raised them. I was there every step of the way as they slowly learned how to lie convincingly. I know my children, Harry. But when I first met you in the station, you got the two of them confused. Their game is harmless fun, and it makes them happy to think they fooled their mother. It's always nice to see them off to school with a smile on their faces. Besides, they have their father's sense of humor, and it is wonderful to see them as miniature Arthurs. Harry's voice grew confused. They have Mr. Weasley's sense of humor. Mrs. Weasley's face took on an incredibly fond smile. Ah yes, that man, his pranks are subtler, but he still finds great joy in them. Surely you noticed his prank on you with your stay at our home. What prank? Her eyebrows rose in surprise as she responded. The rubber duck. Oh dear, I thought you were just playing along. Harry, dear, Arthur spends most of his days working in the Muggle world. He has taken apart, modified, and rebuilt a car. Even without all of that, it is hardly difficult to discern that a rubber duck is a child's bath toy. Wait, so, Mr. Weasley was just. Mrs. Weasley sighed. Some people like to pretend they are more drunk than they really are. Arthur likes to play up the role of a stereotypical pureblood wizard when he meets the muggle-raised friends of his children. He thinks it is quite funny to see how far he can push the prank before the children catch on. He was certain the rubber duck joke gave it all away, as he was quite tired when he met you. Oh, please don't tell him I gave away his little game. Harry smiled. I'll keep it between the two of us. It's nice to hear he doesn't really collect plugs or anything like that. The woman grimaced slightly. No, that's real. He finds them fascinating. Something about how some countries have different plugs, and honestly, I'm happy he finds it so exciting, but well, that wasn't the reason I came over. Though, I now suspect I will soon have to go and warn Hermione's parents about Arthur's sense of humor. I wanted to thank you for helping my dear Percy. Oh, he met Barty Crouch Sr. when he was a boy, and absolutely idolized the man as the perfect example of a ministry worker. After learning about what that man did to poor Sirius, which led to that horrid man pretending to be Percy's pet rat, Percy was left questioning his commitment to a career in the ministry. And then you got him his job with the Gilderoy Lockhart, and it warms my heart to see him so excited. And, of course, knowing that he will be safe around such an accomplished wizard. Harry barely held back, rolling his eyes at that last comment. It wasn't much, Mrs. Weasley. Gilderoy was looking for a new assistant to track all of the highly specific desires of his clients. I told him that I knew Percy was finishing his last year at Hogwarts, was one of the most detail-oriented people I knew, and that he was very enthusiastic in his goal to please his superiors. At best, I got Gilderoy to give him a shot at an interview. It was Percy who took the quaffle and flew with it. Still, I don't know if he would have been passed up for the interview as being too young if it wasn't for your kind words. You are a good young man, a bit more free with your spells outside of school than I care to see, but it's nice to know that Albus is making sure you can protect yourself. Thank you, Harry dear, and Arthur has trapped the Grangers in a conversation. I better go rescue them. Excuse me, Harry, dear. That man, I swear if he didn't have such a... Mrs. Weasley began to mumble to herself as she walked away. Harry firmly decided to assume he misheard the end of the woman's mumbling. He really didn't want to have heard the woman, regardless of her talking about her husband, say the words, "cute bum." As Harry began to drift off, his memories of the conversations began to lose their distinctness. He recalled spending 15 minutes with Gilderoy and Horace, as they discussed selling off slices of magically preserved Harry Potter's birthday cake to fans across the globe. There was certainly more than enough of the behemoth to make that happen. Harry made sure that the proceeds would go to charities designed to help children in need, located in the home country of the Psy fans buying the cake slices. Luckily, the conversation ended when Horace broached the topic of changing how much money they got from the services they provided for Harry, as Gilderoy certainly didn't want to have any of that dirty laundry aired. Luckily, Rita had not attended the party. Something about her not wanting to be tempted by that much potential gossip. Still, Harry was pleased, and a bit disturbed, to receive the news that Gilderoy and Rita were now engaged to be married. He and Albus would receive their invitations when the couple chose a date and venue for their ceremony. He also had a fun conversation with the Lovegoods. The girl with turnip earrings was apparently Ginny's friend, and was named Luna. They had a wonderful conversation about what animals they would be seeking on their upcoming trip, which made Harry very excited. They were definitely an eccentric family. Eccentric, but very sweet. He, of course, spent quite a bit of time with the Smythe family. Harry was now considered to be Marcus's honorary older brother. Terence, Marcus's real older brother who would be going into his 7th year, had initially been rather jealous when he saw how much Marcus worshipped Harry. Luckily, the older boy had decided that he would simply outdo Harry and made sure he doubled the letter writing rate that Harry achieved. Marcus was thrilled to receive the extra attention, so it was a win for all the Smythe family. Other than the pleasant conversation, the only thing of note was that Terence, who was in Ravenclaw, was surprised Harry was friends with Luna Lovegood, and he promised that he would watch after the girl and he would do his best to make sure that his housemates would treat her with respect and kindness from now on. Harry didn't like the implications of that promise, but he appreciated that any past bad behavior would be brought to an end. The last memory that came to mind was a question from Hermione. Harry, from what little I saw of you before your impressive response to the surprise party, you seemed worn out. Did Professor Dumbledore force you to train this morning, despite it being your birthday? Harry paused. Well, Harry was on edge and extremely bored. He could not wait until he was done with this task and could have some lunch. This is not how I suspected I would be spending my morning, he grumbled. A soft chuckle emanated from next to his right ear. I would be highly impressed if you had predicted being in this situation. The situation, in this case, being Harry floating invisibly through a complex series of caves with one Albus Dumbledore magically sticking to his back. It looks like we will want to be taking the second entrance on the left. Ensure you avoid the waterfall there. That is called Thief's Downfall, and I am unsure what effect it will have on your magic. Best to keep the wide berth from the tracks you have been maintaining. It should be noted that this specific set of caves happened to be directly under the London branch of Gringotts Bank and contained all their vaults. As Harry ensured he continued to avoid the track in the upcoming waterfall, he continued to grumble softly. I was at Gringotts this morning, Harry, he says. It looks like there is a Horcrux there, he says. Let's rob Gringotts and then get some lunch, he says. Seriously Albus, don't you think we should have spent a little bit of time to devise a plan? Why would we need to spend time to devise a plan for something so straightforward? Harry scoffed as he continued float them deeper into the cave system. Because this is Gringotts. It is one of the most secure location on the planet. Harry suspected Albus had cast some magic to keep himself decently calm, as he was certain he felt the man shake some and was about to begin a full-bodied belly laugh. It instead turned into a very amused chuckle. Yes, and Gilderoy Lockhart is known as one of the most impressive fighters of the dark the world has ever seen. Reputations can sometimes be a bit exaggerated for the sake of profit. Even without my discovery that your hyper jump bypasses their protections, it is not that difficult to break into the bank. Quirinus Quirrell was hardly a powerful wizard, and yet he still successfully robbed the vault containing the stone. We were lucky the vault was empty, but it doesn't change the fact that he bypassed security, entered the vault, and left the bank without being caught. Begin heading straight down please. Harry couldn't deny that statement, as he floated the pair downwards. Well, if they are that bad at protecting these vaults, then why do people use them? I wouldn't go so far as to say that they are bad at protecting the vaults. Quirinus did have Tom's input in how to proceed, and even as a shade he is a brilliant wizard. The key point is in the method the vaults are protected. The weakest layer of security is protecting the entrance to the caves. While they can detect invisibility and subterfuge to a degree, they can't be too aggressive as they regularly need to let customers down to the vault's entrance. The next layer of security is the layout of the caves. They intentionally make their carts too fast and the routes too complicated, to make it harder for potential thieves to find a specific vault to pillage. Luckily, your brand of flying is different from Broom's and other known variants, so the wards are unable to detect nor negate your magic usage. Additionally, with the connection between Horcruxes, I can use that to direct us to our destination which bypasses the security layer of obfuscation through complexity. Without the locket as a guide, it could easily take weeks or months to find our desired vault, which assumes we would know which value we should desire. Go back up and then go down the hole to the left. Harry complied as he nodded to Albus's explanation. And I guess they have other protections along the tracks like that waterfall, in addition to making it too difficult to navigate the caves. Since most people would have to use the tracks, that would be good protection. What about the vaults? Each vault has a distinct set of wards and protections applied to it. As far as I have seen, no two vaults have the same protections. As such, being able to break into one vault without setting off the alarms does not mean you can break into any other vault. Even their expert curse breakers would need at least a few hours to break into their simpler vaults, and days for the complex vaults. Things get worse if you have a trusted employee open the vault, as the wards become active and will detect if anything is removed from the vault. Try not to disturb the dragon. Harry looked down and saw a huge pale dragon rapidly approaching below them. The last dragon he had encountered was a baby, and he was now glad he had never met Norbert's parents. He was about to ask what they were going to do about the creature when he felt Albus pull something out of his robes and then point his wand near the dragon. In front of the dragon's mouth was suddenly a very confused cow. Just as suddenly, the dragon's jaws snapped around the cow and gulped it down quickly. Within seconds, the dragon's eyelids drooped, its head laid down, and soon began to snore deeply. Nicholas and I developed a sleeping potion that would work on dragons, as they are usually too resistant to the normal variant of sleeping potion. It was the only way to safely get the blood we needed to study fresh blood and discover the myriad uses of which my chocolate frog card claims I am so renowned. Harry nodded in understanding as they landed gently on the ground. Once disengaged from Harry's back, Albus walked directly to one of the vaults. Whose vault is this? Albus shrugged. It belongs to one of Tom's lieutenants. Although, it could be someone he forced into storing his Horcrux. Perhaps he snuck in and placed it here without the knowledge of the owner. We might find out inside the vault, though I doubt it. Please hold still while I adjust our magic, so we are ignored by the protective spells. Harry stood still as felt Albus's hand rest on his shoulder. After all his training, he felt the transitions of his magic much more intensely than when they had invaded Malfoy Manor. Although that might be attributed to the speed of the transitions. With the Malfoys, Albus was performing an educational exercise, but here it was a means to an end. Harry watched as the magic of the protections synced up with his own magic, the different colors quickly dropping away. After 30 seconds, Albus started to step forward. Harry walked alongside his mentor as the two walked through the vault door as if it were smoke. With his hand still on Harry's shoulder, Albus raised his wand and an ornate metal cup floated towards them as the older man then began stripping various protection magics off of the Horcrux. Harry sighed. I'm happy that this is going so smoothly, but I somewhat wish it was more exciting. Albus smirked. I'm sure you will have plenty of excitement in your life, Harry. You should just be grateful that we have the ability to seek out Tom's Horcruxes at our leisure. Imagine if we were doing this during a state of active war. I suppose. And flying through Gringotts on my own will make a good story someday if I could ever tell someone. Hey Albus. As the last of the protections came off the cup, Albus slipped the Horcrux into a pouch designed to safely store it. He looked down at Harry with a questioning raising of his eyebrow. I think I would have preferred it if you had kidnapped me from the Dursleys long ago. Albus smiled broadly. I think I would have preferred that as well, my boy. Also, you could have started teaching me all of this cool magic much earlier. Which would have been awesome. Albus chuckled. I'm afraid that would have been out of the question. Because I was too young. Somewhat, though it is mainly because it took you several months to manage to cast your brand of magic without risking your magic destabilizing and causing you to explode, liquefy, or both. The Horcrux in your scar, which I initially could only deduce was chaotic magic, caused you to be constantly adjusting your magic to keep some semblance of stability to cast spells in the normal fashion. While the chaotic magic remained, I was predicting you would need a few decades of spellcasting under your belt before you could somewhat safely start down the path of finding your own brand of magic. I was very pleased when I saw the day in the Goblin Village that your magic was hundreds of times more stable than before. Harry grimaced at the mental image of people attending his funeral, with his remains sloshing in a metal bucket. I really hate Tom and his Horcruxes. Albus nodded solemnly. That is quite the bold stance to take. Harry laughed silently. With that, Albus performed a hyper jump and they found themselves in the entrance hallway of Grimmauld Place. Albus excused himself to make them some lunch in the kitchen. Harry didn't notice the man drawing his wand as he quickly made his way to the kitchen. A tired Harry trudged down the hallway of Grimmauld Place to get some much-needed lunch. Well, Harry said in response to Hermione's question. Even if it is my birthday, when he wants me to do something, I guess you could say that Albus just won't get off my back. Arthur and the twins weren't the only ones willing to tell joke only they got. You know, Albus, Harry grumbled, I thought that seeking out exotic creatures in New Zealand would be a bit more interesting than this. A chuckle emanated from Harry's lap. Looking down, he saw Albus's face shining with mirth from the small mirror, as the man responded. I promise there is far more to this expedition than tracking down some harmless creatures, Harry. Knowing Xenophilius, we will likely be climbing mountains or slogging through swamps within the next week. The man has an uncanny knack for finding the most skittish of animals. Harry sighed. So you've said, but how much longer do we have to wait for this blibbering thing? Blibbering sock hoarder, and it shouldn't be more than another couple of hours. And they will come out quicker if you stay quiet. Perhaps some light meditation can alleviate your boredom. Once captured, we can move on to the more exciting leg of this journey. Harry rolled his eyes, specifically exaggerating the roll to ensure it could be clearly seen through the mirror, as Albus was in another building awaiting the appearance of the little creature. Of course, the fact that Harry was in a building was part of the problem. If he had been sitting in some forest or meadow, or anywhere outside, it wouldn't feel as boring. Instead, for the past 3 hours he had been sitting in the laundry room of some random house in a Muggle neighborhood. According to Mr. Lovegood, there was overwhelming evidence that a small infestation of blibbering sock hoarders had sprung up in the neighborhood, and they needed to be relocated to a magical reserve. The creatures were said by Mr. Lovegood to be harmless purplish squirrel-like animals that loved to steal small articles of clothing which they then used as fashionable sweaters to attract mates. They had a strong preference for warm socks, hence their name, so they had grown to love Muggle dryers. They had the capability to teleporting small distances, which allowed them to quickly enter a dryer while it was running to steal a sock and then teleport out. Mr. Lovegood had explained that the creatures were perfectly harmless, and their sock obsession made them relatively simple to track. While most socks lost in the world were mainly the result of common non-magical carelessness, an infestation of sock hoarders would increase the number of "the dryer ate my sock" jokes told in specific neighborhoods to a statistically unlikely degree. As such, Harry sat by himself in a laundry room, one of the 4 houses spread out across the neighborhood, each of the houses be the source of the highest number of lost sock jokes being told, where Luna, Mr. Lovegood, and Albus sat within each of the 3 other houses. While getting the creatures relocated would remove a slight annoyance for the Muggles, it was apparently more for the sock hoarders' benefit. According to Albus, the creatures gave off the same magical field as the Snurkak, which made them invisible to those who didn't believe in them, which is why Sirius and Remus had stayed at their campsite, due to Remus's steadfastly believing the whole day was a poorly executed prank. The creatures' presence wasn't at risk of exposing magic by themselves. However, they could possibly attract more aggressive animals. The more aggressive creatures would in turn attract even more creatures. That would eventually lead to a large enough population of magical creatures, making the neighborhood their home where exposure could become a true risk. Sadly, for the sock hoarders, by the time magic became exposed, they would likely have all been eaten by the more aggressive creatures. The sock hoarders were apparently extremely peaceful and wouldn't even attempt to fight back if attacked. So, Harry sat staring at a dryer as it dried a load of socks again for the 5th time. He focused on mediating as he waited for a creature to appear that would likely never wait. What was that? Harry leaned forward slightly as he saw some movement from behind the dryer. Had he really seen something? Nah, probably not. It was probably no. He knew he saw something. Yes, he had seen something. Definitely. Right. Maybe. He blinked hard as he felt his mind clear from the magic affecting him. Aha. He was right. There was something there. Though, it didn't look like a purplish squirrel. Albus, Harry whispered. Yes. The man whispered back. Do the sock hoarders come in different colors? Certainly, though. Purple is its most common hue. Ah, good. Then I have found our blibbering sock hoarder. Though, Mr. Lovegood needs to learn what a squirrel looks like. While still adorable, there is a difference between a squirrel and a bunny. The streaks of green in its fur do look cool though. There was a pregnant pause as Albus remained silent for a beat longer than expected. When he spoke, he had a tone of nervousness. Harry, please show me the creature. Harry's brow furrowed in confused concern as he turned the mirror to look at the cute little bunny-like creature. It was making small hops as it circled the dryer, sniffing at the floor and the dryer's sides. When it got to the very front of the machine, it stopped and stared at the machine's door. It then began to scratch its ear in an adorable fashion, and then thumped its foot in excitement. An openly nervous Albus spoke in an urgent, nearly inaudible voice. Harry, jump out of there. Now. Harry hesitated for a moment, but only a moment. Albus wouldn't give that order if it wasn't urgent. With a flex of his magic, he felt the expected energy field forming around him, and with another flex nothing. The magic fizzled around him, and he remained in the same spot. The bunny stopped thumping the floor. With a sense of confusion, Harry tried to hyper-jump again, with the same results. The bunny began to snuffle. An attempt at apparating failed in the same way. The bunny's ears began to twitch. Harry looked down while turning the mirror back to look at Albus. There was his mentor's face, but it was filled with a terror he had never seen before. And, judging by the movement behind Albus, the older man seemed to be running. Harry figured the man was probably levitating the mirror in front of him so he could watch the mirror while making his dash. With increasing nervousness, Harry silently spoke with great urgency. "Albus, I can't jump out. I also can't apparate. What is going on?" In a voice that must have been magically forced to be barely audible, as Albus was clearly shouting, he responded. "Back out of there slowly, Harry. Before it sees you. Just don't." A hissing sound distracted Harry from what Albus is warning. Looking away from the mirror, Harry looked up to see the bunny on its 4 legs as it hissed loudly. It was still looking at the dryer door, looking left and right, while its green streaks of fur began to pulse with an internal light that turned the streaks into a poisonous neon green. Harry began to back up slowly to the laundry room door, his eyes locked on the bunny while Albus's panicked words blurred indistinctly in the background of his consciousness. The bunny stilled unnaturally. Harry inched backwards. The bunny's head began to turn to the left. Harry inched closer to the door. The bunny's head continued to turn. Harry inched quicker. The bunny's head finished turning, a full 180 degrees to stare directly at Harry. Harry looked into the creature's eyes. The bunny opened its mouth wide. Harry paled. The bunny's mouth opened impossibly wide, revealing multiple rows of razor-sharp teeth that should not be able to fit inside its mouth. From where one would expect a tongue, there were 3 wriggling tentacles, each ending in another smaller mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Each tentacle was wriggling pointedly at Harry. The bunny then screeched. A screech that felt like it vibrated every cell of Harry's body. A distant part of Harry's mind noted a frightened squeak coming from the dryer, along with a terrified Albus shouting for Harry to run. The overwhelming part of Harry's mind was focused on the nightmare creature's legs tensing. Oh it pounced. Dear Lord, did it pounce? If it wasn't for his background in Quidditch and all the training with Albus, there was no way he would have had a chance of dodging. Even then, highly honed as they might be, his dodging skills were going to be plainly insufficient to see him walking away from this attack unscathed. Luckily, Albus had trained Harry's magical instincts to work in conjunction with his non-magical instincts. As such, instead of the leap to the left that he was expecting, his magic levitated him and pulled him rapidly to the left wall. Not allowing himself to be overwhelmed by his surprised state, Harry had his wand pulled out as his feet touched the wall. Standing parallel to the floor, he cast his strongest stunner at the monster as it slammed into the dry wall. The spell flew true and hit the center of mass of the creature as its claws dug into the wall, letting it also give the appearance of standing on the wall. The red light of the spell splashed ineffectively against the creature's fur, resulting in only a louder screech as it leapt through the air towards Harry. The jaws of tentacles all snapping viciously. Frantically, Harry magically summoned himself to the ceiling. No sooner had he touched the ceiling, than the demon bunny had hit Harry's previous spot, its tentacles ripping out a huge chunk of the wall. It immediately rebounded up towards the ceiling, leaving Harry no time to cast a spell. He kicked upwards, towards the floor. Thankfully, the flip he performed twisted his body out of the way, as one of the mouths came within millimeters of his throat. Not waiting for his feet to touch the floor, he summoned himself to the farthest wall. As he flew towards the wall, he aimed his wand again and cast a cutting spell at the creature as it bounded towards the floor. The spell was set to intersect with the rabbit's expected landing spot. Harry was somewhat sorry to kill the creature, but relieved that the fight would soon be over. Instead, one of its mouth tentacles swung out and batted the spell away, reflecting it towards the washing machine. The spell bisected the appliance cleanly, along with digging into the wall and pipes behind it. Water began to spray into the room, drenching the menacing monster. The water that hit immediately turned to steam, which oddly did not inspire any sense of comfort in Harry. The whatever it was, looked at Harry for a moment. Its eyes glowed a deadly green, and then that precious moment of respite was over. The next 5 minutes felt like 5 hours. There was not a single spell Harry had cast that had any effect, aside from causing more damage to the house. On several occasions he had tried to escape the room, but something about the creature caused that to be impossible. Harry had long since blasted the door into bits and filled the walls with holes that he could easily fit through. The window had been completely atomized. Covering every possible exit was an energy field that might as well have been made of steel. The first time he encountered the field, he had only just barely managed to avoid getting knocked out so that he could continue his frantic attempts to fight or flee. While Harry was covered in nicks and scrapes from the shrapnel of the exploding wood, drywall, and pipes, he had so far had not been bit. He didn't know if the creature was venomous, but he didn't want to risk it. He just hoped the evil being was not immune to basilisk venom. 2 minutes ago, he had given up using his wand and unsheathed his sword. By that point, Harry's magic was working on pure unthinking instinct as it yanked him randomly around the room, without any discernible pattern. The creature meanwhile was shooting its mouth tentacles at various surfaces to swing its body around and change its own midair trajectory. 1 minute ago, with more luck than skill, one of Harry's twists managed to put his sword in such a position that it sliced through a tentacle. He had a moment to enjoy the hiss of pain from the monster before it pounced again and slammed its body into the flat side of the sword. With horror, Harry felt the handle ripped from his hand and the sword went flying through the energy field of the doorway. Because, of course, inanimate objects could pass through the field, just not Harry. It did seem that the basilisk venom may be having some effect, as the creature's pounces were becoming slightly less powerful. Sadly, they had only shifted from terrifyingly powerful to just frighteningly powerful. And, especially after bashing his head against a broken plank of wood hanging from the ceiling, Harry could feel himself slowing down even more rapidly than the bunny of death. Worse yet, his instincts seemed to be getting a bit muddled from the head trauma. On several occasions, it would jerk him slightly in the direction of the monster. He wasn't sure if he could last much longer at this pace. Harry. Harry jerked his head as he heard Albus yell his name. His magic responded to his confusion and redirected attention by tearing him through the air at an immense speed, right at the energy barrier that covered the doorway. His body slammed into the barrier with a thud, as he felt his nose crunch painfully. He was certain that both it and his jaw were now broken. His survival instincts forced him to turn around to face his attacker, which he managed to do. But his body and magic refused to do anything beyond that. His vision swam with dark spots as he tried to move without success. The creature screeched what Harry assumed was a victory cry as it pounced from the other side of the room, aimed directly at Harry's throat. Harry felt a breeze brush past his cheek. And then he felt the beast impact against the exposed flesh of his neck. Rather, he felt chunks of the beast impact against his throat, along with the feeling of having a water balloon full of blood break open against his face. It wouldn't be until that night, as he reveled in the comfort of his bed and listened to the deep breaths of a large black dog acting as his pillow, that Harry would finally be able to slow down his memory of those final moments enough to see what had happened. He returned to the moment he felt the breeze brush past his cheek. His memory slowed down that moment to a crawl and he could see a mesh of razor-sharp crisscrossing thin wires that Albus had transfigured on the spot flying past his face. He could see the wire impacting against the terrifying face of the screeching fleshrender. Albus told him the name of the nightmare beast. The wire mesh passed through the fleshrender's face, tentacles, and body as if they were well, a hot knife through butter still encounters some resistance. The mesh might as well have been flying through empty space as it cubed the fleshrender into a slurry of meat and blood, and then continued flying as it dug through the wood of the floor and through the cement slab under that floor. Harry had no idea how far it traveled through the earth beneath the cement slab before coming to a stop. But, based on how much power Albus had clearly pumped into his spell, he suspected it took some time before the mesh came to its final resting point. Harry stopped recalling the moment once he saw the fleshrender separating into chunks ready to give Harry the world's most unpleasant spray of confetti. The moments between his rescue and resting against his godfather's dog form were he would work through clarifying those memories later. He only had two distinct, less vague, memories from that intervening period. The first memory was from a few minutes after being rescued. Albus had explained, after performing some initial healing, and while magically fixing the damage caused to the house, while noting what items the magical authorities would have to replace, that the screeching fleshrender was a rare creature, but it was known as one of the predators that was attracted by large infestations of blibbering sockhoarders. Speaking of the sockhoarders, one of them was found cowering in the dryer, looking like a terrified purple squirrel, that had immediately sought safety in Albus's beard along with its stolen white gym sock it had chewed down to fit like a sweater. Back on the topic of the demon rabbits, Harry had been fighting against a female fleshrender, and luckily for certain definitions of the word luck, she had not shown signs of having ever given birth, so that meant there was at most one more fleshrender in the neighborhood. They were an aggressively territorial animal, and the female would only allow one male within her expansive territory, at least 20 kilometers in radius. Harry's mind overrode his pain and his exhaustion at this revelation. There could be one more. Albus nodded. Yes, but worry not, Harry, No, shouted Harry, as he ignored his body's numerous protests. With boost of adrenaline and a slightly healed body, he ran out the door. Luckily Albus had already arranged with the local magical authorities to keep the neighborhood empty for the day. Luna. It was 15 minutes or so later when Harry burst into the laundry room Luna was staking out. His fear of the second fleshrender being there had proven valid. There was Luna. There was the fleshrender being cuddled and stroked by a blissful Luna, purring in joy as its tentacles rubbed against her face affectionately, the purring coming from both Luna and the creature. At that point, with his adrenaline levels crashing, Harry's memories became too blurry. Although, he did remember Albus talking about Luna's very different experience with the Bunnies of Doom. Albus had multiple theories as to how Luna pulled off her incredible feat. Perhaps the Lovegood line is just naturally attuned to the creatures that require belief to be seen, much like a seer for mythical animals. Perhaps the Lovegood's overabundance of belief in the creatures overwhelmed their magic to the point of confusing their instincts. Perhaps Harry preferred Albus's final explanation given with a shrug. I don't know, Harry. The Lovegood family is like the Scamander family. Magical beasts just like them. I don't know why, they don't know why, it's just sometimes, magic is weird. As the recollection of the first memory ended, Harry curled deeply into his blanket, while he enjoyed the feeling of an emotionally wrecked Dobby running his fingers through Harry's hair. The second memory was from shortly after Harry's calming drought had kicked in. How are you feeling, Harry? Asked a concerned Albus. Harry breathed in deeply, enjoying his fixed nose and jaw along with the deep sense of calm that enveloped him. Oddly, he knew it was a false calm, but the magic of the calming drafts ensured he accepted his calm state wasn't temporary with a complete sense of calm. Honestly, he had been mostly emotionally fine before then, however the healer had insisted that was just the shock talking. The man had properly healed Harry's injuries within minutes of his arrival to the campsite. But, despite being healed, the healer had argued strongly that Harry should spend the evening at a hospital due to the severe concussions that had been received. He admitted that the concussions had also been easily treated, so were not likely to be a problem. Still, Harry supposed a person didn't become a healer without gaining a bit of paranoia about their patient's health. In the end, Albus and Remus agreed to stay up all night to observe Harry and cast the appropriate diagnostic spells every quarter hour, and to do whatever it took to keep the injured boy relaxed. As Remus accompanied the healer back to the hospital, Harry watched Sirius and Dobby silently arguing as they took turns in transfiguring his cot into a ridiculously luxurious and likely comfortable bed. If the calming magic allowed him to feel intense emotions, he might have found himself laughing. Still, it was enjoyable to wait. Did Albus just ask him something? With a curious look he turned towards the concerned older man and answered with a lazy smile on his face. Albus chuckled. I see that healer Pond gave you a particularly strong dose of potion. I take it you are feeling well. Harry blinked slowly, as his smile remained etched firmly in place. Yep. Once Dobby and Sirius finish sorting out your bed, I believe it will be time for you to get yourself a relaxing night of sleep. If you wish to talk, I am here for you, or you may continue to enjoy staring blankly at nothing. Whatever makes you happy. Harry approvingly responded, his eyes sliding along random spots on the walls until it landed on the false window, as their campsite was an extended space built into a hole dug 7 feet underground, since the Lovegoods insisted that tents attracted something. As he stared at the window, he frowned mentally only, as his facial muscles were too calm to be bothered with the effort of frowning. Why couldn't I escape? Do you mean why you couldn't hyper-jump, or are you asking about the magic preventing you from walking through the doorway? Albus chuckled at the response. Well, Xenophilius likely has many theories on that top. I am unsure of how the fleshrender does it, but it appears to be a hunting technique it uses in response to the abilities of the Sockhoarder. The Sockhoarder has an ability to teleport, as that is how it enters non-magical abodes and then into the running dryers. The fleshrender blocks that ability, along with using the natural contours of the room to form a trap for its prey. There are wards that can mimic what happened with the walls and doors, though they usually take at least a day to set up, rather than the instant ability of the fleshrender. I didn't think anything could block my hyper jumps. Albus shrugged. While I have not found a way yet to block your technique, I have warned you that nothing is impossible with magic. The creature's ability was a surprise to me, but then again the only people I know who have successfully gotten near a fleshrender while keeping it alive are Xenophilius, young Luna, and my friend Newt. Where is Luna? She went with her father to drop off the fleshrender in a safe habitat, along with taking the sockhoarders to a separate habitat. I suspect Xenophilius will go collect the reward from the local authorities from our work today. Reward? Albus rose an eyebrow. Did you think I had you spending the day in a laundry room for the fun of it? Well, Xenophilius and Luna likely had fun, so sorry, you are in no state for my tangents. Yes, there is a reward. Xenophilius, Newt, and I are 3 of the top magical beast handlers in the world. I suppose Hagrid could possibly rank up there if he was willing to leave the Forbidden Forest to its own devices, but he is content where he is. We are called in when the local authorities encounter a problem that is beyond their abilities. The Quibbler has always been a magazine that loses money, so this is how Xenophilius supports his family financially. With the bounty for removing 2 fleshrenders, that should cover the next few years of family and business expenses. And, of course, you will be receiving another hefty increase to your vault. Why couldn't I escape? Albus smiled wryly, as he waved his wand over Harry and nodded approvingly at whatever the result was. I believe you need to get to sleep soon. You've already asked that, my boy. Harry blinked slowly. No, how does it stop my jumps when I could jump out of Gringotts? No one knows. Harry shrugged tiredly. Okay, I guess it's just as well. Imagine what people would do to those creatures if it turned out they held an ingredient or something for making a perfect prison. Seeing that the bed was now ready, and Sirius had decided to become a living pillow, Harry began to climb in as Albus answered. Yes, that would not end well for them. I know that Newt would do anything to protect the magical beasts he loves, even if it meant concealing his own. I wonder. Whatever Albus wondered, the calming draft ensured Harry didn't care. All cared about was how comfortable he felt cuddling into Sirius' furry body and reveling in being fretted over by his friend Dobby. As the last of his clear memories reran in his mind, Harry found himself slipping into a deep and peaceful sleep, knowing that he would be safe under the watchful eyes of his family. The next 10 days of the trip were comparatively dull. Though, Harry wasn't complaining about not having to fight for his life. Instead, the days were spent simply traveling to mountains, forests, swamps, underwater caves, and other breathtaking locales. While they rarely encountered any of the rare creatures they sought, the Lovegoods seemed unperturbed. Xenophilius took copious sketches of clouds, while deriving meaning from their formations. Luna, meanwhile, spent most of her time talking to Rolf Scamander about the local plant life. Rolf's presence had been a new addition to the expedition. 3 days after the fleshrender attack, Rolf had appeared in their camp holding a pair of radish earrings that had acted as his portkey. Apparently, the boy, who was a year older than Harry, was sent by his grandfather, Newt Scamander. He had come bearing some research papers that Albus had requested. Rolf had watched closely as Albus reviewed the papers with interest, before dutifully incinerating them and vanishing the ashes. It turned out that Newt had indeed concealed his research and revelations about the more interesting abilities of his beloved beasts, fearing it would be used to cause excessive harm to said animals. After the delivery was complete, Rolf had then shyly given the radish earrings to an equally shy Luna. For the next 7 days, the pair was nearly always found next to each other, just centimeters short of holding hands as they discussed whatever trees or bushes or animals they happened to see or hoped to see. Harry missed his conversations with Luna, but he filled his time with a more aggressive training program. His near-death experience had filled him with a conviction that he would never allow himself to come that close again to meeting his demise. As such, as Rolf and Luna talked softly about a caterpillar that the two hunched over, with Luna's hair blowing into Rolf's face, Harry was enjoying a less peaceful pastime. Namely, having Dobby recreate his bludger attack, as Harry flew at breakneck speeds, not quite matching his nimbus, but he was getting there. Today's training had been made more difficult by adding a blindfold which required Harry to dodge using only his physical and magical senses. Ow! Harry yelled in pain as the bludger smacked into his knee. Thankfully the thing had a cushioning charm on it to keep from causing real injuries. Harry Potter, sir, needs to remember to avoid being hit by the bludgery ball," shouted Dobby. While the elf's tone was sincere, Harry was certain he could detect a whiff of mockery. "Yes, thank you, Dobby. I will remember that. It's just how Dobby be thinking Harry Potter, sir, needs to remember quicker. Dobby be not knowing how Harry Potter, sir, be dodging the toothy rabbity bun." A chuckling Albus spoke up before Harry could respond to the cheeky elf. "I believe that is enough practice for the day, Harry. Dobby can abuse you more later. For now, it appears we need to pack up and part ways with our kind hosts." Harry frowned, as he paused in midair. He pulled off his blindfold and was surprised to see the bludger hovering front of his face, painted to look like a smiling Dobby face. He rolled his eyes. "Very nice, Dobby." The smiling face stuck out a painted tongue before making a raspberry sound and flying off. Ignoring his odd friend's humor, Harry landed gently on the ground before transfiguring the grass into a comfy chair. "I thought we had another week or so before the Lovegoods were heading back for the new school year. Why are we leaving now? I have received an invitation to attend the Quidditch World Cup that is occurring tomorrow, and I believe we should attend." Harry smiled. "Not that I'm going to complain, but I thought you had received a dozen of those invites already. You kept saying that you didn't want me to miss out on any more possible creatures we might find. What changed?" Albus nodded agreeably. "That is true, this is the 17th invitation, but the inviter has made a good case for our attendance." "Who invited us?" "Lucius Malfoy." "The same." Harry stared at Albus, as the older man stared back placidly. It was clear that the man wanted Harry to ask the obvious follow-up question. Harry waited patiently, hoping the older man would break down first and just give the reason. Sadly, Harry was physically tired and did not have the decades of practicing patience under his belt. With an annoyed huff, after 10 minutes of silence, Harry spoke. "Fine. Why are we accepted Malfoy's invitation?" With the tiniest of victorious smirks, Albus responded. "It appears that Lucius has heard rumors that some completely innocent victims of the Imperious Curse might be suffering, as a group, from a lingering effect of the curse. As such, they might find themselves involuntarily performing some untoward actions after the Cup's competition has completed. He feels as if my presence might help to weaken the effect of the curse, especially if they overheard my vocal reassurances that I would vigorously defend my charge from any untoward activities, and how my retirement from my various positions means that I am no longer restrained in how powerful and inventive I can be in your defense." Harry took a moment to translate the older man's political language into English, and finally sighed in mock annoyance. "Fine, but I am not attending Lockhart's party." Albus's eyes twinkled in response. "That is more than fair. I believe you have already fulfilled this month's quota for defying death." And that is how Crumb ended up catching the snitch. "It was amazing, Dad. Sirius says that you would have loved it, though he thinks that Mom would have teased you for weeks if you ended up acting as stupidly as I did when the Vila did their routine." Harry smiled fondly at the memory of the game, as he sat cross-legged in front of his parents' grave. It was hard to believe that the anniversary of their sacrifice Remus had recommended that Harry use death, which helped Harry feel more connected to the parents he never got the chance to know in life, had come again. The beginning of the day had been spent reading to children at St. Mungo's, and now he had spent the past few hours catching his mum and dad up with his past year of adventures. Rubbing his chest, idly wondering what he had eaten to have such persistent heartburn, he smiled broadly as he remembered another aspect of the Quidditch World Cup. "Oh, so, the triplets, I told you that is what George, Fred, and Hermione call themselves now, right? Well, they ended up winning their bet with that ministry guy Bagman. Anyways, they won, but the guy had clearly not intended to pay off his debts. Luckily for Fred and George, Hermione had Albus hold their money for the bet. So, they didn't lose their life savings. They were really upset about not getting the extra money for their joke shop, but Albus let slip about Sirius and Remus being marauders, and now they are thrilled to have real investors who are happy to share some of their pranking secrets." Harry chuckled as he recalled a private conversation he had with Mr. Weasley. "Mum, I think you'll like this part." According to Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley wasn't overly keen about the twins' dream of starting a prank shop. But, once she discovered that Hermione was being put in charge of the business plan, she is tentatively excited to see their dream come true. Even then, she is still doing her best to confiscate all their merchandise and order forms. She apparently believes that if they can't sneak it past her, then they won't be able to sneak it past the staff at Hogwarts. Remus says that you would often do that sort of thing to Dad and ended up drastically improving the pranking skills of the Marauders. With a quick scratch at his chest, he looked around at Albus, Sirius, and Dobby. The three were acting as bodyguards, ensuring Harry had complete privacy. Well, that covers the cup. I don't know if Malfoy's warning was valid or not. Albus loudly talked about how much he would love to let loose to defend me, and earned several glares from random witches and wizards, but nothing of interest happened. Remus says that means that Albus did his job, but who knows? Speaking of Remus, you may have noticed that he isn't here tonight. Well, just shy of a fortnight ago. Mr. Lupin, I will ask you more time, spoke an elderly wizard who stared at Remus with a deadly serious expression, and I must stress this, a simple recanting of your position is all it will take to release you. Otherwise, you will be spending the next 3 months in that cell. 3 months, at the minimum, with the possibility of never being released. Now, I will ask you this final time, do you recant? Remus stared resolutely back at the elderly wizard, separated by sturdy prison bars. The cell was bare, no bed for sleeping, no sink, no toilet. Other than the barred door and thick stone walls, there was a barred window that allowed one to see the sky outside. Harry watched Remus with bated breath. No. The elderly wizard nodded seriously. Very well, Mr. Lupin. The record shows that you have been offered 3 chances to recant, so we shall move forward. On behalf of the International Guild of Healers, I want to offer you my sincere gratitude. Very few would be willing to take such a risk, and I sincerely hope that tonight's results will be a rousing success for you. Alchemist Dumbledore, you may proceed. Albus smiled kindly. Thank you, Healer Tanaka. The full moon is expected to rise in 1 hour and 53 minutes. Remus, please drink the potion and then describe any unusual feelings you have. Albus passed a stone cup through the bars, a glowing liquid of swirling red and gold sloshed gently within. Remus raised the cup toward the room full of observers on the other side of the bars. Cheers. With that, he carefully and quickly downed the entire potion, ensuring not a drop was missed. He then passed the cup back through a food slot in the bars. To an awaiting Albus. The food slot was then covered with a thick plate of metal and thoroughly locked into place. It tastes like nothing, not like water, has no taste but like the complete absence of taste. Other than that, I don't feel anything else yet. Albus nodded. Thank you, Remus. Please keep us advised if anything changes. Assuming nothing goes wrong, tomorrow morning your cell will be furnished with anything you would like to make your stay as comfortable as possible. Remus smiled as he sat down on the bare floor. Thank you, Albus. I do remember how this worked the last time we tested one of your cure attempts. Harry walked up to the line on the floor which signified the minimum distance one was to keep from the bars. The separation between the bars was such that it should be impossible for a man or werewolf to get anything thicker than a finger or claw between them, but no chances were being taken. As Albus conferred with the other observers, Harry and Sirius took seats on the floor. Harry found himself admiring Remus's relaxed expression. So 3 months, doesn't that seem a bit extreme? Remus chuckled ruefully. Perhaps it is a touch overcautious, especially if this ends up having no effect, but it is based on some reasonable precautions. Given the consequences of things going wrong, I prefer to err on the side of being extremely safe. That makes sense, but why can't you just be locked in around the full moon? Or, just come at night? Remus's expression took on a saddened tinge. Because of Eleanor Pruitt. Who is that? After a pause, Remus sighed. For as long as this curse has existed, people have been trying to find ways to cure it. The problem is that the curse is unbelievably strong and resilient. It fights every attempt at a cure. Transfiguration masters have had limited success in transforming the wolf back into a human, but the success is immediately reverted as soon as the master stops actively pumping their magic into the transfiguration. Potions masters have tried using the draft of the living dead, but the potion fails as soon as the transformation starts. Up until Eleanor, no one had succeeded in making a difference that was non-fatal, and so there were no special precautions in place for those attempting cures. What happened? Magical transportation improved to allow one to cross the Atlantic in under an hour. Harry frowned in confusion. Why would that make a difference? Remus's expression transitioned into what Harry recognized as Professor Lupin mode. This was in the middle of the 16th century. The Americas were largely unexplored by the European Muggles, but the magical communities of Europe and the Americas were enjoying friendly relations. And well, there is a long history that we can cover in one of your later lessons. The shorter version is that due to the Bering Strait, the rapid crossing of the Atlantic meant that one could now circumnavigate the globe within 6 hours. It was an expensive trip for those who weren't absurdly powerful enough to manage the portkeys and apparating without assistance, but it was doable. And, while most werewolves are usually disowned and in a near-constant state of destitution, there are usually a couple of us who are lucky enough to have family willing to care for us. Harry nodded slowly. And Eleanor's family took care of her. The Pruitt family has a long history of putting family before everything, so when Eleanor was bitten at age 18, they didn't hesitate in taking care of her. And when the news came out that it was possible to travel the globe so quickly, nearly everyone impacted by the curse immediately wondered if racing the sun was the cure that we had so long craved. After all, if you are always in the daylight, then there is no moon to worry about. Eleanor, now 25, had a family that was moderately wealthy and could afford the trip. With a deep sigh, Remus continued. So, after a lunch at the Leaky Cauldron, Eleanor and her father began the trip. Eleanor was locked in a small cage for the entire journey. While there were no official precautions the family was required to take, they were not taking unnecessary risks. Over a full 24 hours, they traveled west, always leaving for the next jump around noon. When they arrived back in England, they had skipped an entire night of the full moon. And Eleanor remained unchanged. What? It worked. That's a maze. Harry looked at the sad look in Remus's eyes. That's not the end of the story. No, it's not. To celebrate the apparent success, Eleanor and her father went to the Leaky Cauldron for lunch. They planned to share the good news with the family afterwards. While waiting for their food to arrive, Eleanor must have felt the exhaustion catch up with her. According to her father, the pair of them had not slept a wink for the entire journey. At that table, awaiting a good meal, and flooded with relief, Eleanor sleepily smiled and told her father that she loved him, and laid her head in her hands to take a nap. And then she transformed. Harry's eyes widened in shock. But it was lunchtime. How is that possible? Wait, you said she was in the middle of the Leaky Cauldron. What happened? Remus shrugged with a sense of resignation. The same fate that awaits all those touched by this curse. Tragedy, Harry, our constant companion. Tragedy happened. There were a pair of Aurors having lunch, and they responded as Aurors have always been trained to deal with an unrestrained werewolf. She had just managed one snarl after completing her transformation before being struck with 2 killing curses, followed by several more killing curses and other nastier spells. With that, Eleanor was gone and the Pruitt family was fined so severely that it took them generations to climb out of poverty. Though, remarkably, they never let this dim their belief in supporting family. After that, attempts at curing our curse became much more regulated. After all, if the change can occur in the middle of the day, then extreme caution should be exercised. But how did she change when the moon was out? The widely accepted theory is that the curse has more than one trigger. The primary trigger is obviously being touched by the light of a full moon. Another trigger appears to be time, which would explain why we will transform even when locked in a dungeon without any access to windows. Though, some believe that the moonlight transmits magic through walls as well, but it is still unproven. For Eleanor, the belief is that the constant sunlight kept the time trigger from fully completing, but falling asleep somehow made the curse to realize it was past time for the trigger. It was one of the biggest breakthroughs in our understanding of our affliction, and nearly every werewolf learns about Eleanor Pruitt. Not that it is hard to remember, as the next breakthrough wouldn't happen for centuries after that. Harry followed Remus's gaze and looked over at Albus, who was quietly arguing with healer Tanaka. Was the next breakthrough when you tested Albus's cure attempt? Remus smiled fondly. For all the fame that man has, he deserves so much more. The whole time I was in Hogwarts, Albus was researching the curse and possible cures. Well, Albus and the Flamels. It was their promise to research my affliction that just barely got me my permission to attend Hogwarts. Of course, I didn't find out about any of that until I was preparing to graduate and Albus approached me with the opportunity to test his possible cure. I agreed immediately, and one of the observers happened to mention that the deal Albus had made to allow me my time at school. I suspect he would have happily let me live my life without knowing the amount of effort that was required on his part to allow me a modicum of a normal childhood. Harry chuckled. That does sound like him. So, how did his attempt work? Remus tilted his hand side to side. As a cure, it didn't work. As an avenue for more research, it was a grand success. As a very simplified explanation, it was an alchemical potion he and the Flamels had designed to neutralize dark magic. I still don't quite understand how they managed to get it to only target the curse, while not attacking any other magic. Still, he did get it to work to a degree. The design is such that if there is no dark magic active, the potion remains dormant. Since the curse remains dormant until the transformation, the potion remains inert until the transformation. His cure kept me from transforming for just shy of 15 minutes. Couldn't he have given you a bigger dose? Remus shook his head dismissively. The potion, like most cure attempts, is a hairbreadth away from being a highly toxic poison. I needed a couple of weeks after the attempt to work out the toxins as it was. However, the most important thing was that the attempt didn't pause the transformation, it slowed it down. The curse's magic and the potion's magic were fighting each other, so I managed to be lucid for 10 minutes of the transformation. That had never happened before. Up until that point in history, the transformation would start, while the person becomes catatonic. When transformed, the wolf would take complete control. The understanding we all had was that the curse forces the human mind into some corner of the brain, where only the vaguest sense of consciousness could be found. Sometimes I may remember feeling happy or angry, perhaps even a confusing image will be there. That was the understanding we have all had of the curse since werewolves first came into being. That's not what happens. No, well, the curse still forces the human mind into the corner, but the mechanism is not an instant case of it being magically performed. What I discovered from the slow transformation is that the wolf takes control through the sudden and sharp application of pain. Instead of being instant pain, Albus's potion left me feeling the slow buildup of pain. I have been under the cruciatus since that experiment, but the pain I felt before blacking out was something that Death Eaters could only wish to inflict. You passed out. I blacked out. I am told I kept talking. I am told that I screamed, I give up, and begged for the pain to end. After that, I became catatonic, and they watched over the next 5 minutes as my body slowly completed the transformation. It was that moment that changed a fundamental understanding of our curse. Harry frowned in confusion. I don't understand. Didn't you already know it was painful? Remus thoughtless ran a finger down one of the scars on his face. The transformation leaves us sore, and we sometimes get injuries that are painful. But the pain I felt was before the physical transformations really began in earnest. I believe that the pain is an act of dominance. The suddenness and intensity demand I submit. And that submission offers the comfort of a peaceful and pain-free place for my mind to rest for the night. It was that revelation that led researchers down the path of finding a way to bolster the human mind and keep it from submitting to the wolf. Harry's eyes widened in recognition. The wolfsbane potion. Exactly. Wolfsbane potion, again being mostly a poison, works by slowly putting the person under increasing amounts of pain while also deadening the nerves. Multiple doses are needed to bring us to the proper level of internal pain and balancing that with making us unable to feel as possible. Then, during the transformation, the curse is unable to inflict as much agony as normal, as we are already enduring more pain than it can bring to bear. As such, we don't feel that sudden shock that instinctually makes our mind retreat. If we maintain our minds throughout the physical transformation, the wolf's mind then retreats and we maintain control even while asleep. Again, that is a simplistic description of a dreadfully complex potion. It also means that many of our kind pass on taking the wolfsbane potion, as they view the 3 days of agony not worth being able to keep their minds for the evening. Harry winced in sympathy. That's not what tonight's attempt is doing, is it? Remus chuckled. No, well, I hope not. I have no idea how this will work out. I know that Albus is hopeful that Marcus's idea will be the key. Harry stretched as he tried to find a comfortable sitting position, as his heartburn worsened. By the way, Marcus is why Albus was arguing with that healer. While everyone else laughed at my story of what happened with the phoenix droppings, and Sirius even wrote a short version of A Boy Who Lived book called The Boy Who Lived and the Head of Flaming Poop, Marcus was filled with wonder by my letter. Although, he did appreciate the personal copy of Sirius's book which he promised to never share with another living soul. He knows that Remus is a werewolf, and he wanted to help a man who is both a mentor to him and my honorary uncle. If it wasn't for him sharing his ideas with Albus, the cure being attempted would have never happened. Albus wanted to make sure that Marcus got the appropriate credit in case the cure worked. Alas, Marcus didn't do enough work to be eligible for any awards, but Albus has ensured he will be listed as providing the key insight into the new attempt. I am told that, in this case, an accolade that small is still something major enough that even Snape would drool at the chance of receiving such recognition. Harry shuddered as he forced the image of a drooling Snape from his mind as he continued. I didn't really understand the technical details that Albus explained to Remus. What I gather is that he was able to work with the research provided by Newt Scamander, who had long since broken down the process that allows phoenix droppings to be magically inert, until impacted by active magic, and then it begins a full day of repeated self-immolation and regeneration. Albus then incorporated Newt's research into his previous cure attempt from years ago, with the hope that it would regenerate the magic of the potion as it fights the dark magic of the curse. The end goal being utter destruction of the curse. That melding of his cure with the phoenix, poop, I'm not going to bother trying to use fancier words for it. Sorry Mum, but the melding was Marcus's idea, and he apparently giggled every time he got to write the word poop to someone as revered as Albus and laughed even harder whenever Albus would write the word back. So, Marcus thought that the magic of phoenix poop could be combined with a werewolf cure, and Albus ran with the idea. I do hope that Marcus still appreciates his commitment to the phrase, phoenix poop, because his name is going to be associated with it for a very long time. Because, and this is the big news, Albus's cure worked. Harry smiled joyfully. It was awesome. The first 10 minutes of the full moon went like Remus was expecting based on the attempt years prior. The pain was slowly ramping up to nearly unbearable, and then he began to laugh uncontrollably as his skin glowed and light erupted from his mouth. Apparently, phoenix regeneration magic is very ticklish when it's internal. He was then pain-free for 10 minutes, and 10 minutes after that when the pain started to become too much, the laughter and light show began again. It continued like that for the next few hours, with the pause between bouts of pain increasing slowly. Then, about 3 or 4 hours into the full moon, the pain stopped occurring. After that, Remus was conversing with us happily, having a pun competition with Sirius and Dobby, and then about every half hour he would pause to laugh uproariously as he emitted light. The light even became cleaner, I think because it was no longer consuming the curse. When morning came, the laughter episode slowed to an end and Remus finally drifted off to sleep. Harry winced as his heartburn spiked painfully. Ouch. Sorry, I have no idea what I ate. Where was I? Right. So, it's been 12 days, and Remus has not transformed. The healers have run the rather complex tests needed to detect the werewolf curse, and they have yet to see a hint or trace of it. They are tentatively hopeful that Albus's cure has successfully dispelled the curse utterly. If things still look good in 3 months, they'll start testing with other Volinau. Damn it, Harry. 2 men and an elf quickly appeared by the boy who had just screamed in pain. Harry gripped his chest tightly as he mentally shunted his pain to where he normally stored the pain from when he looked at raw magic. With a deep breath and sigh, he responded to his worried guardians and friend. I don't think this is just indigestion I'm feeling. Unless Sirius let one of his pranks get out of hand. As Sirius rose his hands in protest and Dobby glared at the animagus, Albus ignored the brewing conflict between Godfather and Godelf, Sirius having given Dobby the title, and stared at Harry's chest. Harry, are you able to look at the magic around your chest? Harry shrugged. It will take a lot more pain than that before I hit my threshold. Why? Harry automatically shifted the pain of looking at raw magic, having worked his way up to a full hour before it became too much, and looked around. As he looked down at his chest, his eyes widened in shock. What is that? How could I? Oh no 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 no. Albus gently squeezed Harry's shoulder, helping Harry to focus on not panicking. I think I know what you're thinking, Harry. Let me assure you, it's not a link to a Horcrux. Harry exhaled a relieved breath, having not realized he had stopped breathing when Albus had touched his shoulder. As he looked down at his chest, he could now examine things without having his thoughts clouded by shock. Like a Horcrux, there was a tendril of magic extending from his chest, from his heart, he guessed. Unlike a Horcrux, the tendril was not roaming in random directions, as it extended in an unwavering line towards some distant point in space. Also, unlike a Horcrux, the line seemed to be straining, yes, straining. Like a fishing line. Which meant that Harry was the fish. Tentatively, Harry took an experimental step forward in the direction of the tendril, and immediately felt the pain disappear. Okay, it's not a Horcrux. That's good. Instead, I just feel like I'm being reeled in by a hungry fisherman, which is not so good. What's going on, Albus? Harry took another step forward as he felt the pain start up again, causing the pain to dissipate. Albus waved his wand in weird patterns over the magic tendril as he answered the boy. I have never seen anything like this before, but Perenelle once told me about something similar in appearance to this. If it's what I am thinking, forgive me, give me a few minutes. Keep walking forward though, don't fight the magic for now. After several minutes of watching Albus wave his wand and muttering, in many steps forward, the man paused and grumbled several barely audible filthy expletives. Give me one more moment, Harry. Albus disappeared from the spot, with the familiar magic of a hyper jump. Several seconds he returned. His expression was calm, but Harry was familiar enough with the man to see that he was tamping down some extreme emotions with his occlumency skills. Sirius, Albus spoke softly, if I am correct, then we might be executing Plan S3 tonight. Please go with Dobby to collect what is needed while I talk with Harry. We will continue walking until you return. Sirius's eyes widened in shock. S3. But Remus. Remus will understand. Remember, the plan is only executed if the agreed criteria are met. Harry and I will be fine as we wait for you. Godfather and Godolph looked to Harry with questioning eyes. Harry smiled slightly. It's okay, go ahead. The pain stops whenever I take step forward. I'll be fine. With a final look, the pair disappeared with a loud pop. Harry then looked up at Albus. So, what is happening? Albus removed his glasses, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and gently put his glasses back in place. With a final calming breath, he responded. I hope that I am mistaken, but it seems we are dealing with a variation of A South Avenue binding. A South Avenue binding. A variation, yes. And how, exactly, do I have A South Avenue binding? Sorry, a variation of A South Avenue binding. Let me tell you about the artifact known as the Goblet of Fire. Which brings you up to date on the history of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry sighed in annoyance as he stared up at the spires of the old castle. Albus had spent the past quarter of an hour filling him in on what his future likely had in store for him. It hadn't taken long for Sirius and Dobby to collect what was needed for contingency plan S3, and Albus transported the four of them to the gates of Hogwarts. As Dobby and Sirius held a hushed, yet animated, conversation over a small pouch that sat innocuously on the ground, Harry leaned back into his conjured recliner and took a long calming breath. So, to clarify, I am not yet a contestant in this stupid contest. There was no question about whether Harry was entered, as the cord of magic linking him to the school was directly connected to the great hall where the idiotic cup was sitting. Albus nodded from his own recliner, as his eyes roamed over the school's profile. Yes, the names are not officially chosen for another 33 minutes. At that time, you will officially become a contestant. I would also recommend not publicly calling it a stupid contest, as it is a stupid contest with a long enough history to become a tradition with fan clubs around the world who annually hold fantasy Triwizard tournaments where they hypothetically pit past winners against other notable people alive and dead. And people don't like it when their stupid tradition's obvious stupidity is called out. But there is a chance I won't be selected, right? There is always a chance, but I doubt Tom would have left much room for that chance. And we're sure that this is one of Tom's schemes. Albus merely turned his head slightly to catch Harry's eyes and raised an eyebrow with an impressive amount of incredulity. Harry chuckled and spoke again. Right, of course it's one of his schemes. And, of course, I am going to be selected. The two fell into a brief silence, as Dobby shook his head fiercely at Sirius, before slapping the man's face and pointing at an object on the ground. They had spread the contents of the pouch on the grass about 20 feet from Albus and Harry. Sirius took the slap in stride, stared at the object, and nodded in understanding. As the two returned to their silent debate, Harry broke the silence. All right. To sum up, I will be forced to participate in 3 activities, though you are unsure of the level of required participation outside of attendance. The 3 activities and corresponding dates were submitted to the Goblet, which then verified the organizers truly believed they were sporting activities a student could successfully perform. Once verified, the Goblet ignited and bound the organizers to setting up the activities. For the participants, to be selected, they must think of themselves as primarily being students, and the Goblet must determine they are both the best candidate of the candidate pool and capable of completing the activities. Albus nodded. Indeed. And it came from a time when the rights of children were all but non-existent, so it does not require the names to be entered voluntarily. Alas, I do not know the punishment for non-participation, but there is research that suggests willful non-participation would result in lethal consequences. That punishment applies to the organizers as well. Theoretically, if you were not so attuned to your magic, you would have not felt the pull so strongly and would have gotten with little to no punishment for non-willful non-participation, as you would have been ignorant of being selected. Harry huffed loudly as he ran his hand through his hair. Grand. And we can't just destroy the damn thing because the magical backlash is highly likely to kill all those it is bound to. Damn it. I can't believe it is so easy to magically ends. Avenue people. It's not. Harry frowned in confusion as he converted his recliner into a straight-back chair and floated it to face directly towards Albus. Albus kindly reciprocated, so the two were facing each other directly. Do I need to remind you that I have been ensnared with a South Avenue binding for a contest I did not enter? A variation of a South Avenue binding. And, yes, I believe I heard about that somewhere. You have also survived an unsurvivable curse and regularly use a form of transportation that you invented and only one other person in the world knows how to perform. The unusual happens around you with surprising regularity, so it would be a best practice for you to not assume something happening to you is something that would commonly happen to others. In this case though, let's assume I am wrong, and tell me what the consequences would be of it being easy to magically ends. Avenue others. Harry groaned. Albus, I am not in the mood for another one of these thought experiment lessons. He calmly met Albus's piecing gaze, as the man stared at Harry over the top of his spectacles. Normally this would be when Harry capitulated to playing along with the lesson, but this time he was not in a learning mood and held his ground. After a minute of silence, Albus sighed deeply and conjured a circular wooden table. With a quick hand signal made towards Dobby, Harry found the table laden with an assortment of his favorite snacks and desserts which Dobby kept preserved in an expanded pouch that he always kept around his neck. With that, Dobby returned to plotting with Sirius by competing in an overly complicated variant of rock-paper-scissors, though Harry could now see the quick concerned glances the duo would occasionally throw in his direction. Once Harry took a delicious bite of treacle tart, Albus began speaking. All right, Harry, we'll skip the thought experiment this time. I apologize for misjudging your stress levels just now. To answer your concern, the simple response is that if it were easy to magically ends. Avenue others, we would all be avs already. Harry frowned around his bite of tart but waited patiently for Albus to continue. You have a good soul, Harry. It's what drives so many of your acts of kindness and your forgiving nature, and the world is a better place for it. However, that sometimes leaves you with a blind spot when it comes to understanding the attraction of forcing people to follow your will. The oldest spoken histories make it clear that people have avenued others since we first became capable of it. And attempting to use magic as a shortcut to avement is equally as old of a human endeavor. Forget about Dark Lords for the moment. Can you imagine every politician in the world would pass up the opportunity to magically ensure the people followed their will? Or every employer in the world would refuse to magically ensure their underlings remained loyal? Returning to Tom, do you think he would be willing to split his soul, but decide enslaving his followers or even his 11-year-old nemesis was a bridge too far? Harry shook his head. I suppose that makes sense, but there are still ways to do it. I mean, there is the goblet, and house elves. Albus nodded sadly. The goblet is notable because it is the only known artifact in the world that comes even close to performing magical avement. Even then, the binding dissolves at the end of the third activity and it requires that the activities be sporting events. Additionally, there are no notes available for recreating its magic, which likely means it was invented through another enchanter beating their own unique path through the unexplored forests of magic. Hundreds of years of research, and no one has even come close to creating another goblet. As for house elves, Albus looked over fondly at Dobby before continuing. Socks, that's all it took. A pair of socks, and the South Avenue binding was broken for our friend Dobby. Magic always comes with a cost. Sometimes it is just a bit of energy and concentration, sometimes it is ingredients for a potion, sometimes it is painful experimentation, sometimes it is the sacrifice of a life, sometimes, well, there is always a cost. If you want to bind someone to your will, where they must follow your every command, then the normal cost is that the binding is brittle and incredibly easy to break. The only keeping the house elves bound is the many generations of brainwashing. If you want to use the Imperius, you can control a person, but the cost is that it can be broken with sufficient willpower or sufficient sense of self, and it becomes easier to break as the commands diverge more extremely from the person's own desires. Harry leaned forward with interest. Really? Do you think I could break the Imperius? Albus shrugged noncommittally. Possibly. I know some people that will allow us to train you legally if you would care to. However, it is likely you could break it, as I am aware of cases where some exceptional non-magical people have thrown off the curse. One such case resulted in the intended victim ending the lives of the 2 Death Eaters who tried to control him to commit some very unpleasant actions upon his wife and children. Harry's eyes widened in shock. How did he manage that? Well, never underestimate the loyalty a man has to his family, and especially never assume that man is not a top enforcer for one of the most notorious criminal enterprises in London. It is a fascinating story, but perhaps we should move on. Albus took a sip of tea that Dobby had poured without Harry's notice. The closest anyone has come to replicating the effects of the goblet is considered a prank. It is a contract that becomes popular every decade or so at Hogwarts. The creator applies terms to the contract, along with punishments, and then if someone signs the contract and breaks the terms, the contract breaker is immediately punished. It quickly fades in popularity, because someone will contact a curse breaker and discover that you can undetectably break the binding to the contract with 2 simple spells. Additionally, when people discover the contract creator pays a price many times greater than the punishment, all interest immediately disappears. Harry leaned forward in fascination. What sort of price would they pay? Since they attempted to force someone to perform something against their will, their magic curses their minds to work against their own will. As an example, using the wildly inaccurate house stereotypes, a Gryffindor might find their courage failing them and they won't pursue their heart's desire. A Slytherin might find themselves overlooking even the most obvious schemes of their enemies. A Ravenclaw might find themselves turning down rare and invaluable knowledge for the most nonsensical reasons. A Hufflepuff might find themselves unthinkingly betraying their most treasured friendship. Keep in mind, that is when the punishment is a relatively minor curse like causing a rash or a case of indigestion. Luckily the contract can't have a more severe punishment, as it would destroy the parchment before the contract was even finished, and those with the knowledge of enchanting or alchemy know enough about the magical blowback to avoid trying. As an interesting side note, some people have put forth the idea that your parents somehow tricked Tom into a magical contract where they exchanged their lives for yours. Really, though the theory breaks down quickly under scrutiny. After all, it is not like your parents would be the first people to sacrifice their lives for a loved one, and yet your survival remains unique. No one knows the numbers, but researchers believe it would take over a dozen people tricking Tom into taking their lives in exchange for yours, and that As Albus paused in deep thought, Harry's patience quickly faded. For some reason, the death of his parents was not a subject he found lent itself to patience on his part. What? Albus startled slightly. My apologies, Harry. I had never accounted for Horcruxes in those discussions. No one really knows how much of one's soul goes into those foul artifacts. Additionally, the Horcruxes might assure that the breaking of the contract would just be bodily destruction and not death. What if Tom's Horcruxes decreased the amount of soul in his body and provided a loophole to prevent a death penalty, which was just enough to let him be tricked into creating a contract that was actually magically enforceable? One where he agreed to exchange your parents' lives for yours, took their lives, and then was punished when he tried to blatantly violate his side of the contract. Harry could barely breathe as he responded. Vaguely he glimpsed Dobby and Sirius listening in equal shock. Is that what happened? Albus stared out into space for another moment before shaking his head slowly, as if to clear his head. I honestly don't know. It is possible, or it could be something your mother did, or just a combination of dozens of coincidences that led to the perfect storm to create a one-of-a-kind magical backlash. Your survival will likely remain a mystery long after we are all gone. However, I can say with complete confidence that your parents loved you utterly and would have gladly sacrificed themselves 100 times over to give you even the longest of shots at life. No matter what twist of magic allowed you to live, your parents would just be grateful that the twist happened. As Harry wiped a tear from his cheek, Albus stood and disappeared the conjured furniture while Dobby stored the food. Come on, we should start walking up to the castle. As the four neared the front doors of the castle, Harry spoke up once again. What about magical vows? Albus narrowed his eyes in confusion and took a few moments to respond in confusion. Similar to how people make vows on their lives and magic in The Boy Who Lived books. Yeah, Albus chuckled. They don't exist, as far as I am aware. A Dark Lord or, even worse, a politician would immediately abuse such a thing to ensure that their subordinates and enemies were given the choice between death or a magical vow of obedience. I know of at least 4 individuals who betrayed Tom, and that wouldn't have happened if they had all made those one-sided magical vows. There is the unbreakable vow, but that is a two-sided vow that is primarily made between comrades in arms and is considered one of the greatest shows of trust. How does that one work? The theory is simple. 2 people make a vow. If the vow is broken, the penalty is death. For casting, you have the 2 vow makers and a binder. The vow makers speak out loud what they are vowing, and the binder is there to stabilize the magic and ensure that it settles properly. While you can be ordered to make the vow, the magic will only settle if you make the vow with the one who you believe is ordering you. So, Tom would have had to personally make the vow with each of his followers for them to be under the sway of an unbreakable vow with him. As they opened the front door, Harry felt an odd mixture of nostalgia and trepidation as Dobby and Sirius hurried ahead of them to the Great Hall. To get over his nerves, he focused on the conversation at hand. But all Tom would have to do is make the vow be that neither of them will betray him, as he won't betray himself. If his follower betrays him, then the follower dies. Albus smiled as he waved at the portraits and suits of armor, which waved back happily. What did I say would happen if the vow is broken? That the person would die. Well, you said that the penalty is death. But that is pretty much it's not the same, is it? If the vow is broken, the penalty is death, is a weird way of saying that if you break the vow, then you die. And you also called it a sign of trust, when I could only imagine doing it with someone I don't trust. Unless magic has a cost, so do both people die. Albus nodded with a proud twinkle in his eye. To be fair, that warning is written in bold in the books that teach the required spells. Harry shrugged. I can see why Tom would avoid that. Well, at least I don't have to worry about magical ends, Avent. With that, the tendril of magic glowed a bright magenta to those able to see such things, and Harry felt a sharp tug towards the doors of the Great Hall. Well, I wouldn't have to worry if I wasn't me. The pair then walked forward into the Great Hall as Harry spoke out loud. Hi everyone. Albus says that there is some sort of magic binding pulling me into Hogwarts. Does anyone know anything about that? A sea of staring faces and utter silence was the response. Harry. The silence did not last long as Harry forced himself to not roll out of the way as a gaggle of smiling students surged towards him, with a certain bushy-haired witch leading the pack, followed by a gaggle of redheads. Even still, he quickly cast some cushioning spells on his clothes to prepare for the imminent impact. In his peripheral vision, he could see Sirius and Dobby had snuck into the room several minutes earlier. With several thuds which would have been quite jarring without the cushioning charms, Harry found himself being hugged fiercely by his friends and patted on the back and shoulders by what felt like all the student body. Meanwhile, Albus walked forward to examine the wooden cup filled with blue-white flames. It's so wonderful to see you, Harry. Harry, can you sign the picture I have of you with Professor Lockhart? You never get a break, do you? Harry struggled to differentiate between the different voices, but could not focus any of the questions, as everyone was speaking at once. Eventually, one voice made itself through the happy exclamations of welcome. Harry supposed he would have to thank Gilderoy for forcing him to regularly respond to all his fan mail, even those fans who were students at Hogwarts who had treated him with suspicion during second year. I don't know why you are all so happy to see this cheater." The students silenced as if hit with a spell. Harry knew they weren't as he was still looking at magic around him while a certain hook-nosed professor sat at the head table and smirked in malicious delight. A red-headed girl wearing a yellow tie sighed as she responded to the curly-haired boy. "Justin. What? You know he's a cheat, Susan. How else would he know to show up right after the goblet spit out his name? Can't let Hufflepuff have any of the honor, E.H. Potter." "Finch Fletchley, you don't know what you're talking about," spoke a familiar voice. Harry was pleased to see the number of people who seemed to agree with Justin was exceedingly small. He would have to really talk up Lockhart when he attended the man's wedding to Rita next year. His letter writing was really paying off. He then looked over at Terence Smythe, as the older boy stepped forward, followed by a happy-looking Luna. "You're only saying that, Smythe, because Potter." Justin trailed off as he noticed the looks on the faces of his housemates. Terence responded immediately. "Just because what? Just because he decided to write weekly letters to my little brother who was dying. Just because he refused to give up on Marcus when everyone else, including his family, had written his survival off as a lost cause. Just because in the coming years I can look forward to coming back to visit my little brother at the Three Broomsticks instead of at his grave. Is that why?" Justin quailed under the harsh looks directed at him from most of the student body. Terence took a deep breath. "Finch Fletchley, Justin, you do have a point. Harry is an honorary member of my family now, and so I am far from impartial. So Harry, I know you would like to keep this quiet, but what were you doing this morning?" Harry looked to Terence, just barely keeping himself from shifting uncomfortably from foot to foot. With a small sigh he responded, "I was at St. Mungo's reading to the children who were there for treatment, or they had family being cared for." Harry pointedly ignored the sighs of delight and looks of desire coming from a portion of the student body, though there were certain people whose obvious desire was far from unwelcome. "And where are you going tomorrow?" Harry smiled slightly, grateful that Terence didn't try to reveal Harry's annual visit to Godric's Hollow. "Albus has some friends among the merfolk in Australia, so I'll be learning Mermish and visiting some of the nature preserves. Yes, Luna, I will send you pictures." Luna beamed, as some of her fellow Ravenclaws whispered amongst themselves in response. Terence smiled apologetically to Harry and then turned to Justin. "So, Justin, do you really think that Harry would rather spend his winter here in Scotland by the Black Lake, or at the sunny beaches of Australia?" Justin's eyes stayed firmly fixed upon the ground. Harry stepped forward and put his hand on Justin's shoulder, forcing the boy to look up in surprise. "Justin, I get it. I really do. Hufflepuff gets an unfair reputation, despite producing some of the most amazing witches and wizards in history. And now, your house is given a chance to show everyone what you already know about it, and someone decides to mar the day by dragging me into what should be your house's moment. I don't know who got my name to come out, but I am just as mad as all of you. Believe me, Albus and I are doing everything we can to make sure this gets fixed, and I can leave you all to celebrate your real champion. So no hard feelings." Harry could see the suspicion in Justin's eyes, so he knew that he hadn't won over the boy. But, Gilderoy had taught him that it was always better to publicly give your social enemies a graceful exit over forcing them into a corner. They will likely still be your enemy, but you can win over onlookers who are on the fence about you. Indeed, several of the suspicious looks in the crowd had turned to ones of support. Still, the tension left the crowd as Justin stiffly shook Harry's hand. Of course, the moment of peace quickly ended as another familiar silky voice was heard, full of barely concealed malice. "I see that your much welcomed exit from these hallowed halls of learning has done nothing to tame your out-of-control ego, Potter. Your head has grown nearly as large as that of your father." Harry looked up at the sneering face of Severus Snape, rolled his eyes, and then caught Albus's eye. Albus shook his head slowly in exasperation before turning back to the goblet and then speaking. "Contingency Plan S3 is approved." Harry, Sirius spoke up from the wall where he was standing grinning like a kid at Christmas, catching Snape by surprise. The possibility of a Snape successfully avoiding insulting a Potter unprovoked is approximately 3,720 to 1. With a smirk, seeing Dobby snapping his fingers and nodding, Harry responded. "Never tell me the odds. It seems Azkaban has scrambled your wits, Black. Not that you ever what?" Snape's insults died on his lips as he moved his hand to his throat reflexively. Said hand paused in its movement as soon as the man's eyes caught sight of it. He was clearly absorbed, as he did not respond to the growing surge of quiet chuckling coming from the student body. Granted, Snape's response made sense, as his voice had taken on the distinctive tone and cadence of a famously beloved golden droid. His skin had also taken on a golden mechanical tone, though Harry knew that the man's right leg was silver from the knee down, as Albus insisted it was a crucial detail, and his movements had become downright robotic. The man lifted his head, with eyes now glowing golden as he stared directly at Harry. R2-D2. What have you know? R2-D2 not R2-D2 R2-D2. Harry looked behind him in confusion and looked back. Are you talking to me, Professor? I'm Harry Potter, remember? Harry was impressed that Snape somehow managed to convey murderous rage with the voice of C-3PO. You know I am trying to say R2-D2, R2-D2. How are you making me say R2-D2 instead? A tired voice made itself known from a grizzled and scarred older man who was standing next to Albus. Professor Snape, a wise man knows when he has been bested, so choose the wise course of action and make your way to Madame Pomfrey. Headmaster, I insist that R2-D2 inches. Professor, that wasn't a suggestion. Go. Now. As soon as Snape 3PO was fully out of earshot, the barely contained laughter filled the great hall. How did you do it, Harry Kins? Harry turned to the terrifying trio of Fred, George, and Hermione. He smiled. It helps having an alchemist around to figure out the trickier magic. Of course, this means that Notorious Gredmione, Herforgione, and Fremiorge will need to up their game if they want to top that prank. The twins turned to Hermione, who had a mad glint in her eyes. They turned back to Harry and spoke in properly creepy unison. Challenge accepted. I will assume I misheard that, spoke Headmaster Kettleburn as he and Albus walked over to Harry. The man turned to the student body, and with a quick sonorous charm his voice filled the hall. Students, return to your seats. Reluctantly the students followed the command, after the headmaster glared at the stragglers. The man cancelled the sonorous charm and turned to Harry. Can I assume my professor will be back to normal before classes in the morning? Harry nodded amiably. Terrific. Can I also assume you do not intend to attend any classes during your time back in the school, specifically in defense against the dark arts? Harry's eyebrows rose in shock but nodded just the same. Wonderful. Then, I will enjoy the time I have before listening to what is likely to be a complaint session of an unbearable length. Potter, good luck. Albus, once again, damn you for foisting this job off on me. I should have just retired. With that, the headmaster stalked off. Albus turned to Harry. I have completed my investigation, and I am afraid that you are indeed bound by the goblet. Once again, I highly recommend that you just participate instead of no, I see your mind is made up. Just remember that magical artifacts are not people. Treat it like it is a screeching flesh render. I have only fought one magical artifact in my life and that was well, it is a long story that you have no interest in at the moment. Just don't play around. Harry nodded as Albus stared at him with a look full of worry. With a return nod, Albus turned to the room's occupants. I need this half of the room to be cleared, would everyone please leave or make their way to the head table? While a few people got up to move, most people stared back at Albus in confused interest. Albus shrugged and pulled out his wand. With yelps of shock, every piece of furniture quickly floated over to the head table, including the students who sitting upon the benches. The furniture quickly merged and transfigured into a fully occupied set of bleachers. Those who hadn't been seated found themselves being flung firmly but gently into the awaiting benches. Within 1 minute, the only occupants of the great hall not seated in the bleachers were Albus, Harry, and the Goblet of Fire. Albus squeezed Harry's shoulder. Good luck, Harry. Remember, you need to make it surrender. Destroying it while you are bound to it will likely kill you. Harry pulled out the sword of Gryffindor as Albus walked to the wall next to the bleachers, wand at the ready. I am speaking to the Goblet of Fire. I am Harry James Potter, bound to the Goblet of Fire. I have been falsely selected for the Triwizard Tournament, and request I be released from my binding. Will you release me? The blue flames brightened, flashed green twice, before returning to their normal blue hue. As he was watching the magic around him, he could see the binding was unchanged. Very well, I gave it a shot. I am speaking to the Goblet of Fire. I am Harry James Potter, bound to the Goblet of Fire. As one who is bound to you, I now have the right to challenge for control of all the bindings held by the Goblet of Fire. Therefore, I am officially invoking that right. I challenge the Goblet of Fire for control of all the bindings it holds." The blue flames brightened once again and then turned to an intensely dark red. Without further warning, a wall of flame shot forth from the goblet. The wall quickly expanded in width to 20 feet and stood from the floor to 6 feet tall. Oh she! Harry summoned himself so strongly towards the ceiling that he had to flip upside down to avoid smashing headfirst into the rafters. As his feet landed on a rafter, the wall of flame crashed into the far wall of the hall, leaving scorch marks in the stone. Sending off half a dozen curses at the goblet, Harry was now flying across the room, avoiding a volley of fireballs that impacted loudly into the ceiling and rafters. While scorch marks were left behind, no fires were starting, though he was unsure if that was due to the goblet's magic or Hogwarts wards. Another half-dozen fireballs were sent to intersect with his spells. After another 24 spells, Harry stopped with his spells. From watching the magic of the goblet, it was clear that the magical binding with the goblet was using Harry's own magic to detect the spells and guide the defensive fireballs. This really was like his time with the Fleshrender, as his magic was once again useless for offensive purposes, so he focused on getting closer to his fiery opponent. Inch by inch, Harry neared closer. Another wall of flame flew up towards the ceiling, so he dodged down to the floor, which the goblet seemed to predict, as he found another wall rushing to intersect with him as he hit the floor. In desperation, he transfigured a patch of floor into a protective wall of stone which he ducked behind. With a thundering crash, the stone wall cracked from the combined heat and speed of the flame wall, but it held. He quickly abandoned the temporary shelter. Slowly, he moved forward. The floor, ceiling, and walls were littered with scorched and cracked transfigured walls. 6 feet away, and the goblet had learned a new trick. A ball of flame rushed towards Harry, who quickly zigged in the air out of the way. Then, like a bludger, the ball changed course and rushed towards his undefended back. Sensing the danger with barely any time, he twisted in midair and the flat of his sword unintentionally smacked into the fireball as it narrowly missed. Much to Harry's surprise, the fireball stuck to the sword for a moment as the sword's magic seemed to draw in a portion of the fireball's magic. The absorption ended nearly as quickly as it started, and then the fireball was repelled away from the sword straight into the wall behind where Albus had been standing. Luckily the man had dodged away in time. Eyes opening in shock, Harry decided to do something possibly epic in the scope of its stupidity. Preparing to dodge, Harry stopped moving. Another scorching ball of flame zoomed straight towards his head. With a swing of his sword, he connected the flat against the ball. The ball ricocheted off the sword and slammed into the ceiling. With a wide grin, Harry zoomed forward. 5 feet away, and the balls of flame were being batted away with a skill that the Quidditch beaters in the crowd appreciated. 3 feet away, Harry zoomed away from a wall of flame, and accidentally discovered that the edge of his sword would disrupt the magic of the flame wall and cause the wall to split around Harry and zoom off to the walls on either side of him. 2 feet away, Harry was now walking towards the goblet, which seemed to be desperately trying to stop his advance. A solid column of flame rushed forward, like a demonic Hogwarts express. The sword of Gryffindor split the column straight down the middle, reminding some of Moses parting a Red Sea made of flame. Still, Harry carefully walked slowly forward, mercilessly towards the goblet. With one more step, Harry lowered his sword slowly, through the torrent of magical flame, and touched the point against the goblet. Everything stopped. The roar of flame ceased so instantly that the silence was deafening. All that could be heard was Harry's deep breath and the soft sound of sizzling. Only 4 individuals in the room knew of the basilisk venom embedded in the blade of the sword. And now, an ancient artifact designed to ends. Avenue people for sports events had joined. Those in know. Harry liked to think the thing was aware enough to be afraid. As for everyone else, there was great confusion as to why the goblet was sizzling with acrid smoke wafting up from the sword's point. Yield. Harry spoke softly, regaining his breath. The dark red flames seemed to still in indecision. Yield. Harry spoke more forcefully. The flames darkened but remained frozen in indecision. The goblet still holding onto its bindings. Harry stared at the flames and felt his anger rising. In those flames, he saw the Dursleys as they demanded he do so many chores around the house, while trapping him in that god-forsaken cabinet under the stairs. He saw Hedwig starving in her padlocked cage as he starved behind the bars of his own window. He saw the smirking face of Severus Snape, as the man forced Harry to dance to the bitter man's tune knowing that Harry had no power to fight back. He saw every unjust punishment, every act of forced labor, every time he was forced into actions against his will. He saw Sirius, imprisoned by a corrupt government. He saw Dobby, Enns, abandoned and enduring the cruelty of the Malfoys. He saw Remus, forced into the corners of society due to being a victim of the werewolf curse. He saw Marcus, forced to languish in a hospital bed and constantly maintain emotional control at the risk of painful death to a mystery ailment. He saw Albus, trying to do right by Harry and forced to bend to the whims of the corrupt and cruel people in power, all for the off chance of finding a way for Harry to have even a speck of happiness. But they were now free. Harry, Albus, Hedwig, and Sirius were all free. Marcus and Remus were cured. His loved ones, his family, were now free. Free from curses, free from prisons, free from control. This overhyped dish wanted to change that. No. He would fight first, he would die first before he allowed himself or any member of his family to be controlled again. He certainly wasn't going to be controlled by some stupid cup. With the clarity of his righteous fury, he made his decision. Either the thimble of sparks yields or it dies. The potential backlash be damned. Harry pressed the sword's point hard into the wood of the cup, creating a gouge into an artifact that many magical researchers would have sworn was defended by magic so strong that it could never even be scratched. Yield! Harry screamed with a fury that startled many. A moment passed. Another. The dark red flames changed to a light purple, flashed 8 times, and the flame went out. Seeing the bindings no longer connecting to the goblet, he lowered his sword and looked down at his chest, where 7 bindings now connected to him. Placing his hand on his chest, he let out a soft chuckle, which sounded loudly in the silence of the room. Looking up at the shocked faces and the proud faces of Albus, Sirius, and Dobby, Harry grinned apologetically. "Sorry, it tickles. And now you are all caught up. I have talked with the tournament organizers and dissolved their bindings. That just leaves you 3. The 3 proper school champions stared at Harry in disbelief, and then looked at their respective headmasters and headmistress for verification. Receiving nods of confirmation, they all looked back at Harry. Harry smiled broadly. "Right, who wants to go first?" With a small laugh, Cedric Diggory stepped forward. "You know, I have heard rumors about you over the years, Harry, and I always thought they were massive exaggerations. Now, I am wondering if they were underselling your adventures. Though, I suspect it's better for my sanity if I stay ignorant about the truth in that regard. What do you need me to do?" Harry chuckled happily. "First, what is your name?" "Cedric Diggory." "All right, Cedric Diggory, do you promise to give the tournament your best effort?" "Of course." "Great. I believe you and you have met the terms of the contract to my satisfaction. I now release you from the magical enforcement. And there we go, it's dissolved. You are now only bound by your own honor and common sense. Good luck." "Who is next?" A surly-looking teen stepped forward. "Well, I am thinking me. I am Victor Crumb." "Hi Victor, do you promise to give the tournament your best effort?" "Yes, I accept and the binding is dissolved." "Good luck." Victor put up his hand to stop Harry from moving on. "Wait, you work with Gilderoy Lockhart, am I right?" "In a way, I suppose." "Why?" Victor grumbled in frustration. "He will not accept me as a client. Would you put in a good word for me?" Harry shrugged. "I could, but he can afford to be picky nowadays with his clients." "But I'll write to his partner Slughorn and let him know. Just promise him some high-quality Quidditch match tickets, and he'll be easily convinced to give you some training for dealing with the press. If you can handle a one-on-one interview with Rita Skeeter after that, you'll likely impress Gilderoy enough to bring you on as a client. I'll send the letter tonight." "Sound good." Victor nodded stiffly. "Very. Thank you, Harry Potter." "You're welcome. I guess that leaves you, Miss A Beautiful Bee." Own teen stepped forward, and Harry did his best to stamp down on his raging hormones. "I am Fleur Delacour." "Delacour, do you know a Gabrielle Delacour?" "Oui. Yes. She is Mon's sister." Harry smiled as he silently thanked Albus for his time being immersed in the French language as he changed languages. "Would you prefer to speak in French?" Fleur smiled brightly. "Shut up, stupid hormones. You speak French. I get by. Please, just don't talk too quickly or say anything too complex." "Of course." How do you know Gabrielle? She is apparently a fan of The Boy Who Lived books, and I have replied to a fair number of her letters. Fleur's eyes widened in shock. Those letters are really from you. I told her that it was just one of the employees at the Lockhart firm. She was quite upset. Harry frowned. Oh, is that why I haven't heard from her in a while? Give me a moment. A couple minutes later, Harry walked back in the room, trailed by a third-year Gryffindor holding a camera. Fleur, this is Colin Creevy. He is the resident photographer at Hogwarts. Let's take a picture together. Here is a quick letter I just wrote to Gabrielle telling her it is really me and I miss her letters. Once Colin develops the picture, he'll give it to you so that you can send the picture and my letter. No little girl should have her heart broken like that, not if I can help it. With a grateful smile, and key, to the cheek and quickly tamping down some thoughts about said key, the picture was taken and soon the final binding was dissolved. A relieved Harry Potter walked back into the Great Hall to see Albus casually holding the sword of Gryffindor as he stood next to the goblet of fire and answered questions from the students in the still transfigured bleachers. All done, Albus. What? Albus swung around in what appeared to be a state of surprise. As he swung, his arm holding the sword angled up just enough so that its path had it slicing right through the unlit goblet, which surely must have been an accident. Oh dear, Albus exclaimed as he bent down to examine the larger portion of goblet, while clearly forgetting he was still holding the sword as he accidentally stabbed the dead center of the remaining fragment and was unable to remove the sword until the exact moment when every speck of magic had been burned away from the artifact, making it utterly irreparable. Albus looked down remorsefully at the magical artifact that he had just destroyed, obviously completely by accident, and then looked up at the shocked ministry representative. My apologies, Ludo, but I am afraid Harry and I have a portkey to catch. You can take care of clearing up this mess, can't you? What am I saying? Obviously you can, and I am sorry for implying otherwise. I have every confidence in you, and I appreciate your understanding in how accidents like this can happen, especially as we all become a little clumsier in our old age. It is a load off my mind that, as a ministry official, you have officially ruled this as an accident. I will make sure Gilderoy and Horace hear of your understanding and compassionate nature regarding this most tragic of accidents. Before Ludo could respond, Harry, Albus, Sirius, and Dobby were already out the front door and walking toward the front gates at a brisk rate. Harry looked over at Albus with bemused fondness. We have a portkey to catch. You're the one making the portkey. And we have to catch it when I make it. It would be an awful waste of magic to not do so. You're a horrible liar, Albus. If you prefer, we could skip the beaches of Australia and stay here for several months sitting through a ministry inquiry. Well, accidents happen. A minute later, they reached the front gates and were outside of the wards of Hogwarts. Albus picked up a stick to make a portkey. Harry turned around to see the ministry representative running out of the front gates, waving frantically at the four of them. Well, the man probably just wanted to wish them a safe journey. That was certainly nice of him. Harry grabbed the stick, smiled, and waved a fond farewell back to the Ludo fellow as he felt the magic hook onto his navel. Next stop, Australia. So, the prophecy has finally come to pass, spoke Harry with resignation. If someone were to tell Harry that his final moments were to be spent 10 meters underwater, with a great white shark charging him from the left and a saltwater crocodile charging him from the right, well, he would likely find that to be an oddly specific scenario. But, once he got over that oddness, he would alright. After fighting a murderous magical bunny, he would not find it overly surprising. But, before he was expelled from Hogwarts, no, there was the basilisk. Before he found out about magic, okay, he would be more surprised that the Dursleys were willing to spend the money to bring him somewhere that this scenario could be a possibility. Still, the situation was at least mildly surprising. One of the benefits of all his training was that he found his sense of time dilating in stressful situations. Given that, he had plenty of time to think as the two predators converged on him. Sadly, his body was so battered from his hours of figuring out how to fly through the water just as he flew through the air, that he simply no longer had the energy to move out of the way. His magic maintained his modified bubble head charm, so he had no worries about drowning. As far as he could tell, he could stay underwater indefinitely, and breathing would never be an issue. At least the past month in Australia so far had been pleasurable. Outside of training and classes over communication mirror with Remus, his days were spent resting above and below the waves while working on learning how to talk with the local mermaid community. Indeed, he had finally gotten a hang of speaking Mermish. It was a fascinating language, as it was not a language in the traditional sense of the word. It was more about learning how to screech and vibrate in a way that came out as normal speech underwater. The citizens of the Great Coral Reef Mervillage, as it was called by the human guidebooks, while the citizens called it Reefton, spoke English. It just sounded like piercing screeches when they spoke above water. After much training, he finally got the hang of how to magically enhance his vocal cords to allow him to do more than blow ineffective bubbles. Thinking back to the lessons, Harry frowned. He felt like he was forgetting something right. The duo of deadly predators. Where were they again? Almost upon him. Indeed, the shark and crocodile had put on a burst of speed as they neared Harry. Ever closer they came, nearer and nearer. In an impossibly short amount of time, they reached the hapless wizard. And then they stopped. Both hovered, inches from Harry, their tails wagging to and fro. In unison, they opened their jaws and released a ball, a man-o'-war jellyfish frozen in a stasis bubble, and began to whine eagerly at Harry. The young wizard rolled his eyes. "Sorry boys, we've been playing fetch for a couple of hours now, and I'm tired. I told you that was the last time I was throwing the ball." The shark, Chompy, nudged his ball closer to Harry and then began eagerly swimming in tight circles. The crocodile, Charles, shoved his ball into Harry and then whined as he death rolled in place. Harry sighed. "Fine. But this is the last time." With a grunt of exertion, he banished the two balls into the distance and watched with fondness as the two beasts rushed off in joy to recapture their toys. He then turned his head towards the laughter coming from below him. His Mermish tutor, Denise, he was surprised that the merfolk of Australia tended towards more human-sounding names, shook her head in clear amusement and turned to speak to Albus who floated beside her. "How many last times are we at now, Albus?" I'm not certain. The first few times were half-hearted at best. If we include those 27. Denise laughed harder at Harry's annoyed harumph. "Harry, what is the prophecy that has come to pass?" Harry smiled as he watched Albus roll his eyes in annoyance. "The harder you play, the harder you sleep. That doesn't sound like any prophecy I have heard of." Albus spoke with a tone of annoyed weariness. "It's not a prophecy. It was printed on the slip of paper that was in his fortune cookie at lunch today. He and his godfather have seemingly agreed to enter a competition where they find ways of one-upping each other and ways to justify saying their fortune cookie, prophecy, has come to pass." Harry chuckled. It was funny how Sirius went and started greeting everyone on the beach when his fortune said he would make a new friend. Also, Albus had some bad experiences with the divination professor back at Hogwarts, so he can't help but groan whenever I talk about how a prophecy has come to pass, and that just makes it funnier. Plus, there's come on guys. Harry turned back to an eager Chompy and Charles. He looked around the rest of Reefton, at the myriad of deadly aquatic life that the villagers were playing with and shook his head. The biggest surprise of his stay in Australia, so far, was that when it came to dangerous animals, the merfolk were basically a race of Hagrids, where a great white shark and a saltwater crocodile were the least dangerous of their pets. It did explain the giant squid of Hogwarts though. Okay. Fine. But I mean it, this is the absolutely, positively, complete last time. Harry did his best to ignore the laughter as he shot the two balls off yet again. He continued to ignore the laughter as he repeated the cycle for another hour. Good book. Harry looked up from his copy of the Invisible Book of Invisibility. He had found it an amusing marketing ploy that you had to also purchase the Visible Book of Visibility and swap book jackets to allow one to read the first book, and smiled. "Hi Sally, how are you?" Sally, the owner of the resort Harry was staying at, was a very friendly centaur. Top was human, and bottom was kangaroo, who'd been running the resort for over 2 decades. Harry wasn't sure if the centaurs at Hogwarts were typical for all centaurs, but he certainly hoped the other centaurs of Australia were just as friendly as Sally and her staff. He certainly preferred the centaur's conversation about surfing conditions over listening to incomprehensible oblique references to the shades of planets in the night sky. "Cheers, Harry, the book any good?" "It's surprisingly good. I think I will have to send a copy to the triplets, as the author gives a lot of advice on how to sneak about without getting caught, with a suspiciously large number of examples involving how to apply the skills to pranking." Sally chuckled pleasantly. From what Albus tells me, the staff will put out a bounty on your head if they find out about this. Harry winked mischievously, once again wondering if the Centaurus specialized in a magic to make people feel at ease. It wouldn't be the first time I've caused them headaches. So, what's that you have? Sally looked down in her hand to see a glass filled with dark cool liquid, the condensation dripping on her hand. This is a fresh glass of Telebeer, compliments of the lady. She nodded her head towards a very pretty brunette teenage girl sitting a bit down the beach, who was partially hiding behind a book which she kept looking over in order to spy out Harry's reaction. Harry took the drink, which was a local brew which tasted like a mix of butterbeer and a chocolate milkshake. He frowned slightly as he muttered under his breath, 1,000 miles away, and still can't escape the boy who lived fans. The ears of a Centaur were excellent, so Sally leaned in and spoke in a conspiratorial whisper. Harry, you sweet little idiot, she has no idea who you are. She asked me to give me the drink too, and I quote here, that boy with the cute bum. Harry's eyes widened as he mouthed the words, cute bum, in surprise. The extremely cute brunette which clearly saw his lips as she buried her head into her book, which was being held upside down. Not that I see it, mind, continued Sally with a smile. I mean, you're a fit young man, for a human, but I just don't see the appeal of a man with no tail. Still, no accounting for taste. But, if you're interested, that young lady is your age and here with her family for the next week. So, do with that information what you will. As Sally hopped away to care to her other guests, Harry took a sip of his drink and smiled. The least he could do was introduce himself to a highly attractive girl and at the very least let her know he was more than just that boy with the cute bum. And that is how Harry got to enjoy what Sirius would dub his very first, summer fling. So, Harry, is the prophecy finally come to pass? Spoke an annoyingly smug Albus Dumbledore. Shut up, Albus. That one doesn't even count. Albus chuckled good-naturedly as he pulled out an oversized strip of paper. The same piece of paper that had come out of Harry's fortune cookie the night before. The same fortune that Albus was happily reading out loud again, much to the amusement of the citizens of Reefton. To commemorate the end of your first romantic relationship, short as it may have been, you will spend your next day in an underwater village playing fetch with every creature that wishes to play with you, while reading The Boy Who Lived series of books to the children of the village. Harry grumbled silently to himself before speaking out loud. You can't just make up your own fortunes and replace the one in the cookie. That's not how the game works. I'm afraid I had no choice, Harry. While you were on your last date with young Lisa the previous night, I received a fortune that said that when I failed to plan, I planned to fail, as such I had to make some sort of plan for us today. Who am I to fight the whims of fate? At the reminder of that date with Lisa, Harry felt a dopey smile involuntarily form. Her parents had chaperoned each of the dates they had been on, so they were both very well behaved. But it had been a wonderful week of spending the days swimming around with a beautiful witch, barely brushing up against each other when her parents weren't watching, and fun flirting during dinner dates. There were even quick pecks on the lips after each date, and one good key, on that final date when her parents gave them a few minutes of privacy to say goodbye. His smile got dopier when he recalled Lisa's wicked grin when she ran up to him the next morning when she was set to leave. She pulled him for a quick but firm key, and then shocked him by giving his bum an even firmer but much too short squeeze, to remember you by. And with that, she ran off, as her mother stifled a laugh, and her father couldn't decide who he wanted to glare at. The recollection probably would have lasted longer, if Harry hadn't had his dopey smile slapped off his face by 8 flaying tentacles. Rubbing his face, he looked over at the Sharktopus, and its returned 8 man-o'-war balls. With a groan, and laughs from the children seated around him, he touched each of the balls to send them flying off in different directions. While he sent off the last of the balls, he focused back on the book in front of him and resumed reading to the children. In all honesty, he wasn't all that annoyed by the story time. Today happened to be a local celebration at Reefton, and he was but one of the performers brought in for the carnival. The children would usually sit around for a few minutes to listen to Harry, and then head off for other performances or rides. The biggest hit being the Cthulhu rides. Obviously they were adolescent Cthulhu brought in from the deep-sea farms, as the adults were both too large for the space and their fully matured insanity auras made the children too hyper. Still, Harry wished that the tamer, by Hagrid's standards, pets would give him a break for playing fetch. As another ball floated towards him and he went to fling it away as he turned another page of the story he was reading to the constantly shifting audience of children. Oddly, the day would have felt a lot more chaotic if it wasn't for the ever-present mild insanity aura he had to adjust against. He was occasionally distracted by the sights, like Albus participating in the arm wrestling competition with a giant squid, but for the most part he found himself in a meditative state. His training against attacks on his mind had gotten him used to instinctively entering a meditative state as a form of protection. So, instead of finding himself constantly distracted, he was calmly enjoying the day. Breathe, and read, and breathe, and throw a ball, and breathe, and read, and. As the fair came to an end, Harry reached out to throw another ball and finally took in his surroundings again. As the ball went speeding off, followed by a tired-looking Chompy, Harry found himself a bit surprised. He was the last performer. The rest of the fair had wrapped up. The rides, creatures, and other performers were gone. He still had an audience, but it was mostly just children dozing into their parents' arms or cuddling into their parents' tails. It wasn't that he was completely unaware of what was going on, but it occurred to him that he had only been paying attention to whether he had an audience. The world had primarily fallen away to his meditation. He took another breath and reached out to throw another ball, this time dropped off by an equally tired-looking Charles. As it went speeding off, and his sense of awareness trickled back to him, he stuttered in his storytelling. He was silent for slightly more than 10 seconds, before he resumed his reading. He doubted any of the children were awake enough to care if he had stopped right now, but he would still finish up this last story. Those thoughts were a minor thought to him though. His mind was fully aware now, thinking fully about the last ball he had thrown. Both Chompy and Charles were the last creatures playing fetch with him. And they were clearly exhausted, as they were only playing half-heartedly with him. They weren't even dropping off their balls nearby. Reaching back in his memory, he could recall the slight spike of annoyance he felt some time ago when that started, maybe an hour or two ago. When it started, he had to move away from his book by increasing distances to send the balls off. Finally, the two dropped off balls at the same time. In annoyance that was starting to break his meditative state at the time, he reached out to the second ball as he touched the first ball and sent them both off at once. After that, he returned to his book and then regained the calm of his meditative state. From that point forward, he would no longer move. He would simply breathe, read, breathe, throw, breathe, and repeat. Up until this point, the throws had always required his touch. He could push and pull small items on the ground without touching them, but underwater was a completely different scenario. Above the water, it was just him and the object. Below the water, he couldn't seem to separate the object from the water. So, pushing an object away from himself was the equivalent of pushing the entire ocean away. It worked well for moving himself quickly, but it meant he was reduced back to touch magic. He could always use his wand in a pinch, but he preferred his own brand of magic. So, what had changed? As Chompy lazily returned his ball, Harry reached out to push the ball away. With a lurch, he felt his body shove away from the ball as the familiar sensation of pushing against the ocean returned to him. Damn it. Well, he thought as he moved back to the book to finish the story, I guess I know what I will be working on for the foreseeable future. As he finished reading the story to the snores of sleeping mer children, Harry smiled so broadly that some of the parents wondered if he was still suffering from Cthulhu madness. Harry was exhausted. In a 24-hour period, he had traveled from Australia to California to Hogsmeade. Admittedly, with magical travel, he didn't have to worry about jet lag. However, that period was also filled with him listening to his elderly traveling companion being unable to go for long stretches without succumbing to his desire to talk Harry's ears off. So, the longest stretch of sleep Harry had achieved was about 4 15-minute naps. He would be more annoyed if he wasn't feeling a small portion of the excitement that Albus was clearly experiencing. The previous day, after a long day of underwater training where Harry had finally figured out how to shoot a spell over a distance through the water, he had come back to his room to find Albus standing there. It wasn't unusual for Albus to be in his room, as it was currently just the two of them left in Australia. Sirius was with Remus on the man's final few weeks of quarantine before being declared as cured, and the next set of volunteers would be allowed to begin their treatment. Dobby was in Egypt visiting his. Harry wasn't sure if Dobby and Liz had defined what their relationship was, and Dobby always blushed and became evasive when the subject of his goblin pen pal came up. Either way, it was just Harry and Albus. A very excited Albus. When Harry had met up with Albus, the older man was bouncing on his heels like a kid on the night before Christmas. It being the 23rd of December, Christmas was on Harry's mind. At first, Harry had assumed the excitement was because it was the US premiere of a movie that Albus had been raving about for weeks. Instead, it was because of a simple letter he had received. Albus had received a letter from his extremely estranged brother, Abe, asking Albus and Harry to come visit him for dinner on Christmas Eve the next day. The letter making it clear that the man needed Harry to be there as a buffer. It was the first time in decades that his brother had reached out to him, and the opportunity had filled the man with an uncontainable excitement. And so, the following hours were filled with Harry listening to story after story about Aberforth Dumbledore. The only break he had received was when they had traveled to Los Angeles to watch the movie Albus had been excited to see. Of course, after the movie completed, the conversation was a mixture of stories about Aberforth and exaltations about the brilliance of the movie. Which is what brought Harry to standing outside the Hog's Head and listening to Albus's increasingly nervous voice talking. "Oh, perhaps I should invite Abe to come back to California with me to watch Mr. Julius' performance. I think he would appreciate the subversion of expectations, where the so-called ordinary people are using their above-average skills to fight evil instead of each other. Or maybe he would prefer." Harry sighed. "Albus, why don't we have dinner before inviting your brother to travel around the world to watch a horrible movie?" Albus's hand paused in midair as he reached for the door, his face aghast. "A horrible movie? Harry, did you watch the same masterpiece as I did?" "Albus, even in a world filled with infinite possibilities and magical wonders, there is still no possibility that you will ever find a second person who will agree with you that Street Fighter is a masterpiece of cinema." Harry smiled internally as the nervousness left Albus's voice as he opened the door to the inn and began a full defense of the film that they had just watched earlier that day. He let his mentor's words wash over him as he was led to a table in the corner. As Albus blathered on, Harry looked down at the filthy table, with a small spreading puddle of a foul-smelling liquid, foul even when compared to the normal stench of cheap wizarding alcoholic brews. Taking the time to practice his new ability, he dipped his finger in one corner of the puddle and focused on trickling the magic for a Lumos spell into the puddle. He watched with delight as the magic jumped from one drop of liquid to the next. After lighting the puddle up fully, he then focused on building a pattern of spiraling light in the cheap booze. He had yet to figure out how to cast a spell without touching the target, without a wand, of course. However, the previous day he began his training after cleaning his room in preparation for their imminent departure and realized that he was able to clean a room by just touching one spot and letting his magic travel. He was touching one spot on the wall, and that spot on the wall was touching another spot, and another, and in water was simply one drop of water touching another. While the puddle was certainly less pleasant than water, it was still drops touch drops. And soon he was drawing simple pictures of light in the puddle, where he was so absorbed that he only barely noticed Albus's defense of the acting choices made by Jean-Claude Van Damme trail off into an awkward silence. "Hello Abe, you look." Harry looked from the hopeful look on Albus's face to the man who had just approached the table, holding a mug on a plate. Roughly placing the plate in front of Harry, while not bothering to look over at Albus, which seemed to cause Albus's hopeful expression to droop slightly. The familial resemblance between the two brothers was clear, despite the extreme difference in expression. Where Albus looked like a scared yet hopeful puppy, Aberforth seemed like an emotionally distant goat. As Harry reached out for the mug, he pondered the man's motivations. He had invited Albus, and yet now he wasn't even gracing his brother with the barest of glances. In fact, he looked like being in the same vicinity as Albus was a great strain, as his expression was tight with a line of sweat beating along his forehead. His eyes, instead of looking at either Harry or Albus, were instead unfocused and pointed in the general direction of the mug on the plate. As Harry's fingers reached the mug, his exhausted mind pulled up one of his lessons. Wasn't a strained expression and unfocused eyes a sign of someone fighting hard against an imper? It was dark. No. It was too dark to be dark. Did that make sense? It was definitely dark, but why did that seem to be wrong? Harry tried to concentrate, but it was so difficult to focus. Breathe deep and determine something you know to be true. A voice of an old man came from nowhere. It sounded nice. Harry breathed in deeply and exhaled slowly. He was in a dark room. Maybe was he in a room? He wasn't sure. The simplest truth will do. Breathe deep and dig. Another breath, and he was in the dark right. Maybe he was blinded, who knew? Breathe deep and dig. Another breath. Okay, he was breathing, so that was true except. Dig. Another breath, but he couldn't feel air passing along his lips. He couldn't feel his lungs filling or emptying. Was he breathing? Dig. Another breath. He was alive, so he must be breathing, but he can't feel it. What if he wasn't in the physical world? Would that mean he was inside his mind? If so, then he should be able to. He reached out his left hand and flicked his finger up, revealing he was in his mind's bowling alley. His finger touching a light switch. Why would a light switch work inside his mind? Why was the room filled with a dense fog? He was so confused. The fog was so annoying. No, not annoying, offensive. His alley shouldn't be foggy. It should be removed immediately. But how would he blow the fog out? He needed something like a blinking switch appeared next to the light switch, labeled, exhaust fan. Without thought, Harry flipped that switch up. With a burst of internal magic, the fog disappeared. As he felt the confusion curse dispel, Harry felt an immense amount of gratefulness for the intense training that he received from Albus, as the man had been adamant that Harry should build automatic defenses for dealing with magic designed to muddle thinking. With his thoughts now clear, he now could figure out what was happening. He had just been reaching for a mug when everything went dark. So, obviously the mug had been cursed. Why would Abe curse him, right? The unfocused eyes, so there was a chance the man had been fighting an imperious curse. Which indicates Harry was in potential mortal danger, and the fact that Albus had not woken Harry yet means. Harry shivered and tried to ignore the darker interpretations that his mind conjured, and breathed deeply as he hoped Albus was safe. For now, his training was clear. He needed to escape his current danger before worrying about the safety of others. Which meant he had to leave his mind and wake up. With a command to his subconscious, he forced himself awake and crashed back to the floor of his alley. Looking around, he realized there was an angry red shield encasing the room. Of course there had been a stunning spell involved. Harry needed to focus and pay closer attention. This was not a training exercise. Reaching out with his right arm, his hand grasped on a bowling ball pulsing with blinding blue light. This was his defense for rousing himself from a full-force Albus stunning spell, and now was not the time to hold back. With an impossibly strong throw, the ball went flying down the alley into the wall of red light, which spider-webbed upon impact, and then Harry's eyes snapped open. Impressive, Potter. A man stepped away from where he had been, bent over Harry's hand, to stand in front of Harry. The man had pale, slightly freckled skin, fair hair, and a deeply lined face. And he sported a smugly evil smirk. Oddly, he was also holding a needle looped with thread. Looking around, Harry could see they were in a cemetery, with a massive cauldron sitting above a fire. The sound of a bubbling liquid came from the cauldron, which seemed ominous. My master was so pleased to hear of your encounter with the goblet of fire, Potter. Of course, he rightfully punished me for my failure to keep you enrolled in the tournament, but he was still pleased. Without the old fool there, it was child's play to control the current headmaster to put your name in the goblet and then wipe his memory of doing so. But your impressive counterattack, where you showed yourself far above the rabble in skill and power, was a satisfying surprise. My master told me that at one point he had thought that your mudblood mother had, laughably, invoked some ancient love-based magic. As if someone like her could achieve anything that would be of any threat to my master. But, realizing that you are chosen by magic, just like my master, that made it clear that fate simply needed you to come into your own before the true final battle can take place. Of course, it only makes sense that magic itself would deem my master worthy of a custom-made nemesis. My master is eager to face a foe that is worthy of being on the receiving end of his endless skill and power. One of the first lessons Harry was taught was to not be idle while your enemies are bragging. So, while he took in the words being said, he went through all his escape scenarios. He tried to jump, but he felt like his body slammed into a wall while he remained unmoved. He saw his wand tied down to a slab on the ground and tried to summon it to his hand. But his magic seemed to not want to respond to his commands. He could feel it welling up, but then fizzling out. Moving his hand to point towards his wand, he realized it was immobilized. Looking down, he realized his head was also immobilized. Looking down with his eyes only, he could see his left arm stretched out and that it was wrapped in some sort of furry covering. His entire arm and hand were covered, except for the tip of his index finger. Based on the stitching, it appeared that the man had stitched up the wrapping by hand. So, probably some sort of magic resistance was involved in the bag. Assuming he was wrapped in it entirely, and how quickly he roused himself, it was likely the rest of the bag was pre-stitched and there was only some work that was needed on the arm. Shifting his body, he was unsurprised that his entire body was immobilized. Pulsing his magic to shred the bag in some way was ineffective. His magic would not focus anywhere enough to let him get any effect. A chuckle came from the man. "Do you like your wrappings, Potter? They are made from the skin of a rare creature known as a screeching fleshrender. I would not expect you to know of it, but it has remarkable properties, as you likely have discovered already. It cost nearly the entirety of my family's fortune, but any cost is worth paying for my master. I suppose I should thank the old fool before my master kills him. After all, if he had not had my father arrested for imprisoning your blood traitor godfather, I would never have been able to throw off the imperius he had kept me under and return to my master's side." Speaking of my master, the man stepped away from Harry to tend to the cauldron, clearly preparing some sort of potion. Okay, this was bad. It didn't take much effort to deduce who the man's master was, and from the way he was talking it seemed like it would be best if Harry was gone before the potion was done. What did he know about fleshrenders? Magic and teleportation abilities were largely ineffective, but it could be chunked by conjured razor wire. That would be helpful if Harry could get his magic to focus properly, but the fur against his skin must be causing problems. The only part of him that was exposed was the tip of his index finger, without enough wiggle room to bend the knuckle. So he was scared. Nope. Albus taught him to keep trying and let himself feel pessimistic afterwards. The steady stream of pessimism got shunted off to a shelf in his mind labeled for later processing. No matter how much the situation stank, there had to be a way. Right. Falling back on training, he let his mind wander for a moment. When you have run out of options, let your mind wander, and breathe for a moment, to give your subconscious a chance to work on the problem. The foul odors from the potion wafted through the dust-filled air of the cemetery, making Harry greatly miss the bubble head charm he had learned that first day after leaving Hogwarts. Of course, that also came with the risk of liquefying his body if the magic was improperly channeled, but activating his ability to see the flow of magic, he began picturing his index finger swirling. Turning his eyes inwards, he could see his body's magic starting to move. Despite not being able to move the tip of his finger, his magic was responding as if it were. The swirl began to increase in speed, forming a funnel reaching down his finger, down his hand, down his arm, into his chest. The funnel branched off in every direction. He some funnels destabilizing, and he tilted the swirls around until they restabilized. Soon enough, he could see all the magic of his body funneling into the tip of his finger. Harry heard a cracking sound. Glancing over, he saw the man pointing a wand at a grave where the ground had split open and dry bone came floating out. Bone of the father, unknowingly given. Crap. With his magic funneling into the tip of his finger, he focused on a stunning spell. He could see a red spark sizzling at the tip of his finger, but cruelly refusing to leave his finger. The man pulled out an exceptionally sharp-looking knife. Flesh of the servant, willingly given. Double crap. Come on, magic. He could feel the spark increasing in intensity, as his fingertip was now glowing bright red without any need to look at the magic directly. But a loud splash made him look up to see the man now missing a hand, smiling with an insane joy. The man then locked eyes with Harry. Idly, the man's dead eyes reminded Harry of playing fetch with his great white shark, especially with dust floating through the air reminding him of when his tail swishing would cause the sand to float up from the ocean floor. Wait. The man started walking towards him. Blood of the enemy. If air could hold dust in it, then didn't he hear somewhere that air was a fluid, or something like that? Forcibly. So, if he just thought of air as full air drops that are touching each other. Taken. Quote. As the man neared and raised his knife, the world filled with an intense flash of red and the deafening sound of thunder. A stream of what appeared to be a red electric bolts boiled out of Harry's fingertip and poured directly into the chest of the man, the force of which lifted the man off of his feet and threw him a dozen feet away and slammed him into a gravestone. The man did not rise. No. A loud and wispy voice screamed, coming from a bundle of blankets near the cauldron. Triple crap. Eyeing the knife on the ground near the man, Harry focused his magic again. A stream of white electricity shot from his fingertip and wrapped around the knife's handle. The knife came flying back to him, stopping when it arrived at the wrapping. Shunting off the thought that he should not have enough finesse for what he was about to do, he put his faith in magic and directed the knife's blade and swiftly sliced through the flesh-render skin, freeing his arm from its confines. As he tried to move again, he realized his body was still immobilized. Moving his hand, he felt metal chains holding him where he was. Now funneling his magic into his full hand, with a single thought the metal transfigured into sand and Harry fell to the ground. Quickly he grabbed the knife and cut through the remainder of the skin to fully free himself, partially rolling his eyes when the sheath to his sword was finally freed. It would have been much easier if that hadn't been wrapped up with him. As he sat down to finish freeing himself, he felt a disturbance behind him, and he rolled out of the way. The head of a large snake flew into where he had been sitting, its jaws snapping where Harry's neck would have been. Kicking off the last of the flesh-render skin, Harry performed a hyper jump out of the graveyard and bounced off a solid wall of wards, landing back where he had been. Looking over at the snake as it prepared to attack again, Harry reached for his sword. Harry sat on the ground, his sword balanced on a rock, its point held inches from a very ugly baby thing. A headless snake lay on the ground near a statue of an angel. He was not sure how long it had been since the fight, but it felt like hours. Realistically, he would be surprised if it had been a full hour since he was abducted. He was just so exhausted. He had tried so many ways to escape the wards, but they were so far beyond him that he didn't know where to begin. He couldn't even get a Patronus message out. And then, an oppressive power filled his senses. Looking to his side, he saw Albus striding towards the wards, his robes billowing with an absent wind. The man pulled out his wand, caught Harry's eyes and touched his ear. Harry put down the sword and covered his ears. And then, Albus Dumbledore's eyes filled with a shining golden light and then a ball of prismatic rainbow light flew out the tip of his wand. The ball grew from the size of a bludger, to Hagrid's hut, to the burrow. It was still growing as it collided with the wards and then completely blanketed the entire dome and dug into the ground to deal with the underground protections. A loud screech, like nails on a chalkboard, filled the world as the wards dissolved, sizzled, and shattered all at once. The magic of the wards was then s.ket into the prismatic light, which then resolved back into a ball which shot into the air and exploded hundreds of feet in the air, turning the night into day for several seconds. As the ball did its work, Albus never broke stride. He simply walked through the ward line with a supreme confidence which Harry supposed was well-deserved. "Harry, my boy, are you well? What happened?" Harry smiled as he could tell that Albus's body language made it clear that he wanted to give Harry a hug. But was on high alert for danger. "I'm fine, Albus, it's a bit of a story." As Harry told the story, Albus relaxed. When Harry demonstrated his new magic by grabbing the knife off the ground with a line of magical electricity, Albus chuckled and looked down at the baby. "Well, Tom, I bet you never knew of the power of the Sith." Harry huffed in amusement, while trying to affect a disapproving face. "I'm not a Sith, as you insist, Emperor Potter." Harry smiled and then frowned when he looked down at baby Tom. "What do we do with him?" Albus looked down at Tom in thought, and then his eyes widened in shock. Harry the tendrils look. Once again turning on his magical vision, he was shocked to see two tendrils coming off Tom. Each tendril was strong and connected directly to Albus. Albus then moved out of Tom's field of vision and placed the locket and cup on the ground. A solid triangle of tendrils connected the three. "I thought there were 3 tendrils." Albus looked over and stared meaningfully at the corpse of the snake. "Harry, with your permission, I think you should hand me the sword so we can." Harry nodded and handed the sword off as he stared at Tom, to keep watch. He listened to the screaming of one Horcrux rise, fall, and the one tendril disappeared. Then the same happened with the second tendril. Albus handed the sword back to Harry, who set it back on the stone and kept the point inches from Tom. "The tendrils are gone. But Albus, what do we do with him?" "What do you want to do, Harry?" "I need a moment. Can you give me a hand and watch him?" Albus sat to take control of the sword as Harry stood. Albus adopted a curious expression. "I would have expected Tom to be a bit more vocal during all of this, and yet he hasn't spoken a word." Harry shrugged as he started to pace in thought. Oh, I put a silencing spell on him. I got tired of the death threats. Albus twisted in surprise to look at Harry. After a moment he began to laugh lightly, much to Harry's amusement. After a few seconds, the laughter ceased. I suppose he was not happy with that. Harry smirked. Well, I didn't hear him complain. With that, Harry spent several more minutes pacing under Albus's watchful eye. Finally, Harry gave himself a decisive nod and walked back to Albus. I don't want to do it, but I am not sure what else we can do, but I think Albus. Albus frowned in confusion as he turned to look at what Harry was staring at. Harry was staring at Tom. A very still Tom. A very still Tom with a fresh cut on his forearm, clearly delivered by a basilisk venom-infused sword. A very deceased Tom Riddle. Albus, I asked you to give me a hand, not to kill him. Albus stared at Tom's body in shock. I assure you, Harry, I didn't mean I must have accidentally shifted the sword when I twisted around. I was fully intending to be the hand of the other. Harry narrowed his eyes in confusion. That's a weird way of saying it. Albus shook his head slowly before looking back at Harry and standing up. Yes, I suppose it is. Harry stared at Albus with suspicion for a few moments, before deciding that Albus is sometimes weird like that and moving on with the conversation. So, is he gone for good now? Albus looked down, before pulling out his wand. Yes, that is the last of Tom Riddle. Shall I clean up the scene? Harry nodded, and Albus began the process of removing all traces of anything having happened in the graveyard. Within 2 minutes, all evidence was gone. What did you do with the guy the first stunned? I sent him to the ministry with an anonymous note. He will be sent back to Azkaban once they figure out how to wake him from that stunning spell. Until then, I vibrated the house elf link he has, so he should be well cared for. And Tom, that is his father's grave. I put Tom's body in the coffin embraced within his father's arms. I don't think he would have liked that, so that works. Should we tell authorities what happened? I don't see why, there is nothing for them to do. And Barty already has a life sentence, so there is no need for any further criminal proceedings. As for Tom, everyone believes he is gone already, so telling them that he is still gone is a touch redundant. Harry frowned. All right, it all seems a bit anticlimactic. Albus gazed at Harry with an unreadable expression for a moment. Well, we know where his body is. I can look for some necromantic ritual to bring him back and help him come back to full power. Then, we could have an epic battle of good versus evil, with hundreds dying on both sides. Shall I get started? Harry rolled his eyes. Sure, it sounds silly when you say it. I just never thought that it would end this way. Albus gently squeezed Harry's shoulder. It's ended for him, not for you. For you, it is just a continuation of your beginning. Up until recently, I have never had the words to describe my hopes for your life, and Tom's role in it. But now I do. Harry looked up expectantly. For Tom, the day that you graced his presence, was the most important day of his life. But for you, it was Tuesday. Harry stared at Albus in disbelief, and then started to walk away from the graveyard. That's it. You lose your movie-picking privileges for the next month. As you command, my master. I'm not a Sith Lord. If looks like a duck, and shoots lightning like a duck. Can we just go see Remus and Sirius now? As you wish. Harry looked back at the man and smiled softly. I love you too, Grandpa. And without a glance back to the graveyard, Harry and Albus disappeared. On to a new adventure. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.